Chapter 26. Stop. You can't come and go as you please in our Donquixote family. Don't even think about leaving today. Diamante drew his sword and pointed it at Gol. Oh? If I don't leave, do you want me to stay for dinner? I see you guys are almost broke, so there's no need to be so polite. Ger turned his head and teased nonchalantly. Damn it. You arrogant BD. I'm going to beat you into a pulp. Pika's tall and mighty appearance coupled with his extremely sharp voice, this huge contrast really makes people laugh. The young cotters of Donquixote nearby blushed and tried not to laugh out loud. He, what's wrong with this guy's voice? It's so high-pitched. It's really funny. Moria laughed so hard that tears came out. Even the professionally trained Gel couldn't help laughing, but he was laughing at Moria for being so outspoken. Pika's face looked very ugly and his fists were clenched. He once swore to kill anyone who dared to laugh at his hoarse voice. How dare you laugh at my voice? Go to hell. The angry Pika suddenly jumped up, activating the ability of the stone fruit. His huge right fist turned into hard rock and he punched towards Ghoul's face with great force. Without waiting for Gel to shout "Brother, save me," Weevil had already flashed in front of his brother and rushed forward with a big knife in hand. Choke. Ah! Pika. The grey rock's right fist was completely chopped off, and the cut was smooth and flat. Pika covered his right wrist with a painful look on his face. He quickly turned the wound into rock and successfully stopped the bleeding. Gel looked at Weevil in surprise, wondering if this guy had a hobby of cutting off other people's right wrists. He became famous for this trick in the original book, and was as famous as the Lord of the Near Sea in East Blue. One bit off the left hand of 4 emperors, and the other cut off the right arm of Admiral. Pika took a few steps back and looked at the big guy holding a big knife in front of him with a serious expression. When Weevil was practicing armament haki, he could smash countless stones with just a wooden stick. Now that the broadsword in his hand is covered with advanced armament haki, it can cut through iron like mud. How can a mere rock withstand it? Weibul's attack shocked the whole place. He did not continue to attack, but stood straight in front of Gear, and stabbed the deck with the big knife in his hand, shaking the whole ship. It was like a huge mountain that could not be crossed. Looking at this figure, Doflamingo was reminded of a famous pirates. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Doflamingo swallowed hard. The reason why he didn't stop Pika just now was to test him. If Weevil's strength was about the same as Moria's, then he and the other officers on the ship had no reason to let the other party leave so comfortably. Ming Ge thought that he was defeated before because he did not understand the ability of Moria's fruit and was too careless. Now it was dark, and he could move normally without a shadow. If he fought again, he could at least delay Moria, even if he did not defeat him. It shouldn't be a problem for all the other people to deal with Gel and a big fool, but the fact is that Spade Pika, the highest-ranking official of the Donquixote family and one of the strongest forces, couldn't even block a single move from the opponent. This guy. So strong. Everyone on the Flamingo had to admit that although this big guy didn't look very smart, his strength was truly terrifying. Ger calmly looked at Doflamingo who had already unlocked the sea stone handcuffs and asked, "Have you thought about it, Dover?" Brother Ming held his glasses, and the drooping corners of his mouth proved that he was not in a good mood at the moment. Seeing the calmness on Gel's face, Ming Ge finally couldn't make up his mind to fight to the death. Let them go. Young master. Everyone wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Brother Ming. Shut up. Ha ha ha. Great. A real man can bend and stretch as needed. Brother Dover, I was right about you. Gel gave him a thumbs up and praised him, but what he was thinking was, this guy is indeed a good person who will do anything to kill you as long as he can't kill you. I look forward to having the opportunity to continue plucking in the future. No, I mean to continue cooperating. Oh, and you still owe me 5 devil fruits. Brother Dover, remember to pay more attention to them. Now, brothers, I'm leaving. No need to see you off. Bye, everyone. As Gel said this, he jumped onto Weeble's shoulder. Moria also took Xanior with him and flapped their wings and flew up, disappearing into the horizon as the Flamingo's crew looked on with resentment and anger. The enemies they encountered this time were not only impossible to defeat but also really disgusting. Now that they finally left, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 top cotters led all the cotters to kneel on one knee in front of Doflamingo. I am so sorry. Young master, for letting you suffer such humiliation. If the king insults me, I shall die. We are willing to die as an apology. We too. The ordinary cotters behind didn't care whether they really wanted to die or not, they just followed suit and shouted. Suddenly everyone on the Flamingo fell to their knees. Don Quixote suffered its first defeat since its establishment, and the morale of everyone on the ship was low. Doflamingo took a deep breath and slowly said, "All right, there's no need to say more. It was my intention to leave you alone. You were just following my orders. Get up. Although this is the case, it is our fault if we cannot defeat the enemy standing in your way, young master. Please punish us." Pika shouted loudly, then lowered his head. Click, click, click. Doflamingo put on his feather coat again and walked past everyone. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps made their heart beat faster. Everyone lowered their heads even lower, fearing that they would anger the young master at this time. Finally, the figure stopped in front of Pika. Pika. Exist. Pika didn't dare to look up and couldn't help swallowing. Go bandage the wound. Came Doflamingo's calm voice. Pika was stunned at first, and then tears began to well up in his eyes. Pika never expected that what he was waiting for was not a scolding but concern. He took a deep breath and shouted, "As you command. Young master." Doflamingo looked around at everyone and shouted loudly, "Everything is in the past. Even if I blame you, time will not go back. Now put away your weak and incompetent appearance. If you can't beat me, keep working hard to become stronger. Sooner or later, our Don Quixote family will get back at us. Now, everyone stand up." Don Quixote's people immediately felt their blood boiling, their fighting spirit high, and several elders even burst into tears, beating their chests and shouting excitedly, "Woo woo woo! You really are worthy of being the young master. What right do we have to continue to sigh? We won't fail again. You will never be disappointed. For the young master." Gale didn't know that his good brother Doflamingo had already written him down in his little notebook, waiting to avenge himself one day. At this moment, there was laughter and joy on the Gale boat, and everyone sat around the table enjoying a sumptuous dinner together. Señor looked at the group of people in front of him, and suddenly felt that this warm family-like atmosphere was quite good. He didn't have to be cautious all day long and worry about saying or doing the wrong thing. He didn't have to be afraid that the next mission target would be a good person, a woman, an old man or a child, and worry that he would not be able to do it and cause the mission to fail. Gale filled Baya and Weibul's glasses with juice and raised his glass. "Come on. Let's celebrate the joining of our new partner Señor Peak. Cheers! Cheers!" The atmosphere at the banquet was very lively. Señor and Moria took their beers and drank bottle after bottle. They were so drunk that they couldn't tell east from west. Just by looking at the size difference between the two, you can tell that Moria's stomach can hold more wine, and Señor has also relied on his tough guy attributes to hold on until now. Bang! Señor finally couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground and began to sleep soundly. He. You finally can't hold on any longer. How can a junior like you drink more than a senior like me? Although he boarded the ship only a few days earlier than Señor, Moria always regarded himself as a senior and was obviously very concerned about the order. "Hey, so if that counts, I'm also your senior, Uncle Moria." Bea looked up at Moria and smiled happily. Hey, Baya, how many times have I told you to call me brother? I'm not an uncle." "Oh, okay, Moria-senpai. Hey, you little girl. Lulu, you said yourself that the one who was on the boat that night was a junior." Baya said mischievously. Uncle Fate beside him patted his daughter's head lovingly and taught her, "Girls, don't be rude." "I know, Dad." The little girl then said obediently, "I'm sorry, Brother Moria." Moria touched his belly which was bulging with beer and smiled, He, it's okay, Baya-senpai." The word senior was even emphasized. The war was reignited, and the adult and the child began to quarrel again. Weibul was the purest. He only had food in his eyes and firmly carried out the clean plate campaign. After stuffing all the food into his stomach, he felt only 80% full. He lay on the sofa not very satisfied, picking his teeth leisurely with a fish bone in his hand. After finishing his meal, Gear returned to his room and couldn't wait to take out the box of devil fruit and put it on the table. Bite. Unknown devil fruit detected, automatically analyzing, analysis successful, paramecia. Watery fruit, analysis successful, Paramecia. Golden fruit, analysis successful, paramecia. Weapon fruit, analysis successful, paramecia. Ton-pressed fruit, analysis successful, paramecia. Childlike fruit, I didn't expect that the gold fruit was in the hands of the Donquixote family so early. I have to say that Doflamingo is really good at collecting devil fruit. Ha ha ha. I don't know whether Minga originally didn't want to hand over the childlike fruit or the gold fruit. If Ghoul were asked to choose only one of these 5 fruits, he would choose the child's play fruit without hesitation. However, Doflamingo may not know all the abilities of the child's play fruit, so it is not impossible for him to keep the gold fruit. After all, if we don't spoil the plot, based on the abilities of other paramecia fruits, it is natural to think that the gold fruit has the ability to turn stone into gold. In fact, he had already identified these devil fruits during the transaction, but after confirming that he had 5 paramecia fruits in his hand, Gale couldn't help laughing. The heaven-defying devil fruit that he wanted most was finally in his hands. This time, he made a lot of money by robbing the tall, rich, and handsome Doflamingo. Childlike fruit, after the user eats it, the body will stop growing. The user can turn the creatures they touch into toys. The user can make a contract with the toy, making it unable to act freely according to thoughts and obey orders, and all the memories of other people in the world about him will completely disappear. This is the most terrifying part of the childlike fruit, and it is also the point that Gale values most. He has already imagined how to use this ability. In the future, if he sees someone he doesn't like, he will turn him into a toy first, then dismantle and bury him, no matter if you are marine pirates or celestial dragons. No one will even remember that this person existed. It's so terrifying. Death is not scary. What is scary is being forgotten. This famous saying is very apartment. Who should I give it to? Let's ask who's interested later. Gale put away the 3 more useful ones, the gold fruit, the weapon fruit, and the childlike fun fruit, leaving only the water fruit and the ton suppression fruit, which even dogs wouldn't eat, on the table. Gale reached out and picked up the water fruit with mixed feelings. I still remember when I was reading comics in my previous life, I saw that the Logia fruit was so cool in the early stage, and I also imagined how powerful the Logia water fruit would be in the pirate's world with the ocean as the background. I didn't expect that the paramecia water fruit would pop up later. After eating it, you can no longer swim in the water but can swim on the ground. Close a door and open a window for you? What the hell is this stupid fruit? Oda is surprising again. It disintegrates with a thought. Ding! Decomposition successful. Gained the ability, Water Affinity, Materialize Water, Water Affinity Excellent Water Ability and Water Control Talent like a Murloc, can breathe freely in water, Water Attribute Attack Damage reduced by 50%, Usage, Oral. Water through physical transformation, it can transform inorganic substances into water. Usage, Oral. There was a flash of light. Gale looked at the 2 blue candies in his hand, a little surprised. I didn't expect that this funny devil fruit could actually decompose into 2 good abilities, especially the ability to breathe underwater and control water like a Murloc, which is equivalent to directly possessing the blood of a Murloc. Gale put away the candy and picked up another fruit. Paramecia. Ton suppression fruit, which can deal damage to the enemy by changing one's own weight. The original user of the ton suppression fruit should be Mahobashi, a cotter of the Donquixote family. He developed the fruit to a maximum weight of 10,000 tons. However, we have to take into account that the action of force is mutual. The heavier the object is, the greater the reaction force it will receive when it falls down, which will make it easier to hurt yourself. It is a bit useless to just use it to hit others. Breakdown. Ding! Decomposition successful. Gained ability, Weight Control, you can freely change your own weight, the highest weight is million times, Usage, Oral. As expected, what is decomposed is the ability to change weight. The maximum weight is 1,000,000 times, which means that Mabase's 10,000 tons are far from the limit of this fruit. 10,000 tons may just be the maximum weight he can use without hurting his body. If the user has a powerful armament haki or a perverted body like Kaido and Big Mom, or if a giant whose weight is already quite amazing eats it, the effect should be very amazing. Don't underestimate just changing the weight, this ability still has room for development, such as Kizaru's light speed kick. The principle of speed is power is because speed is a factor that affects the kinetic energy of an object when it moves, and another factor that can affect kinetic energy is mass. Putting aside the principles of physics, boxing matches are divided into light and heavyweight categories. Speed is power. Weight is also power. Gale showed an obscene smile. The largest aircraft carrier in the world weighs only 100,000 tons. What does millions of tons mean? Weight is power. Have you ever experienced Mount Tai pressing down on your head? Chapter 27. East Blue Log Town. What is coming will come. The sun is shining, and today is the day of the public execution of Roger, the pirates' king. Early in the morning, the streets of Log Town were already deserted. The execution square and the main road leading to the square were packed with people. At a glance, it was filled with people. Uncle Fate wanted to focus on studying cooking, and he didn't like to join in the fun. As a little girl, BIA wasn't suitable to watch a death sentence, so the two of them chose to stay on the boat. Senor, a veteran former mafia gangster, had seen many murders and arson, and had finally managed to escape that kind of life. He was even less interested in executions, so he volunteered to stay on the boat to ensure the safety of the father and daughter. Brother Senor, go to the storage room and get some snacks. Okay, no problem. I'm ready. As soon as Gale left, BIA brought out a large stack of comic books from the room and greeted Senor. Soon, the two of them sat comfortably on the sofa in the living room, eating snacks and reading comic books. Oh my god! I'm not a human anymore. Jojo. Ola ola ola. Wonderful. This comic book is so good to read. The hard-hitting, blood-boiling battles are so exciting. I'm already excited. Baya, help me get this one. Here, take it. Baya was concentrating on the book in her hand, and without even raising her head, she helped Senor throw a book over. Dream of the Red Chamber? You got the wrong one, Baya, it's not this one. At this time, Gale had already brought Weeble and Moria to the square, followed by two muscular men over 6 meters tall with fierce looks. Wherever they went, the crowded crowds took the initiative to make way for them. Everyone wished they had 2 more legs, for fear that they would be beaten by the 2 giants if they ran too slowly. Gale did not squeeze to the front directly, but stopped at a place where he could see clearly. Sitting on Weeble's shoulders, Gale began to look for those future big men, especially wanting to find out whether Crocodile was the big brother or the big sister. Unfortunately, he didn't find the target after searching for a long time. Along the way, Ger kept thinking about whether he should stop Roger from saying those words before he died, but in the end he shook his head. The 3-foot-thick ice did not form overnight. After all, it was only a matter of time before this corrupt world erupted in rebellion. Roger's words before his death were merely the fuse. It's just like what Chen Sheng and Wu Guang said at the end of the Qin dynasty, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? The same principle. No snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. In addition to the high-ranking celestial dragons, the princes and nobles of ordinary countries, as well as the marines, pirates, and even some ordinary people are responsible for creating this world where order has collapsed. Gale shook his head and didn't want to think about too many complicated things. Anyway, if he let the wheel of history roll along its original trajectory, he would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. Why should he be hard on himself? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Everyone who is idle, please leave. The guards shouted at the civilians who were blocking the way to retreat, and the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent at this moment. Because that man is coming. Clang, clang. At the end of the road, Roger was walking slowly in shackles, with a calm smile on his face, and behind him was a large group of soldiers escorting him. Arriving at the square, Roger looked up at the execution platform specially built for him, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he resolutely climbed onto the platform. Facing the thousands of audience members who came to watch him die, Roger's eyes were calm, without a trace of fear. He sat down on the execution platform, as calm as if he was just on a trip. He, let's solve it quickly and finish it soon. The weather was cool today, but the guards around were all sweating profusely. Prepare for execution. At the command. The 2 soldiers in charge of the execution placed 2 long knives in front of Roger and turned them around in a fancy way. Roger looked at the silent crowd in the audience calmly with a smile on his face. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey! King Pirates! You got the legendary Great Secret Treasure! Where is your treasure hidden?" Gale really wanted to hang up the person who shouted and torture him, and ask him if he was a hired agent by Roger himself to help netizens solve this problem that has been bothering them for more than 20 years. Ha 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 ha. Roger threw his head back and laughed, then said something that shocked the world, "You want my treasure? Hey! Don't talk nonsense." The soldier carrying out the execution began to scold anxiously. Gale complained crazily, "The knife is in your hand, why don't you just talk instead of taking action?" If Roger possesses a powerful fruit ability user, Gale will definitely take the opportunity to secretly shoot and see if he can get a kill. Roger ignored the soldier's warning and continued, "If you want, I can give you everything. Go find it. I put all my treasures there. Quick! Execution!" Puff! My goodness, the two soldiers who were carrying out the execution might have been bribed. They held their knives for a long time, and finally waited until Roger had said everything he needed to say before they were willing to take action, for fear that others would say they took money but did not do their job. On this day, Pirates King Gold Roger was sentenced to death in Logue Town, but the whole world was cheering for this execution. In order to obtain the treasure of Roger, the Pirates King, countless people set sail. Roger's words before his death completely opened the curtain of the Great Pirates era. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, and soon there were drizzles of rain falling. The people in the square were still dancing enthusiastically and shouting excitedly, as if once the Pirates King Roger died, countless gold and silver treasures in the sea would belong to them. The three burly men in front were obviously gangsters judging by their attire. They had just finished drinking the chicken soup cooked by Roger, and they all seemed to be on stimulants. They immediately became sworn brothers and discussed about going out to sea as pirates together. Ha ha ha, the three of us brothers will work together to go out to sea and do something great. If we get any money, we'll share it equally. If we get any women, we'll sleep together. Drink a lot of wine, eat a lot of meat, isn't it wonderful? Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Third brother. Second brother. Third brother. The three of them were hugging each other, feeling the warmth of brotherhood, when suddenly a discordant voice came from behind them. Hat! A bunch of stinky fish, howling for no apparent reason, it's so noisy. Moria spat, cursing in a disdainful tone. Hey! Beige Yalu, who the hell are you talking about? The three of them turned around angrily, but when they saw Moria's devilish face, they ran away without saying a word. Just as Gale was about to leave, he suddenly saw a white-haired kid in a green coat standing in a daze in the crowd, so he quietly approached him. Hey! Don't touch me, kid! If you dare to touch me, I will shoot you immediately. Gale put his index and middle fingers together, pressed against Smoker's back, and said in a cold tone, Smoker, who was still a child, was frightened by the sudden attack and trembled all over. He was so nervous that he stuttered when he spoke. You, who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Haha, kid, you look so excited. Do you want to go out to sea and become a pirate after listening to the Pirate King's speech? No, no. Don't quibble. It's better to get rid of you now. You are a threat to society if you keep me alive. As he said this, Gale poked Smoker's back with 2 fingers again. No. I don't. My dream is to become an excellent marine. Gear smiled secretly and said in a cold tone, Oh? You little brat want to be a marine? But never mind, it doesn't matter. No matter what you want to be in the future, I have offended you today. You will definitely come to take revenge on me when you grow up. It is better for me to kill you now to prevent future troubles. Smoker looked like he had lost all hope in life. Was he going to die like this? His stubborn temper came out, and he was not even afraid of death. He cursed, a hole. Are you crazy? Little Smoker turned his head angrily, only to see Ger happily poking his back with 2 fingers. Then he realized that he was fooled. If Smoker had not estimated that he could not beat the opponent, he would have gone up and kicked this guy twice. Ger smiled and said, It's just a joke, don't be so serious. By the way, kid, do you want to get on my ship? We are adventurers, not bad guys. Smoker just wanted to get away from this person as soon as possible, so he took 2 steps back and said in a very arrogant manner, Humph. I don't want to. Also, my name is Smoker, not Imp. You'd better not be a bad person, otherwise I will arrest you when I grow up and become a marine. Haha. What an arrogant brat. Not cute at all. Gale just wanted to tease the little Smoker to satisfy his own evil taste, and he didn't want to kidnap him by force. Smoker was still a little kid of about 10 years old at this time. He should have a home and relatives in Logue Town, so it was obviously unlikely to ask him to voluntarily go to sea at this time. As Gear was about to leave, he suddenly saw a glowing red ball floating on the execution platform and was startled. Roger shouldn't be the user of the fruit ability, and I didn't kill him, so why did the light ball appear? Gale was confused and asked the system, Son, why is there a reward here? It wasn't me who killed Roger. Ding, witnessing a major plot event or the death of a major character will give you a chance to receive a reward at this time. Roger's body had been taken away from the execution platform, but there were still a few guards guarding it under the platform. Not knowing how long the ball of light would last, Gale decided to act immediately. It must not be missed, as that was something revealed by the Pirates King Roger, so Gale decided to act immediately. Gale called Weibul and Moria over and said, Lao Mo, help me create some disturbance to distract the guards below the execution platform. Remember not to kill anyone. I'm going to go up to the execution platform and take a look. Just help me delay for a minute or two. I'll be done with it soon. He, no problem, boss. Weibul, just wait for me quietly downstairs. Brother can't cut anyone, it's so boring. After being lectured by Gale, Weibul nodded obediently and the three of them walked towards the execution platform. Gale took out a duckbill hat, put it on his head, and pressed down the brim. Soon, Moria's voice was heard from the side. Hey, UBD, you hit Lao Z. Pay me the money now. Hey. The sun is rising from the west today? There are actually people who dare to blackmail Lao Z. A 2-meter-tall bald strong man never thought that he would be hit by a scammer one day. He turned around angrily to see who was not afraid of death. As soon as he turned around, Moria grabbed the bald man by the collar and lifted him up. When the bald man saw Moria's scary face and his tall and strong body, he immediately begged for mercy. I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong. I will compensate you right away. As soon as Moria let go of his hand, the bald man knelt on the ground. He felt very bitter. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. A few days ago, he threatened a little girl and was almost shot by a young man. Yesterday, he bullied an old lady and was beaten up by a man in a cloak. Today, he just went out and didn't have time to do anything, but he was beaten again. Why? Recently, he always encounters these ruthless people who can't be provoked. Could it be that he was being punished because he was too arrogant and did too many bad things? He secretly decided to be an honest man from now on and never do bad things again. Seeing the strong man crying, Moria felt a little headache. You should be a little tougher, at least live up to your fierce appearance. If you break it when I touch it and kneel down when I let it go, how can I create chaos? I was so blind. I spent a long time picking and finally found one that looked ferocious, but I didn't expect it to be a coward. The onlookers saw a grown man being bullied to the point of kneeling on the ground and sobbing, and they all pointed fingers at Moria. When the guards saw people gathering nearby, they ran over to check the situation. There was nothing to guard about an empty platform, so they were just pretending, mostly to prevent desperate tourists from secretly climbing up to take photos and check in. Didn't I just finish talking about this and there's one? Gale took the opportunity to slip onto the execution platform and grabbed the ball of light with one hand without hesitation. Bite. Successfully sign into the town of the beginning and the end. G.D. Roger execution platform skills acquired. Hey! What are you doing up there? You can't go up to the execution platform. Come down immediately. Before Gale could take a closer look at the reward, the guard who had run back started shouting loudly from below. Okay, I'll be right down. Gale could only put away his things first, and came down from the execution platform with a smile. He took out a stack of Baileys and secretly stuffed them to the leading guard captain and whispered, Hey, sorry, I didn't know that I couldn't get in here. Thanks for your hard work, brothers. I'd like to ask you guys to have a few drinks tonight as a token of my appreciation. The captain of the guard took the money calmly and politely let Gear go. Walking to the side, Gale looked at the red ball in his hand and saw, God Avoidance, Conqueror's Entangled Super Powerful Slash. Conditions of use, possess Conqueror's Haki. The stronger the Conqueror's power, the greater the power it exerts. Directions, Oral. Gale was a little stunned. Divine Evasion. This was Roger's ultimate move, a move that even gods dared not take. But when Gale saw the conditions for using it, he felt like he had been poured with a bucket of cold water. He could only helplessly put the things back into the storage space, and called Weevil and Moria to leave the square and walk towards the port. "Hey, young man, don't leave in such a hurry. I wonder if you are interested in chatting." The three of them looked in the direction of the sound. A man wearing a dark green coat, with no eyebrows and a very serious expression blocked the three people. Weevil and Moria stepped forward at the same time and stood in front of Gale, because they both felt a dangerous aura from the cloaked man in front of them. Gale took a glance at the strange attire and knew that the person coming was the most vicious criminal in the future world, Monkey D. Dragon. Relying on the fact that he knew that although this guy looked fierce, he was not a bad person. Gear refused bluntly, "No need to chat, we have to go back to eat." I'm a little hungry too, I wonder if it's convenient." Long shamelessly continued to pester her. Gale signaled to Weibul and Moria not to be nervous, and then walked forward without looking back and said, "It's up to you. Come along if you want. But you have to pay. I'll charge you 1 million Baileys for a meal." Gear was also very curious about what Durag would say to him. Would he incite him to rebel with him and overthrow the rule of celestial dragons? The corners of Long's mouth twitched, and a rare different expression appeared on his expressionless face. Looking at the three figures gradually walking away, he finally pulled up his hood and followed them. Chapter 28. After a brief acquaintance on the way, Gear urged Long to pay for the meal first. Back on the boat, Chef Fate had already prepared a feast. Everyone sat around the dining table enjoying the food, chatting and laughing in a nice atmosphere. Whenever he sat down to eat with his family, Gear couldn't help but sigh that it would be nice if life could continue in such a peaceful way. Traveling and adventuring with this group of interesting friends, experiencing different customs and cultures, tasting local delicacies, eating, sleeping and playing, and then marrying a beautiful wife, starting a family and having children when you grow up, isn't this a happy life? What else are you pursuing? But Gale understood better than anyone that in this turbulent era, it was not easy to live a peaceful life. The strong prey on the weak, and those who fall behind will be beaten. Only by constantly increasing his own strength can Gale maintain the warmth on the boat at this moment. Long was not polite at all, probably because he had already paid for the meal and it would be a bit of a loss if he didn't eat more. The ingredients currently used on Gale's ship are all produced by the system, and their taste is far superior to ordinary ingredients. The gap between the two can no longer be made up by cooking skills alone. The top quality ingredients combined with the meticulous cooking of top chef Fate make this dish truly one of the rarest delicacies in the world. Long has been wandering alone for a long time recently and has not had many proper meals. They couldn't stop eating such delicious food at this time. The monkey family's eating gene was instantly awakened, and Long suddenly felt that the 1 million Baileys were well worth it. After dinner, Gear bought a can of fine oolong tea and a set of Kung Fu tea sets from the mall, and soon a fresh tea fragrance filled the room. Long was very satisfied with the meal. The warm, cozy, relaxed and comfortable atmosphere on Gale's ship made him immersed in it, and he almost forgot why he came here. "Mr. Gale, Long finally remembered the important matter, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Gear, "No hurry, have some tea first." Several people picked up the steaming teacups and drank. Gear squinted his eyes and tasted it, with a kind smile on his face, thinking in his heart, since the comfort zone is comfortable, why do we have to jump out of it? Then Gear bought a bunch of snacks and put them on the table for everyone to share. Baya took a piece of cake and ate it with cream all over her face. Uncle Fate frowned as he ate, trying to decipher the secret recipe. Weeble and Moria each had a big bag of spicy strips, and they had a very good understanding when it came to eating. Senor took a pack of egg rolls and ate them like a big shot smoking a cigar. Gale was calmly drinking tea, eating melon seeds, and preparing to listen to Long's story. Long suddenly felt a little dazed. He felt that the aura of this young man, Gear, changed after drinking the tea, giving him the illusion of a retired old man. Crack, crack. Long took a handful of seeds of some unknown plant that Gale handed over to him and started eating them just like Gale did. It smells so good. No, I want to ask, Captain Gale, what do you think of this world? After Long came to the boat, he took off his cloak. He was now wearing a black suit with an orange lining. His black hair was casually draped behind his head, and his facial expression was extremely serious and solemn. Gale looked at his face without any shoe sole marks and felt that something was missing. He put down his teacup and smiled, "Haha, how do you see the world?" "Of course I see it with my eyes. Dragon." Although he knew that the guy in front of him would become the leader of a revolutionary army against the world government, Gale didn't know whether Dragon had already rebelled against Marine and was starting a revolution, or was just confused and looking around for the answer in his heart. In either case, Gear would not immediately state his position. Although Long looks big and strong, he is a meticulous man. He soon realized that he and Gear had only known each other for less than a few hours, and it would be inconvenient for the other person to answer such a sensitive question. Long continued, "I'm sorry, I was so rude. I wonder if Captain Gale is interested in listening to my story first." "Yes, go ahead." Gale thought to himself, "The tea is ready, and the melon seeds are already being cracked. Am I not just waiting for you to tell a story? It would be best if you could trigrams your love stories so that I can solve the mystery of the Straw Hat guy in advance." Perhaps because he felt that what he was about to say was a bit shocking, Long looked at the foodies next to him hesitantly. Gale understood what he meant and waved his hand. "No need to avoid it. There are no outsiders here. Everyone present is my family whom I can trust with my life. Just speak up." The people who were eating snacks nearby felt warmed in their hearts when they heard Captain Gale's words. Long nodded, somewhat envious of Gear for having so many reliable companions, and then he began to speak slowly. "His father Garp is a famous marine hero. Since he was a child, Long has been arranged by Garp to undergo various inhuman training. Garp and a group of uncles and aunts who are marine bosses are very optimistic about him and try their best to train him into a pillar of the future marine. Long is also very competitive. He has been determined to eradicate the darkness in the world and implement the justice in his heart since he was a child. He is very talented, trains hard, and studies very seriously. He soon possesses the strength and character that far exceeds his peers." Gale thought to himself, when Long was in school, he was probably the most hopeless hard-working genius. Long threw himself into the marine career, which is full of glory and justice, with great enthusiasm and longing. But as his military rank rises, he gets more insider information and becomes more disappointed with the marine. Long sees the marine's incompetence and compromise, and realizes that this is not the justice in his mind at all. "Captain Gale, do you know? The marines who represent justice are actually lackeys of the world government and celestial dragons. Even if the orders go against justice, the marines have to obey orders no matter how reluctant they are. It's really ridiculous." Long became more and more excited as he spoke, and by the end he had clenched his fists and was roaring in anger. The marine who claims to be righteous is also dark. The greatest evil in this world is the group of high and mighty celestial dragons. Only by overthrowing their rule can the world have equality, freedom, harmony, and be full of hope again. Captain Gale, I can feel that you are also a person with justice in your heart, so I would like to invite you to join me in overthrowing this corrupt world government and creating a brand new world together." Gale muttered to himself, "You can feel shit, you can feel it. Are you a time traveler or am I a time traveler? Is this how you deceived Big Bear and Ivankov into being loyal to you?" Gear drank his tea calmly and did not speak in a hurry. "Beiji, Beiji." The room was silent except for the sound of Weeble chewing spicy strips. He was still young and didn't know much, so he had no idea what this man was talking about for so long. Baya was concentrating on eating snacks and was not listening at all. Moria and Senor both had enthusiastic looks on their faces, waiting for the captain's order to lead the charge and attack Marie Joyce. Moria likes to stir up trouble. He wants to participate in a big event like overthrowing the world government, which will surely make him famous. Senor simply thought that this kind of horrifying thing that most people would not even dare to think about sounded very manly. Confronting a behemoth like the world government head-on. Just thinking about it made him excited. Only Uncle Fate was shocked. Everyone's abnormal reactions made Fate, the only one with a normal reaction, seem a little abnormal. Fate picked up the teacup and took another sip, confirming once again that the cup contained tea, not wine. He didn't know why Long got drunk while drinking and started yelling that he wanted to overthrow the world government. Fate hurried out to check if there were any ears behind the walls. If someone heard these remarks and reported them, a new bounty order for everyone would be seen in the newspaper tomorrow. Pa. Ger held his chin and tapped lightly on the table with his index and middle fingers. Long did not disturb the other party's thinking. It was already very good that he could remain calm after listening to his words and did not chase him away. This meant that there was still a chance to win him over. Gale spoke slowly, "Well, you are going to kill the celestial dragons." Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said in surprise, "Yes. Revolution. That's a good word. You are worthy of being Captain Gale. It's decided." The organization I want to establish will be called the Revolutionary Army. Gale was stunned at first. It turned out that you have been shouting for a long time that you want to overthrow the world government, but you haven't even thought of a name for the organization. You are just a commander without any troops. Ahem, Long, you are right. The greatest darkness in this world is the world government and celestial dragons. So it's fine if you want to overthrow their rule, but why do you think that after the overthrow, there will be a harmonious, equal, and free new world? Captain Gale, what do you mean? Long was a little confused. If the corrupt world government was overthrown, wouldn't a new world be born? Gale went on to explain, the young dragon slayer eventually becomes a dragon. After your revolutionary army or other organizations replace the world government, there is a high probability that they will slowly become as corrupt as the world government and celestial dragons. I will never betray the justice in my heart. Long patted his chest and assured, I can trust your character and your personality, and I have no doubt about your determination. You are willing to devote yourself to the cause of liberating the world without asking for anything in return, and even to sacrifice your life. But how many people can be as selfless as you are? How can you guarantee that those who are not just and willing to contribute to this cause will not betray this great cause? Or become new celestial dragons after reaping the fruits of victory? Even if they don't, what about their descendants? Celestial dragons were not a bunch of good-for-nothings 800 years ago. At this time, Long had only witnessed the incompetence of the Marine and the darkness of the world government. He resolutely chose to leave the Marine and wanted to overthrow the corrupt world government, but he did not have a mature idea, so he was immediately stumped by a series of questions from Gale. The vested interests currently under the rule of the world government will never voluntarily give up the privileges they enjoy. Just after saying absolutely, Gale suddenly thought of his good brother Doflamingo's father and the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and could only add one more sentence, well, unless you have a problem with your brain. So the only people who can join you are the lower-class people who have been exploited and oppressed to the point where they can't survive. Yes. That's right. We can incite those oppressed people to rise up in rebellion. They are our natural supporters, and there are many of them. Long pounded his right hand on the palm of his left hand, looking as if something had suddenly dawned on him. Gale shook his head and asked, these people are oppressed to the point where they can't survive and won't resist. Why do you think that is? Long thought for a moment and said, because they have been oppressed for so long, they have become numb and have completely lost their fighting spirit. No, that's only a small part of the reason. The main reason is that they are too weak. If they resist, they will die. If they don't resist, they may not die. What do you think they will choose? To put it bluntly, even if you unite them and inspire their fighting spirit, they won't be able to help much. Simply put, in this world where strength is respected, most of those who are oppressed are the weak. As for the strong, no matter how low your status is, if you can't stand the oppression, the worst that can happen is that you will rebel. As long as you have strength, you can enjoy a good life wherever you go, just like Bullet and Kaido. What if there is a way to improve the combat effectiveness of these ordinary people? Long thought about it seriously, unwilling to give up the future direction he had just seen, and asked again. Gale smiled and replied, then they have changed from the weak to the strong, and their identities have also changed. Before, they rebelled because they couldn't survive and had no choice. Now that they have become stronger and their living conditions have improved, and they have choices, what reason and motivation do they have to follow you and continue to fight with their heads tied to their belts? Long also felt that Gale was right. He rubbed his temples with a headache and suddenly wondered why Gale seemed to know a lot about the revolution when he looked like he was only a teenager. Long suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Gale and said, Captain Gale, you must have a way. Please teach me. Gale was also caught off guard by his behavior, and quickly helped him up before saying, to be honest, I don't really understand either. I just got along well with you, so I'm just going to say a few more words. If you think it's useful, you can refer to it. But I have to make it clear in advance that I will not join your revolutionary army. Long nodded vigorously, pretending to be listening attentively, which made Gale feel a little embarrassed. Am I teaching the boss how to do things? Ahem. First of all, it is important to arm your mind with ideas. Organizations that come together for their own purposes are like a pile of loose sand. It is necessary to have a common ideal and belief to support them. In this chaotic world, what is most lacking is people who are suffering. After rescuing them, it may be difficult for adults to change their rigid ideas. It is recommended to educate children and young people. A great man once said, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, so military force is also important, and it must be high-end military force. Ordinary people can be developed, but they are mainly used for intelligence gathering and material support. The top combat forces in this world are comparable to natural disasters. Inciting ordinary people to fight will only increase the sacrifices and will often get in the way. It is better to solve the combat problem in the form of a small elite unit. Long nodded in agreement, because he himself was a human-shaped natural disaster and could understand that ordinary people, no matter how many there were, would have no effect in front of him. In the early stage, you should focus on development. You should hide as long as you can. You should not step out into the open until the strength is reversed. If nothing unexpected happens, the world government and the Marines will be busy dealing with the surge in the number of pirates. You can use this time to develop yourself and try to find more like-minded strong men to join you. Development requires food, weapons, land, and population, so we need to control some countries. My suggestion is to use some means or the devil fruit ability to directly control the rulers and control these countries in secret. If we rely on inciting a civilian coup, it will not only increase the casualties, but also make it easy to be exposed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Long asked hesitantly. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. It's useless to be open and aboveboard. As long as the justice in your heart remains unchanged, everything you do is just. All is fair in war. As long as conspiracy and trickery can achieve the goal and reduce our casualties, it is a good strategy. Gale scolded directly, saying that what he hated most were those leaders who, for the sake of their own reputation, would not use good ideas and would force their subordinates to sacrifice their lives. Been taught a lesson. Long said seriously that he didn't care about damaging his reputation, but he was afraid that some upright subordinates would not be able to accept it, so he brought it up first to see what Gale would say, and write it down for future use. After secretly controlling these countries, you also need talents who can manage and operate them. You need to develop the economies of these countries and make the people live and work in peace and contentment, so that they can become stable rear bases. Oh, one more thing. Science is the primary productive force. Mercemen, giants, fur tribes, and other subhuman races may be able to help you. Finally. That's about all I remember. Gale picked up the kettle and filled his cup with hot water. Long beside him was taking notes carefully with a pen and a notebook. He received a lot of information tonight, and a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. He took out a pen and paper early in the morning and started to write down everything. In fact, Gale could have been more irresponsible and directly told Long in advance the method that he later understood and implemented on his own, and he could have easily gotten away with it. But Gale really doesn't recommend the old method. In this world where personal strength can be comparable to natural disasters, there is really no point in trying the trick of starting a prairie fire. Take the battle between Big Mom, Kaido, and the supernova for example. Excluding the reasons for plot killing, does the victory or defeat of both sides have anything to do with how many tens of thousands of pirates they command? It has nothing to do with it. Isn't it that he, as the top leader, is fighting desperately? And yet he is either beaten up or beaten up every time. Those tens of thousands of subordinates can really commit seppuku. Chapter 29. Before they knew it, it was late at night and everyone else had already fallen asleep. Gale gently picked up Bia, who was drooling on the table, and put her on the sofa. He took off his coat and covered her with it. Then he and Long walked out of the room and went to the bow deck to get some fresh air. A long talk all night. Long now looked at Gear with respect. He closed the notebook, carefully put it into the pocket of his suit, and asked, "Mr. Gear, I am accumulating strength and waiting for the right time. Do you think I have a chance to wait for it in this lifetime?" "Have no idea." Gale answered directly, and after seeing that Long did not show any disappointment or discouragement on his face, he continued, "Long, what you have to do is to overthrow a behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years. You may not be able to wait until the day when the time is right. Even so, do you still want to do it?" "Yes. This is the path I must take." Hearing Long's firm answer, Gear smiled, "That's it. Even if you don't win, the people at the bottom of the society who should have died under oppression in the countries you actually control are now living a good life because of you. Isn't that enough?" Long also had an understanding expression. Wasn't the reason why he wanted to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons so that these people would no longer have to live in darkness? "If we do this now, we can liberate more and more people before successfully overthrowing the world government. Isn't that enough? Ha ha ha, Long, you should give birth to a few more sons, educate them well from a young age, let them take over from you and carry the revolution through to the end. If one generation doesn't work, then you can have 2 generations, and your descendants will be endless. Gale bewitched. Monkey.d. Dragon seemed to be thinking about what he said, and his eyes gradually brightened. I don't know if Straw Hat Luffy will have more brothers and sisters because of this. Anyway, he values brotherhood so much, so he should be very happy. Mr. Gur, are you really not considering joining my organization? I think you are more suitable to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army than me. Your knowledge and wisdom will surely lead us to victory. Long once again sincerely invited Gear to join. Gale thought to himself, thank you so much. I'm the most vicious criminal in the world. Can I help you attract fire? He quickly refused. No. Don't. I won't join your revolutionary army, Long. That's the path you have to take. I am a person who loves money and life, and is greedy for pleasure. I am not born to do such a great thing. Revolution requires sacrifice. I don't want to see any of my family members get into trouble. I just want to live a comfortable life. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. I will not hesitate to do good deeds within my ability, but if I have to risk sacrificing myself or my companions to save people I don't know, I'm sorry, I can't do it for the time being. Having said this, Long did not continue to persuade him. He took out a den mushi from his pocket and handed it to Gale, saying, well, no matter what, I sincerely thank you for teaching me so much. It was you who pulled me out of my confusion. If there is anything I can help with in the future, as long as it does not violate justice, just tell me. Don't be polite with me. Haha, okay, I won't be polite then. Gale took the den mushi with a smile. It was a top-level helper. Ding, successfully promoted major plot development, the birth of the Revolutionary Army. Obtained skill, top armament haki. To use it, you must already have advanced armament haki. Ge suddenly felt less sleepy, thinking to himself, Long, you are such a fool, if you had told me earlier that you had a mission to complete, would I have accepted your meal money? It's strange. The sky was already turning pale, and the dark sea was beginning to turn blue in the morning light. There were only a few ships docked in the harbor. Many people who had come to watch the execution of the Pirates King left after it ended yesterday. I didn't expect that 2 grown men could chat all night. Gear jumped down from the side of the boat and clapped his hands, then Mr. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, what I am going to say next is my real business. Although I don't plan to join the Revolutionary Army, we can cooperate secretly. Captain Gale, please speak. Long's face lit up when he heard that. As long as there is cooperation, it's good. He was just worried that you would have no contact in the future. As long as there is cooperation, there will be a chance for both parties to be tied together in the future. My current plan is to travel around and invite some interesting people to my ship. When I return to the Grand Line, I may find a place to be my base and engage in some business activities. When you start to clean up those country parasites, you can ask me to sell the seized money. I can trade food supplies, medical drugs, and weapons with you at half the price of the black market. Gale has already done some research and found that the prices of the most common grains such as rice and wheat in the system mall are actually cheaper than mineral water. The price is about 1/10 of the world's average price, and there are discounts if you buy more. The most common swords are also of the sharp sword grade, and the price is about 1/4 of the market price. The same is true for other items. For the same item, the lowest grade in the system mall is of better quality than the ordinary quality in this world, but the price is more than half cheaper. Especially if the Revolutionary Army develops, it will definitely not be able to purchase these strategic materials in large quantities through formal channels, and can only purchase them on the black market, in which case the price will be 1 or 2 times higher. Therefore, if the transaction is conducted at half the market price, it can be said that Long makes a big profit, and Gert also makes a profit, which is a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Long was filled with disbelief and gratitude. Although the Revolutionary Army had just come up with a name, the strategic materials that Gale mentioned were definitely indispensable for development. Being able to trade with him at half the price would definitely be a great help. Yes. This must be Gear silently supporting our revolutionary cause in his own way. He is really my mentor and helpful friend. Although he said he would not join, his actual actions are so touching. After thinking about it and feeling moved, Long hugged Gale tightly and patted his shoulders twice with an expression that said, "My good brother, I understand everything." The two finally finished their conspiracy and went back to their rooms to rest. Wake up! Gale was also ready to set sail, but no one knew how to sail. Weeble tried to catch a few sea beasts to pull the boat, but the sea beasts he finally caught seemed to be not very smart and could not be taught no matter how much he trained them. He had no choice but to put them in the kitchen. "Hey, Captain Ghoul, haha, you guys haven't left yet." Gale, who was staring at the sail in a daze, suddenly heard someone calling him. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a round figure walking towards him. "Hey! It's Brother Mo Sang. How's the business going?" The person who came was the kind-hearted fat businessman Mozang, and Gear waved and greeted him. The smile on Mozanpang's face was a little embarrassed, and the two sailors who had helped Gale drive the boat before were angry. It seemed that this trip was not going well. "Haha, let's not talk about that unlucky thing. Brother Gale, are you ready to set off? We were supposed to leave yesterday. You know we don't know how to sail." "Haha. By the way, does anyone know any sailors to help me sail? I want to hire some to help me sail. It's a rare trip, so I want to just wander around East Blue." After hearing what Gale said, Mozan looked a little embarrassed, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing the other party's expression, Gear smiled and put down the rope ladder. "Brother Mo sang, come up and have a cup of tea first. We can talk later if you have anything to say." Mozan did not refuse and boarded Gear's boat with his two younger brothers. "Thank you, little girl." "You're welcome." Baya served each of the three people a cup of tea and a plate of cookies, then left. The two sturdy men behind Mo Sang started drooling when they saw the food. They were obviously very hungry, but they resisted the urge to take it. "Eat something. Drinking tea makes you hungry." Gale found an excuse for them and pushed the plate in front of the three people. The three of them then began to eat voraciously. After eating the first piece, they couldn't stop and finished the whole box of biscuits in no time. "Hee, sorry, Brother Gale, it was so delicious that we accidentally ate it all. This cake must be very expensive. I had the honor of eating something similar at a count's house before, and it didn't taste as good as yours." The count was reluctant to give it to us and only gave each of us half a piece to try. After saying this, Mo Sang licked the residue on his fingers, really not wasting anything. It seemed that this kind fat businessman had really encountered trouble, but since he didn't say anything, Gale didn't ask and took out 3 more bowls of braised beef noodles. Under the curious gazes of the 3 people, he skillfully opened the package, added the seasoning packet, poured in boiling water, covered it, and opened it after 3 minutes. "Eat it." "You're welcome." Gale pushed 3 bowls of noodles in front of the 3 people and said. Mo Sang held the noodles and found that the bowl was made of paper. Looking at the steaming and fragrant noodles in front of him, he was still thinking about the series of actions that Gear had just taken. As a businessman, Mozan, due to his occupational disease, immediately thought about the huge commercial value of this thing. Slurp, slurp. The 2 younger brothers had already started eating the instant noodles in big mouthfuls. After finishing the noodles, they gulped down the soup in a few mouthfuls. "It's delicious." The way they ate made Mo Sang even hungrier. He scooped out some noodles with a fork and took a sip. "Tasty." Mo Sang's eyes suddenly widened, and he slurped the noodles like his 2 younger brothers, and drank up the noodle soup. Gale just stood by and watched with a smile but didn't say anything. "Belch." Mo Sang burped and looked at the young man in front of him with an embarrassed expression. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, "Hey, Brother Gale, I didn't want to trouble you, but I really have no other choice now. This is not the time to save face, so I can only ask you for help, haha." "Brother Mo Sang, what are you talking about? You didn't ask for so much when you helped us a few days ago. If there is anything I can help you with, just ask. I just heard you say you want to hire a few sailors to go around East Blue? What do you think of me and my 2 brothers? No compensation is required, just meals. And I hope you can help take us back to Zilabia village. Please." Mozan requested, and the 2 people behind him also bent down. Gale thought for a moment. Isn't Zilabia village the village of Usopp? Usopp may not even be a fertilized egg now, but his father Usopp should be a handsome young man in his 20s. Maybe he can poach the red-haired girl. Gale quickly helped them up and asked, "Brother, you and these two brothers are willing to board the ship, which is a big favor to me. They are not asking me for help. It is no problem for me to take you to Zilabia village. But brother Mozan, I haven't seen you for a few days. What happened?" "Alas, brother, you don't know." Mo Sang sighed and said in embarrassment, "Isn't this because the pirates King Roger said a lot of deceptive words before he died? The guard leaders on my ship were also present at the scene. Unexpectedly, they all started dreaming of treasure hunting after hearing about it. They instigated the other dozens of guards to go out to sea as pirates to look for some great secret treasure. They kidnapped me and stole my boat and money. If it weren't for the two good brothers behind me, I might have been murdered by them for my money, haha." Gale also had a little more admiration for Mozan. Don't be fooled by his understatement. Gale knew that the danger involved was enough to be made into a thrilling movie. Mozan calmly recounted what happened, with no resentment on his face, only relief at having escaped a disaster. Instead, the two sailors named Daedong and Xiaobei behind him said indignantly, "Billy Do, these ungrateful bastards, you shouldn't have let them get on board in the first place, boss." "That's right. They are not good people. They steal, eat, drink, gamble and prostitute. Everyone in our village knows it. No one is willing to hire them. You are too kind, boss." Mozan scratched his head and laughed, "Haha, brothers, don't be angry. This is indeed my fault. I asked them to come on board and help me. First, I wanted them to stop being idle all day and harming the people in the village. Second, I wanted to give them a chance to do something serious. I thought they would settle down after working for a few years and have some savings. They should choose to live an honest life. Billy Do and the others have done a good job over the past year or so. I didn't expect." Because of Roger's words, Gale believes that similar situations should be happening simultaneously all over the world. So from a certain perspective, Roger is really a troublemaker. He loves freedom and wants to overturn the world, which is his own business, but he has no right to drag down so many ordinary people who just want to live a good life. With such a group of people with dirty backgrounds on board, I would not be able to sleep if it were me. Brother Mo Sang, you are really a man of great skill and courage. Thinking of some of the crime movies he had seen in his previous life about ocean-going ships on the high seas, Gale couldn't help but admire the fat businessman's courage to commit suicide. Drifting on the sea for a long time, with poor working and living conditions, people's emotions are easily affected by various negative factors, and the evil in human nature will be gradually magnified. Some people may develop psychological problems due to long-term loneliness, stress, and anxiety, and even have thoughts of suicide or murder. It was really brave of Mozan to gather all these people who knew they had bad character together and bring them on board. Mo Sang said somewhat embarrassedly, "Originally, these people were divided into 3 factions, restraining each other, and we wouldn't be in any danger. But we never expected that Roger's words before his death would not only arouse their evil intentions, but also make them unite together." Ger smiled and said, "It's a blessing in disguise that no one is hurt." Yes, brother Gale is right." After the two had a conversation, Mozan, Daedong, and Xiaobei temporarily boarded Gale's boat, and everyone started to set sail. Chapter 30. It's a nice day with bright sunshine. The sky is blue, the waves rise and fall with the breeze, creating slight ripples, and looking out, the vast ocean seems boundless. The sea surface of East Blue is gentle and calm most of the time, which is less challenging for adventurers. On the deck, Captain Ghoul sat on a small stool, eating potato chips while fishing. Clang, clang. Weibul was doing squats with a huge barbell. Moria squatted in a dark corner, playing with a black shadow in his hand, developing the ability of the devil fruit. Mozan and Bia were drinking tea and chatting, while Daedong and Xiaobei were steering the boat and controlling the sail respectively. Fate prepared a variety of ingredients in the kitchen and practiced according to the book. Senior, who wanted to help, was kicked out of the kitchen by Fate because he smelled like he had just finished smoking. At this time, Durag was also leaning against the window with a teacup in his hand, reading a book and basking in the sun, stopping from time to time to write and draw in his notebook. After discussing with Long, Gale gave him a few red books. This guy refused to leave the boat, saying that he wanted to stay on the boat for a while to study the contents of these books. He also wanted to ask Gale if he encountered something he didn't understand. He said so much and I don't know if he wanted to eat for free. Gale bought a box of iced cola from the system mall. After throwing a kin to each person on the deck, he picked up a kin himself, pulled the ring, and used his mouth to block the bubbles that were about to come out. Gudong gudong gudong. Hiccup cool. If this continues, I will use my ultimate entertainment weapon. After sailing peacefully on the sea for a few days, even Gale, who longed for a peaceful life, felt a little bored. Right at this moment. Boss Gale, there's a ship coming towards us, it looks like pirates. Xiaobei on the watchtower shouted loudly. Gale threw away his fishing rod, ran to the bow, picked up the telescope, and saw a large ship coming against the wind and waves, with the pirate's flag on the mast fluttering in the wind. Hey, it's the pirate's ship, guys. Come over there. Ger shouted excitedly. Roar. He, finally I have the chance to test out my new ability. Only Weeble and Moria joined in the shouting. Both of them had ADHD and they were itching to chop people down after not having done so for a long time. They are coming. Be careful of collision. Xiaobei shouted again. The pirate's ship on the opposite side did not change direction because of the appearance of Gale and his men, and continued to speed towards them. As the distance got closer, they saw that the pirates on the opposite ship all had terrified faces, as if something terrible was chasing them. Just as Gale was about to shout that he would not be killed if he surrendered, he saw a huge blue sword energy flying from behind, which directly cut the pirate's ship in front of him neatly in half, and the remaining power of the sword continued to attack Gale and his team. Oh my god! It's dangerous! Seeing the flying slash that was already right in front of them, several people on the deck almost dropped their jaws, especially the sailor Xiaobei who was climbing on the mast. He had just seen with his own eyes the pirate's ship being split in half by the sword energy. It's over. Help, shave. Just as Long put down the book and prepared to attack, Wei Bull took the lead and flashed to the bow. He clenched his left fist, which quickly turned dark. He punched out towards the blue attack. Bang! The collision between fist and sword energy made a sharp sound. The collision created a huge air wave that made the sails rustle and the ship was pushed back more than 10 meters. The stalemate didn't last long before the sword energy was shattered by Wei Bull's punch, shattering like broken glass, and the fluorescent spots slowly dissipated in the air. Weevil fell back onto the deck, turned his hips, and instantly slashed out with the Kusukumokiri sword in his right hand. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Although Wei Bull couldn't say such a cultured sentence, he knew how to respond. I saw an equally huge red flying slash rushing towards the direction of the previous attack. Boom! The pirate's ship, which had just been cut in half vertically by the blue slash, had not yet had time to sink into the sea, and was now cut in half again by Weevil. The pirate's ship could no longer hold on, and with a creaking sound, it completely disintegrated into a pile of broken wooden boards floating on the sea. Call out! Another blue slash came from behind and collided head-on with Wei Bull's red slash. Clang! Two crescent-shaped slashes, one red and one blue, collided violently in the air and finally dissipated at the same time. They were evenly matched. Thousands of meters away, people can't even see each other, but the battle has already begun. On the boat, except for Gale and Long, the others had never seen a fight between strong men of this level. Just a wave of probing long-range attacks at the beginning had already activated the special effects to the maximum. It's so enjoyable, so enjoyable. Everyone on the boat was eager to watch the action, and they were all lying on the side of the boat with great interest. Baya was too short, so she quickly ran back and brought a small wooden stool to stand on, for fear of missing out on the exciting scene. Only the captain was alone, disheveled in the wind. Gale's face looked a little ugly. That's not right. Logically speaking, with Wei Bull's current strength, he is definitely a father-level existence in the world. Where did this strong man come from? He can actually compete with his stinky brother. Even if we look at the slashing, he is slightly better than Wei Bull. Gale turned around and saw the figure in the room who was still reading a book seriously. When he thought that there was a more pervert on the boat, Gale suddenly felt relieved and ordered Daedong and Xiaobei to pull the boat closer. Today I want to see who is dancing. In the distance, a small boat was approaching slowly. On the boat stood a man carrying a cross, with short black hair, a black windbreaker, white trousers and golden pupils like an eagle, with a sharp and calm look that was a bit rebellious. Although he didn't have a mustache on his face and didn't wear a black hat with white fluff on his head, Gale knew who the person was just by looking at his iconic eyes. The future world's greatest swordsman, Dracula my hawk. Gale complained in his heart, it turns out that this guy has had the habit of chopping down pirates' ships since he was a child. At this time, my hawk had not yet become the world's #1 swordsman. He was only about 20 years old, at the age of youthful vigor. He traveled around with his sword, looking for qualified opponents to hone his swordsmanship. As the distance got closer, Hawkeye and Weevil finally saw each other clearly, and a strong desire to fight began to burn in their eyes. "You are very strong. I didn't expect to meet someone as strong as you in East Blue. Come and fight me." My hawk spoke first, directly challenging Weevil to a fight, a hint of excitement that could not be suppressed on his cold face. "Elder brother." Weevil turned to look at Gale and said nothing, but his eager posture and impatient tone expressed his strong personal will. "Just do what you want to do. I won't stop you." Ger nodded and said, then turned to my hawk and shouted, "My brother accepts your challenge. Let's find an uninhabited island." My hawk didn't waste any words and silently rowed the boat with his knife. After tying his small boat to the stern of Gale's ship, he didn't get on board. He sat on his small boat with aloofness, closed his eyes and began to meditate. "Change course first and find an uninhabited island nearby. Brother Mozan, thank you for your help," Ger said. "No problem." Mozan took out the map and began looking for the nearest uninhabited island. At this time those pirates who jumped into the sea and were not killed by the lightning rushed to the wreckage, trying desperately to climb onto the floating broken planks. Because the wooden boards can only bear a limited amount of weight, there is always a scene of fratricide. A strong man wearing a captain's hat grabbed a piece of medium-sized wooden board, but because there was a treasure chest that looked very heavy next to him, the insufficient buoyancy of the board caused the sea water to submerge him up to his knees. The contact with the sea water made him feel a little weak, but the man still held the box tightly and refused to let go. "Hey! Why don't you help Laozi?" Seeing a larger wooden board floating over, the man was no longer able to move and could only anxiously yell at the two pirates on the board. Seeing the two pirates still whispering to each other, the man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He smiled wryly and said, "Brothers, please save me quickly. I have a box of treasure here. I am willing to share it with you." The two pirates were reluctant at first, but because of the captain's past tyranny, they didn't dare to tell him to eat shit directly. Now when they heard that there was treasure to be shared, they began to hesitate again. In the end, greed overcame reason, and the two worked together to pull the captain and the treasure chest up. Pirates Captain Bayada collapsed on the wooden board, gasping for breath, and it took her a long time to recover. Seeing that the two idiots were still staring at her treasure chest, Beat opened the treasure chest and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. You are indeed my loyal subordinates. Come, this is the reward you deserve." Seeing the dazzling gold that was blinding them, the two men squatted down without any precautions and tried to take it. Puff! The nails on Beat's hands turned into sharp claws, and she stabbed the two men in one hand in an instant. Bayada pushed the two people who had just saved him into the sea, ending their lives. He grinned and said, "I'm so sorry, brothers. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the small size of the board. And your greed is too great. Ha ha ha." Beat quickly put away the treasure chest, paddled the raft away from the crowd, thinking that with this money he could immediately buy another pirate's ship, recruit men and do sit UPS on the spot. Humph! No one can take my things away. That damn Hawkeye guy, sooner or later I will dig out his heart and eat it with wine. Gale took Weeble and Moria to jump onto the wreckage of the pirate's ship to see if there was anything valuable that they could salvage so as not to waste it. As soon as he came over, Gale saw a man dressed like a captain holding a piece of wood as a paddle, with a large box sitting under his butt, supporting a large piece of wood and preparing to escape. Moonwalk. Gale jumped in the air and chased after him. This guy did not forget to guard the big box even while running for his life. There must be a valuable treasure in it. Feeling the raft sway slightly, Bayada turned around and saw a young man staring at her with a smile. "Hey! Little ghost, if you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Laozi doesn't have time to deal with you now." He was used to being domineering and arrogant on weekdays, but today he encountered so many bad lucks. As a captain, even his ship was destroyed. Now he has to run away on a small raft. It is simply a stain on his life. He is so angry that he has no place to vent. Gale didn't want to waste time talking and just pulled out his pistol and pointed it at him. "Hey, hey, hey! If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Laozi is the Black Tiger Beat. A big pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Damn it, no one takes me seriously today. Even a brat dares to bully Lao Zi. Beato was furious. He roared loudly and his body began to grow rapidly. His palms began to grow larger, and the paws unique to cats appeared in the palms. His legs became longer and bent, and the muscles on his thighs grew bigger and bigger like balloons. A long and thick tail stretched out from behind him. The muscles in his upper body swelled and burst through his clothes. Grey hair began to grow on his limbs and back, and black stripes appeared. It's a bit like the human-beast transformation of Lucci's cat fruit's leopard form, except that it has grey hair and black stripes instead of yellow hair and black Madara spots. Ha ha ha, kid, that crap bullet can't even break my skin, so just wait and die. Black Tiger digs out his heart. Beat gathered strength and burst out, pouncing towards Gale like a hungry tiger. Bang, bang, bang. A few blood flowers bloomed. Bang. Beat fell heavily in a pool of blood. His grey hair began to fade away. He widened his eyes and looked at the bloody holes on his body in disbelief. After the transformation, my skin is thick and tough, so I am obviously not afraid of bullets. And why did this bullet hit me and I felt weak all over, and my human beast form was also turned back to its original form? This feeling? That's right. This feeling is like falling into the sea. A hole. What did you do to me? Beata cursed out loud. Black Tiger? It's a pretty good ability, but it's a bit wasted on you. Gale approached slowly, his face still showing that harmless expression. He looked at Beat who was struggling on the ground and trying to get up and said with a smile, to thank you for your transformation, I'll let you die knowingly. This is called a sea stone bullet, specially designed to deal with people with special abilities. Mr. Big Pirates who has never left East Blue, remember to be a good person in your next life. After saying that, without paying any attention to the other party's pleas for mercy, Gale simply killed him. Ding! Unknown devil fruit detected, automatically analyzing, analysis completed, Zoan. Cat fruit. Tabby cat form, please select extract or decompose. What the hell? Why is a little tabby cat pretending to be a big black tiger? I was so happy for nothing. Gale kicked the corpse on the ground to vent his dissatisfaction. Extract. Ding. Extraction successful. Extraction ability, beast form transformed into a tabby cat, various physical abilities are improved, especially speed and agility. Usage, oral. After putting the meatballs away, Gale opened the treasure chest with anticipation. A burst of golden light made Gale's eyes uncomfortable. He didn't expect that a small group of pirates from East Blue could have so many treasures. It seemed that they were lucky enough to rob a rich man or find a treasure. How tacky. Haha, but I like it. Seeing that it was a neatly arranged box of gold bricks, Gale accepted them all with a smile. Ding! Recharge of 380 million Baileys successfully. I looked at the balance. The 2 billion contributed by the Dover brothers has not been recharged yet. There was more than 2.45 billion before. 200 million was used to activate the voice function and space. Now the balance after recharge is 2.59 billion. That is to say, I have spent more than 40 million in just a few days, and 90% of it was spent on food alone. What a boat full of foodies. Chapter 31. Squeak. The sails on the ship were raised high again. When they came back, Mozan had already determined the course and was commanding the ship to head towards the nearest uninhabited island. Soon after Gale returned to the ship, he saw Weevil and Moria coming back one after another, and each of them had gained something. Although Weevil came back empty-handed, he had a great time beating up the pirates. In addition to testing the power of the shadow fruit, Moria also brought back a teenage boy. The boy was short, only about 1.3 meters tall, and thin. At the age of 10, this physique would be nothing in other worlds, but being born in the world of pirates was already a great disadvantage. Dark circles, thick lips, short black hair, deep V widow's peak, and tanned skin. Gur thought, this healthy skin and thick lips make him look a bit like Usopp, but the age doesn't match. He should be a passerby character who did not appear in the original work. Hey, Captain, this kid said he's not a pirate, he was captured and brought aboard. I think he's not lying. What should we do with him? Moria, who had just folded her wings and landed on the boat, brought the little boy in front of Ger and asked him questions. Gear was drinking the tea handed to him by Baye, and he looked at the little kid while drinking. Seeing that the captain didn't say anything, Moria thought that Gale didn't want to keep this kid but didn't know how to say it directly. Come to think of it, there are so many suffering orphans on the sea. If they took in every one of them, the ship would soon be unable to accommodate them. They are an adventure group, not a nanny group. Moria scratched his head and said awkwardly, I'm sorry Captain, I'm being nosy. I'll take care of it right away. The little boy next to him was not panicked when he heard this. His eyelids drooped as if he had not woken up yet. He raised his head and looked at Gale, knowing that his life and death depended on the thoughts of the young man in front of him. He did not kneel down and beg for mercy. The boy slowly opened his mouth, looked directly into Gear's eyes, and said calmly, Thank you for killing these pirates and helping me get revenge. I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. Child. Dad and Mom are gone first, don't cry, you must live on. Suddenly, his mother and father's last words came to his mind. He must live no matter what. The little boy gritted his teeth and continued, If possible, please don't kill me. I can work, I eat little, and I can sleep on the deck. I will be more valuable if you keep me alive. I will definitely repay this favor. If my work really doesn't satisfy you, you can leave me on the next inhabited island, and I will still be grateful to you, Captain. Gale looked at him for a while and saw that the kid's eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water, but there was still a little light in the depths of his eyes. Living on hatred until now, falling into confusion after the death of the enemy? But finding some reason to live even if it means living a miserable life? Interesting. Guessing in my mind. Gale kicked Moria's foot lightly and cursed, What do you mean by get rid of it? It makes us look like bad guys. Look, we've scared people. Moria chuckled foolishly, but when he laughed he looked more like a bad guy. Gale then turned to the little boy and said, Boy, I'm curious. You originally wanted to die, so what made you change your mind and suddenly have such a strong desire to survive? Don't be nervous, just answer truthfully. I won't kill you no matter what your answer is. Because my parents sacrificed their lives for me to be alive. I feel that I need to live well with their share. I can't selfishly choose to give up. The boy clenched his fists and tried hard not to let his tears fall. You're pretty good, kid. My name is Geer. We're not bad people. Don't worry. What's your name? Do you have any other relatives in your hometown? If it's convenient, we can take you back. Hello Mr. Gear, my name is Jin, my hometown has been destroyed by the pirates, I have nowhere to go back to. If possible, please let me stay on the ship, I will try my best to repay your kindness with my whole life, you can let me do anything. Please. After saying this, Jin fell heavily to his knees with a thud, put his hands in front of his knees, knocked his head on the deck, and saluted Gale. As an outstanding young man of the new era, Gear doesn't like kneeling very much, but kneeling is still very common in this world, so he can only follow the local customs. Jin, right? You get up first. Although we are adventurers, the dangers and enemies we face are no less than when we were pirates. Staying on my ship is not a good option. Most of us have this habit, that is, when someone's name has only one character, we often don't call him by that character alone, but add an A in front of it, so Gear also habitually calls him Jin. I'm not afraid of danger. I'm not afraid of death. Please give me a chance, Mr. Gear. Jin was reluctant to get up and continued to beg. Hey, kid, we're not like those ragtag pirates that anyone can join. Moria said casually and took out a bag of melon seeds and started eating them. He knew that Gale didn't like killing innocent people, so he wanted to bring the person back and hand him over to the captain for handling, but he didn't think of asking the captain to take in the kid. This world lacks everything, but it has everything, except poor orphans. If they take pity on everyone they see and take him in, wouldn't their ship become a kindergarten? Jin looked at this group of people, some of them were tall and strong, some were 6 to 7 meters tall devilish muscular men, and then looked at his own thin arms and legs. It would be hard for him to help without being a burden, and he felt a little lost. But he didn't say anything else and just got off the boat at the next island. This was already a very good result. At least he was alive. Being alive should be worth being happy about, isn't it? Baya hid aside and watched, feeling a little sympathy for the little boy who had lost his home and relatives even younger than herself. If the captain doesn't agree to let him stay on the ship, what will he do when he's all alone in the future? It's so pitiful. Thinking about it, tears began to well up in the little girl's big eyes. Captain, why don't you just let him stay on the ship? The little girl pleaded. Gale also wanted to agree. After all, the ship was so big and there were plenty of empty rooms. In fact, since Gale had a system mall and storage space, there was no need to stockpile too much food and daily necessities on the ship. It would be easy to accommodate dozens of people. What's more, Captain Gale was rich and powerful, and adding a pair of chopsticks could save a life. Gale, who had an A-end outlook on life, would not have hesitated at first, but at this moment he frowned, because the scene in front of him was very similar to that of an old man who knelt down and begged his father to get on the boat in order to realize his ambition. Once this idea appeared in Gale's mind, it could not be shaken off. Every decision he made was responsible for the safety of everyone on the ship, which caused Gale to begin to hesitate. As a very smart time traveler, I will never give anyone the chance to stab me in the back. Hey? Wait, what did you say your name was? Jin? Ah, Jin? Why does he sound familiar to me all of a sudden? Gale once again looked at his appearance, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Mr. Gale, my name is Jin, you can call me Jin, everyone calls me that. Ajin said again. Okay. Ajin, no need to say more, I agree that you can join us. Gale suddenly said excitedly as he helped Ajin up. Hey! Several people on the boat and Ajin shouted in surprise. They were all confused as to why Gale's attitude changed so quickly and why he made the decision so suddenly. But despite their curiosity, no one questioned the captain's decision. Yet. That's great. Ajin, the captain agreed. Why don't you go and thank the captain? Baya was the first to react and shouted happily. Thank you very much, Mr. Gale. Ajin finally came to his senses and spoke quickly. Ajin, remember your words. From now on, your life belongs to me. You must live well without my permission. Do you understand? Hearing these harsh yet warm words, Ajin's eyes were blurred with tears. He had one more reason to live. He nodded vigorously and said, I remember it. Mr. Gale. Ha ha ha, it's time to call the captain. Welcome aboard, Jin, we'll be your family from now on. Yes. Captain Gale. The always cautious GER certainly would not allow strangers on board in a fit of rage or out of sympathy. Of course the reason the kid was allowed to join was because GER had remembered who he was. This is Ajin, the ghost from the Creek Pirates who I met at the Straw Hat Crew at the East Blue restaurant more than 20 years later. The phrase Goodbye Grand Line made Ajin the busiest man in Pirates King. Countless people were looking forward to his reappearance not only because of his strength, but also because of his character. When Akin appeared, he subdued Redfoot Zeph without any injury, smashed the shield man with one blow, easily took down Sanji while showing mercy, and knocked out Creek with the last punch. Judging from the general level of East Blue in the early stage, his fighting ability can only be described as terrifying. But what Gale valued more was Ajin's character. Most bad people blame the environment and their experiences. As Doflamingo famously said, if you went through what I went through, you wouldn't be half as kind as I am. Gale did not comment. Fortunately, the Dover brothers did not bring up this sentence last time, otherwise Gale was afraid that he would not be able to help but ask, isn't your brother Rosinante's experience the same as yours? It is true that many times people are always forced to do things against their will. The path they want to take is not easy to walk, and it is not easy to be a good person. But the strong draw their swords against the stronger, and the weak draw their swords against the weaker. When they begin to harm the weak, the so-called helplessness is nothing but an excuse. Because there are always some people who can always maintain their persistence and kindness in their hearts even in a rotten environment. This is a rare quality. And Ajin is such a person. He was torn between the captain's orders and Sanji's kindness. In order to repay the meal, he resolutely gave his gas mask to Sanji. Finally, when he was defeated and retreated, he stayed with everyone in the Creek Pirates. Overall, this person is extremely talented, loyal, sentimental, and can be of great use. In my opinion, he has the potential to be an admiral. Don't be so reserved, we'll be a family from now on. Jin. Gale enthusiastically reached out and pulled up Ajin who was still in a daze, with a smile on his face as if he had won the first prize in the lottery. He turned around and called to the little girl next to him, Baya, take Ajin to wash and change into clean clothes first. Okay, Captain. Leave it to me. Uncle Fate. I'm hungry. Can we eat now? As Weeble spoke, he walked towards the kitchen, and then he heard a commotion in the kitchen and Uncle Fate's roar. "It will be ready soon." "Hey! Weiabul, don't take it. You can't eat it. These are for you to fill your stomach first, please leave first." When everyone started to leave and go about their own business, Gale walked over to Moria and patted his leg, but he couldn't reach his shoulder because it was 2 stories high. "Hey, Lao Mo, well done. I never realized you have the potential to be Uncle Snake. Bring back any kids who need help, you see next time." "Who is Uncle Snake?" Moria had a black question mark face. After thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears, revealing a terrifying and evil smile. "He, Captain, I get it. No, you understand something, your smile is dangerous, you must have misunderstood." Gear quickly explained, "I'm not talking about kidnapping a child. I'm serious. Don't misunderstand me, Lao Mo." "Captain, I understand. I really understand." He. Moria nodded heavily. Gale sighed and could only hope that Moria really understood what he meant. Maybe some people are actually kind-hearted, but their smiles are just naturally scary. Finally, there was someone of the same age on the boat. The little girl happily took the little brother's hand and went into the hold. Come on, you are so dirty, I will take you to take a shower and change clothes." Ajin's face turned slightly red, and he no longer had the calmness he had just shown when facing life and death. Being mature, he felt very embarrassed to hold hands with Baya at such an age. He wanted to shake off Baya's hand awkwardly, but when he saw the innocent smile on the girl's face, he couldn't bear to ruin it, so he could only let her pull him away. "By the way, Jin, how old are you this year?" "I was about 10, or maybe 11, I can't remember exactly." "Hey? Have you forgotten this?" Baya's eyes widened in surprise. Ajin experienced many misfortunes in his early years. He was captured and worked as a laborer on a pirate ship for almost 2 years, always waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. The pirates deliberately kept him just to have more fun during the boring voyage. Ajin was forced to grow up mentally, but for some reason, in front of this girl who was 1 or 2 years older than him, he slowly began to become like a child. Seeing the embarrassment on Ajin's face, Baya smiled and encouraged, "It's okay. You are younger than me no matter if you are 10 or 11 years old. From now on, you have to call me Sister Baya. Call me now and let me hear it." "Sister Bai. Sister Baya." Ajin cried out in an embarrassed voice. "Haha, be good, brother Jin, I'll protect you on the boat from now on. I tell you." Baya asked questions all the way, and her laughter like silver bells echoed throughout the boat. Wearing clean clothes such as a white t-shirt, black trousers and a blue headscarf, Ajin looks energetic and capable. When he and Bia came to the deck again, everyone had gathered around the table and were ready to eat. "Hurry up! Otherwise, all the delicious food will be eaten by Weiabul." Ajin stared blankly at the harmonious atmosphere on the deck, and Bia pulled him over by the hand. Chapter 32. Everyone was drooling at the sight of the vast array of food on the table that they had never seen before. These were the Hyuxia dishes that Uncle Fate had recently developed. Gale looked at the spicy chicken, steamed fish with green onion and ginger, spicy seafood, braised beef, beer duck, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork with preserved vegetables, soup made from some unknown bone and 2 stir-fried vegetables on the table, and he had the illusion of returning to modern times. The portions are just a bit scary. The fish is sea fish weighing several hundred kilograms, the spicy chicken and beer duck are made from more than a dozen whole chickens and ducks, and the sweet and sour spare ribs are also made from a whole large rib. Each dish is large in quantity and filling. After Fate brought over a few more dishes, everyone started eating. There was no such thing as table manners on Gale's ship, so eating was like a war. Delicious! Delicious! Both Weiabul and Moria held a chicken in their left hand and a duck in their right hand, and munched on them in a very ungraceful manner. It was the first time that Baya became the big sister, and she tried her best to stuff food into the bowl of her little brother Ajin. It was the first time for Ajin to eat such delicious food. He ate the chicken leg with tears in his eyes. Only Senor ate in the most elegant way. Gale brought out 10 cartons of beer and several cartons of juice. Children were not allowed to drink alcohol, so Gale took a bottle of coconut milk that he had been drinking since he was a child, and distributed the drinks to all the children present, including Weevil, who was still a child. Long, Fate, Daedong, Xiaobei and Moria, a few other adults, picked up the bottles and drank beer together. This guy Long is usually not seen on the boat, but when it comes to mealtime, he will always arrive on time without being called. Cheers! Congratulations! We have a new partner today. Gale raised the coconut juice, and everyone picked up the drinks in their hands, collided them in the air, and drank them all in one gulp. Welcome aboard, Ajahn. Thank you. Captain, thank you everyone. It's so embarrassing. It's really so embarrassing. I'm sorry. Apart from my parents, this is the first time someone has been so nice to me. Ajahn wiped the tears from his eyes and looked at the group of happy people around him. He seemed to have found his dream. His eyes gradually became bright and determined. Cough cough cough. Ajahn was too nervous and drank too quickly, so he choked and kept coughing, which made everyone laugh. After the meal, the numbers in Gale's system were down by millions of Baileys. But happiness is priceless. Just a little bit of Bailey, the wealthy Captain Gale didn't even blink an eye, but he always felt like he had forgotten something. At the stern, on the small boat, my hawk, who was resting with his eyes closed, frowned slightly. He listened to the cheerful laughter and the sounds of eating on the boat and smelled the tempting aroma of food in the air. An unnatural expression appeared on my hawk's cold face. Keep your swordsmanship steady. Resist temptation. This is the practice a swordsman should have. My hawk was internally motivated, but his Adam's apple that moved from time to time gave him away. Hey, you little guy with the cross, aren't you hungry? My hawk, who was trying to calm himself down, slowly opened his eyes when he heard the voice, and saw a square-faced uncle standing at the stern with food in his hand. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach made a protesting sound and my hawk, feeling a little humiliated, tried hard to maintain a cool expression on his face. As long as he was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. Ha ha ha, what a dishonest young man. Men should be more straightforward. As a chef, I don't want to see anyone go to battle on an empty stomach, except for the enemy. I put it here for you. Don't waste food. Remember to return the bowl and chopsticks after eating. Uncle Fate placed the food he had brought on a wooden barrel, said something, and walked back. Thanks. My hawk stopped being pretentious and jumped onto the boat. He thanked Fate from behind, picked up the food and sat on the side of the boat to eat it in big mouthfuls. You're welcome. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen. The captain said you're very strong. If you can, help me beat up that BD Weibull. That guy comes to the kitchen to mess with me every day. After saying that, Fate waved his hand and left without looking back. Is there such a strange request? My hawk picked up a piece of ribs, took a bite, and his eyes suddenly widened, just like the eyes of an eagle when it discovered a chick on the ground. Tasty. East Blue, an uninhabited island in the Meads Islands. After driving for most of the day, we finally arrived at our destination before sunset in the evening. A desolate island isolated in the sea. There are no hills or vegetation on the island. It is a wide and flat terrain with only some strangely shaped rocks. It is very suitable as a battle location. Weibull picked up the fake kusunagiri and carried it on his shoulder, my hawk carried a long sword on his back, and the two jumped off the boat at the same time, striding towards the central open space. Gale looked at the meatball in his hand and hesitated for a long time whether to give Weevil the top-level armament color in advance. After thinking about it, he finally put the meatball back into the space. Maybe because he is not very smart, Weevil has a combat instinct that surpasses ordinary people, just like wild beasts are often more perceptive than humans, and his simple mind makes him very talented in mastering combat skills. He had felt this when Gale was instructing him in practicing Haki and Six Styles. Basically, he could learn it after watching it a few times, and use it to greater effect based on his strong physique. For such a martial arts genius, fighting more battles with evenly matched opponents or even in a disadvantageous position can greatly enhance his strength. Gale estimated that the strength difference between Mihawk and Weevil should not be very large at this time. It is rare to have such an experience game where the two sides are evenly matched and do not have to fight to the death, so Gear finally decided not to force the issue and let him hone his skills in battle and lay a solid foundation. Both sides stood still, neither taking a fighting stance, but slowly walking towards each other face to face. Their eyes met, and with every step closer, the momentum of the two men rose. 10 steps apart, the two men stopped in tacit understanding. Their momentum had reached its peak, forming two cyclones that rubbed and collided with each other, and sand and stones on the ground flew everywhere. My hawk drew out his long sword and pointed it at his opponent, and spoke first. Dracula Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman, this is the world's strongest supreme sword, knight. Mihawk only became the world's greatest swordsman when he became the world's greatest swordsman. Tell me your name. A strong man I haven't seen in a long time. Edward Weevil. My brother said that I will be the strongest person in the world. Weevil didn't say much, he just swung the Konjai and chopped forward. And Mihawk held the knife in both hands and raised his hands to block. A huge crash was accompanied by several waves of air. What a powerful force! Mihawk's pupils trembled, and he actually retreated several meters under the attack, leaving 2 marks on the ground with his feet. He felt the tremor in his hand, and then gripped the knife a little tighter. Weibul pursued the victory, leaped into the air with a burst of energy, and chopped down from a height with a powerful force. It was as if he was going to split the world apart with one blow. Mihawk was not surprised but happy. Wasn't he going out to sea to fight with such a strong man? Good job! Buzz Mihawk's forearm muscles swelled, and the knight in his hand also made buzzing sounds, as if responding to his owner's excitement. Mihawk leaned forward, the tip of the knife dragging on the ground, the sharp blade cutting a deep scar on the ground, bringing up a trail of sparks, and swung the long knife from bottom to top with all his strength. When the 2 weapons collided violently again, there was another sharp sound of metal collision, and the air wave exploded instantly like a tsunami. Smoke and dust rose all over the island. The shock wave carried the broken stones on the ground and flew in all directions. As the 2 sides wrestled, the 2 weapons rubbed against each other, making a teeth-grinding sound. Weibul was very powerful and came down from the sky. Mihawk, who was at the bottom, was at a slight disadvantage, and the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spider web. On the boat, except for Gale who was relatively calm, everyone else had watched so much that they forgot to blink. Ajin was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly, staring at the 2 fighting figures with a fanatical look on his face, his heart filled with excitement. Is this what it means to be strong? Moria crossed his hands in front of his chest, his expression serious and his brows furrowed. He was also a swordsman, and just 2 simple collisions made him realize that there was a huge gap between his swordsmanship and that of the Hawkeye man in front of him. Even Long was shocked by the fight between the 2. His own strength was not weak, even a little bit better than Weevil and Hawkeye, but given his age, there was nothing to be proud of. Although there is no shortage of strong people in the sea, it is definitely rare to have such strength at such a young age. At least I definitely did not have their strength when I was their age. That's great, there are 2 of these little East Blues on one ship. On the field after the attack, Weevil and Mihawk jumped back in tacit understanding, distanced themselves, and looked at each other again. His eyes also became more serious. Since their debut, the 2 have always been able to defeat their enemies with one strike. This is the first time they have encountered an enemy that they cannot defeat with a single full-strength strike. The fighting spirit of both sides soared again. Gurgle. A piece of gravel rolled down from the rock layer, and the crisp sound it made when it hit the ground broke the brief confrontation, just like the sound of a starting gun at the start of a race, and the 2 men disappeared from their original positions in an instant. The battle begins again. This time Hawkeye took the initiative. He held the knife with both hands and leaned back to gather strength. Just like an athlete's preparatory action when throwing a shot, this backward posture with the arms driven by the waist and hips allows a person to burst out with more powerful force in an instant. Mihawk finished accumulating power, and the terrifying might condensed into a dazzling blue light, entwining and clinging to the blade. Drink! Mihawk shouted loudly and swung his sword fiercely, and a huge blue sword energy instantly slashed down, accompanied by a huge explosion. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color, the island shook, and smoke and dust instantly covered the entire island. With such a massive and all-out attack, and not being able to see the exact situation on the field, everyone on the boat was worried about Wilbur's safety. Aren't you worried about your brother, Mr. Gear? Seeing Gear's calm face, Long asked curiously. Gale did not answer directly, but looked ahead and asked thoughtfully, everyone is the strongest. Long, who is more powerful, the world's strongest man, or the world's #1 swordsman? Or the world's strongest creature? Ah, this. When Long and the people around him heard this question, they all fell into deep thought. Oh, right. This Mihawk is alone and has not joined any faction yet. Gale's light words made the reactionary leader's eyes become hot. On the field everything was grey, and a gap of hundreds of meters had been ploughed out on the ground by Mihawk's previous blow. Suddenly, a knife came out from the smoke and dust. My hawk's yellow pupils shrank and he quickly dodged sideways. The sharp knife passed close to his ear, cutting off a few strands of his flying hair and making a cut on the chest of my hawk's coat. My hawk turned his wrist and swung the black knife upwards, and the two weapons crossed and collided again. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. When the smoke and dust cleared, Weeble, whose clothes became tattered, threw his head back and laughed out loud. The tall figure reappeared, and it was obvious that this guy was having a lot of fun fighting. Were you blocked? Hawkeye's mouth corners also curled up. Sure enough, this monster could not be defeated so easily. Very good. Only this person is worthy of being my opponent. The two developed a mutual admiration during the battle. With the supreme sword in his hand, my hawk suddenly pushed away the downward pressure of Kanjayun Kiri. My hawk took a step forward and slashed at Weibull's chest. Kusugano's attack was bounced away, and he didn't have time to draw his sword to block it. A dark armament haki instantly appeared on Weevil's chest. Bite. Even though Weevil used the armament haki to defend himself in time, a long wound was still cut on his chest. However, the wound was shallow, and there was no blood splattering. Only a little scarlet blood slowly seeped out from the wound. Weibull didn't care at all, nor did he hesitate at all because of his injury. He quickly fought back and slashed at his opponent with a knife. Before Hawkeye had time to be happy about his successful attack, Kong Yunki, who was glowing red, had already come towards him. At the last moment when the knife was about to touch his nose, my hawk suddenly leaned back and bent down to avoid the horizontal slash from Kusunagiri. He held the hilt of the knife in his right hand and the crossguard of the long knife in his left hand, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at the target. Then he stepped hard with his back foot, leaving a deep pit on the ground. The huge reaction force made him explode and shoot forward. Like a sharp arrow shot from a bow. Weibull's powerful swing just missed the target and he didn't have time to turn around. He immediately chose not to stop his actions. After missing the target, Kong Yunkai did not stop his attack. Instead, he spun 360 degrees like a gyroscope and used the inertia of his rotation to launch a more ferocious horizontal slash. The bravest will win when two meet on a narrow road. The two men showed no intention of avoiding each other, and rushed towards each other with a grin, as if they were going to die together. Tit for tat. Puff. Swish. Blood splatters. The same sword entered the flesh, but made completely different sounds. The supreme sword directly pierced into the right lower abdomen of Weibull, and Kusunagiri also cut on my hawk's left shoulder. Both of them used armament haki to defend in time, but the powerful force still left a good wound on each other. Gale watched the fight between the two. It was exciting, but he always felt something was weird. After thinking for a long time, I finally figured out that the sense of disharmony came from the fact that these two people didn't call out the names of their moves when they attacked. It turns out that you can use the ultimate move without reciting any spells. 9 mountains and 8 seas make up one world, and when thousands of worlds are gathered together, they become a small thousand world. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self and no end. This is the secret of the three swords style. One big, 3,000, great thousand worlds. You guys are making Zoro the troubadour look a bit dumb. Ding ding dong. Explosions were heard one after another on the island. The fight lasted from dusk till late at night. Weeble and Mihawk had become 2 bloody men, but the battle was still going on. The 2 men became more and more courageous, and neither side showed any sign of weakness. Chapter 33. Weeble and Mihawk had been fighting for so long that their bodies were already covered with scars. Weeble's clothes were all torn into strips. He simply took off his shirt, exposing his strong muscles with his bare upper body, which was a bit like Su Chu fighting Ma Chao naked. The intensity of the battle did not decrease at all, and the smiles on their faces gradually perverted. Gale knew that the physical fitness and endurance of these strong men in the pirates' world were exaggerated. Once they started fighting, they could go without food or water for days and nights. Kisai Long had no choice but to admit defeat. So Gale had already put on his pajamas and was ready to go to bed. He saw that the other people on the boat each had a bowl of instant noodles in their hands. They were standing on the deck with their bowls in their hands, watching the midnight snack with relish and the battle on the side with great interest. Ajin and Baya, 2 little kids who had never seen the world, were also among them. They were so engrossed in watching the show that they refused to go back to their room to rest. It seems that there are too few entertainment activities on the ship. It is a rare opportunity to see such a battle scene with special effects. It is as exciting as watching a movie. Everyone said it was so enjoyable that they didn't feel bored even if they watched it all night. Ger didn't stop him. He thought that it would be very helpful for the child's future growth if he watched more violent action movies like this. He silently supported the child with 2 boxes of Red Bull and went back to rest. Although Weeble is a few years younger than Mihawk, due to the appearance of Gale, his strength is many times stronger than in the original timeline. After fighting for most of the day, the situation is indeed as Gale expected. The strength of the two is now almost the same, and it is difficult to decide the winner at once. Weevil has advantages in strength and endurance, while Mihawk has advantages in speed and skills. Maybe armament hacky Hawkeye is also slightly stronger than Weevil, but they should be at the same level. Both are high-level armament hacky, so their overall strength is almost the same. However, fighting a protracted war with Weevil is basically equivalent to losing. He has 2 magical skills, Bulldog's Will and Tenacious Life, for a life and death fight. There are probably few people of equal strength who can outlast this physical monster, so how long this battle will last depends on how long Hawkeye can hold on. Hehe, I'll give him the ability to heal his wounds by fighting later. He has high attack and defense, is strong and has good output, and also has blood-sucking recovery. It will disgust them to death. Gel bought a pair of earplugs from the system to block out the noise outside the ship, and fell asleep with a lewd smile on his face. A good night's sleep. The sunlight shone on his butt through the window glass. He slept until he woke up naturally, stretched, took off his earplugs, and immediately heard the tinkling sound coming from outside again. I didn't expect Hawkeye to be so persistent. Gel walked out of the room and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Today's breakfast was a bowl of meat porridge and 2 fried dough sticks. Fate was getting further and further on the path to becoming a Hyuxia chef. Mainly Hyuxia food, which is stir-fried, steamed, fried, deep-fried, braising, and roasted. The food is made with a variety of cooking techniques and has been unanimously recognized by everyone on the ship. It tastes indeed better than before. When we came to the deck with breakfast, we found that only the Kitagen was still watching the battle intently. The others had already gotten tired of watching and went back to rest. Ger walked up and poked his little head. Aren't you tired of watching it yet? Ah Jin, you actually stayed up all night watching it. Is it really that good? Seeing that the dark circles under Ajin's eyes had become heavier, Gear handed him a fried dough stick and thought that it would be necessary to forbid children from staying up late in the future. At such a young age, the dark circles under your eyes are as heavy as a panda's. How can you not have some energy and spirit? Ajin turned around and saw that it was his boss. He took the dough sticks, took 2 bites and said excitedly, "Captain, they are so strong. They are really amazing." The young man's eyes were full of admiration. He himself did nothing, just standing there and watching the show was exhausting, but the 2 people on the island had been fighting for so long, but they didn't seem to be tired at all. Every move was still so precise and powerful. Gel looked at the 2 figures who were already covered in wounds but still fighting each other, nodded and encouraged, "Yet, both of them are monsters. Jin, you have to work harder, you will definitely be able to do it when you grow up." "Really? Captain, can I really become as strong as them?" Seeing Ajin's expectant face, Captain Gel decided to heal him first, no matter if it worked or not. He put his arm around Ajin's shoulder with a serious expression and said in a serious tone, "Ajin, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. As long as you work hard, you will become very strong in the future. I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself. You can do it. Not to mention being like them, it is not impossible to surpass them one day. The captain is very optimistic about you." "Captain." Ajin, who was not good at speaking, was so excited that he couldn't speak. He clenched his fists and his whole body was shaking. "Captain Gil is simply the guiding light of my life. A ray of light in my life." He swore secretly in his heart, "I, Ajin, swear to become stronger. I will never let Captain Gol down. Good morning, Mr. Gil." "Good morning, Dragon." Long walked out of the room and greeted Gear with a smile. When Gel saw his face, he knew without a doubt that this guy must have stayed up late to study hard last night. Ger couldn't help but sigh that if the author could write half as actively as Long, he would have been named Marie Joyce. "Long, you came at the right time. I just happened to need your help with something. Mr. Gear, if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Seeing that Long's expression immediately became serious after hearing this, Gear smiled and waved his hand, "Relax, Dragon, don't take it so seriously, it's not a big deal. Actually, I just want to ask you to help me guide this little brat in his training when you are free on the ship. After saying that, Gale pointed to Ajin, who was running and jumping on the deck to exercise. Early in the morning, after being forced to drink a big bowl of chicken soup by Gale, Ajin could no longer hold back his desire to become stronger quickly. He decided to take action instead of just thinking about it, so he immediately decided to start training hard from today and work hard to become stronger so that he could surprise everyone. After looking at the kid for a while, Long felt that he had good qualifications and nodded to show his agreement. That's absolutely fine, Mr. Gear. Compared to your help to me, this is just a trivial matter and can't be considered a help. I will do my best. But you know, my training method is not something that ordinary people can bear. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, your ABD Long is not only a graduate of an orthodox marine school, but also a disciple of the marine hero Monkey D. Garp. Jin himself is also a gifted fighter. At such a young age, he can receive personal instruction from Long, so his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The future is promising. Gale smiled cheerfully and made the decision for Jin. Ha ha ha, thank you in advance. It's okay, just do what you want. If the person dies, it's my fault. Long. Let me see what the marine family has to offer. Leave it to me, Mr. Gear. I will never let him leave East Blue alive, ugh. I'm wrong, I promise I won't let you down. After Long finished speaking, his facial expression changed rapidly, and he walked towards Ajin with a serious face, like a class teacher who made a surprise inspection of discipline from the back door of the classroom. Seeing this scene, Gear could only mourn in his heart for poor Ajin. Haha, Jin, the captain is doing this for your own good. When you grow up, you will understand my good intentions. You must survive. Jin, who didn't know he had been sold out by the captain, was picked up by the dragon and taken away with a dull expression. The unscrupulous captain was grinning from ear to ear. Hakami Sanpo. North wind. Bang. East wind. Stick again. I hit the jackpot. I won. Ha 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 ha. Mo Sang laughed happily, the fat on his face shaking. He pushed down a row of colorful small squares in front of him, and took away the chips from Daedong, Xiaobei and Uncle Fit with a smile. What's wrong, Baiye? Stop hiding, and take out your chips quickly, ha 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 ha. Baiye, who was watching the card game on the sidelines, volunteered to help her father look after the chips and coins, but was reluctant to hand them over. This shouldn't be the case. We all just learned this game called Mahjong not long ago. How come you are so much better than us, brother Mo Sang? Fate scratched his head in distress. He was also waiting for the right card, but was beaten to it. He was very unwilling to accept this. Yet. Boss, you've won 5 games in a row, and the other 3 of us haven't won a single game yet. Xiao Bei counted and found that it seemed that Boss Mo had been the winner all the time. They had never won a single hand. If you didn't know, you would think that the 2 of them were playing a leadership game. Haha, it's just luck, it's just luck. This game is really interesting. Come on, start the next round quickly. Maybe you can win this time. Mo Sang said with a smile. At the moment, he felt very proud and satisfied. The unhappiness in his heart over the past few days had been swept away. While he was talking, his hands were not idle. He had already stacked the mahjong tiles skillfully. The 4 of them were playing the quintessence of Hyuxia culture, mahjong, which was played by Captain Gur. Gale felt that the lack of entertainment activities on the ship was a bit boring, so he spent 10,000 baileys to buy an enlarged set of hand-copied mahjong from the system mall. I truly experienced what it means to teach your apprentice and then starve yourself to death. After everyone learned how to play, they squeezed Captain Ghoul out without hesitation. On the boat, Jin was training seriously under Long's guidance. Moria was very interested in seeing this new thing called mahjong, but was unfortunately ruthlessly driven away by Gale to continue practicing. With nothing to do, Gale sat on the side of the boat and started fishing again. Senor was smoking next to Gale. From time to time, Gear turned his head to look at the 2 people who were still fighting fiercely on the island, feeling confused. Logically speaking, it should be stopped, right? This guy, Weevil, is indeed easily irrational. Once a fight starts, unless Gale calls for a stop, he will not stop until he has chopped his target to pieces. But why is Hawkeye becoming irrational? Although he is told to fight with all his strength and with the intention of killing the opponent, doesn't my hawk know in his heart that this is just a competition, not a fight to the death? After fighting for such a long time, he should have realized long ago that no one can win unless it's a life and death situation, and there's obviously no point in dragging it out and competing in endurance. Could it be that this guy has reached his own bottleneck in a battle of equal strength, and is using the battle with Weibul to feel the fear of death, and then try to break through or something like that? The more Gale thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. It's very likely. Is that why you don't want to end the battle? Damn it, my hawk is such a good loser. He just walked away after his breakthrough in strength, while Weevil will have to eat at least tens of millions of Baileys from me after this fight. Captain Gale, who has always been able to take advantage of others but not let others take advantage of him, feels like he has lost 100 million. Boom. Just as they were thinking about it, they suddenly heard an explosion that was much louder than the previous one, which made everyone's heads buzz. Gale was also caught off guard and his mind went blank. Hoo-hoo. The huge explosion was followed by a violent air wave, and the ship docked on the shore was almost blown out more than 10 meters before it stopped. Crackle. The mahjong table on the deck was completely overturned, and the mahjong tiles fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The sound of swords clashing that had lasted for a day and a night could no longer be heard in my ears. It took a long while for everyone to come back to their senses and realize that the noise just now should be the battle between Weeble and my hawk that finally ended. Gale turned over and got off the boat, walking towards the center of the battle. Everyone on the boat also heard the deafening explosion. They dropped what they were doing and rushed out of the cabin to see what was going on. Woo-oh! Woo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh! Hearing that it was Weeble's crying, Gale was stunned at first, then his expression tensed, and he didn't care about anything else. He shaved his head and rushed towards the source of the sound quickly. Chapter 34. Shave. Click. Weeble. After several dodged moves, Gale landed gently beside Weibul, anxiously checking the injuries on his baby brother's body. Fortunately, his limbs were intact. Gale looked at the wounds on his body again. Although there were many, they were all superficial injuries and nothing serious. He turned to look at my hawk. This guy was also covered in wounds. He was using his knife to support himself on the ground, bending over and breathing heavily. Seeing Ger's inquiring look, my hawk spread his hands and shook his head, indicating that he was a little confused too. What's wrong? Weibul, where are you hurt? Tell your brother. In response to his brother's question, Weibul pouted and said nothing, with tears in his eyes and an aggrieved look, just like a child who lost a fight but felt ashamed and dared not tell his parents. Gale touched his forehead helplessly. I'm not hurt, why are you crying? After waiting for a long time, Weibul couldn't hold back his tears and cried, Brother, he broke my knife. My knife. Woo woo woo. Having kept his attention on Weibul, Gale then discovered that a section of the fake Kusunaki knife next to Weibul had been broken. This fake broadsword is just a showpiece, and in reality it is not even at the level of a sharp sword. It is difficult for it to fight with the supreme sharp sword for such a long time. If Weibul had not been strictly trained by Ghoul on the deserted island and covered with armament color, this sword might not be able to last a single round. Swords have sword tombs, but I don't know if knives have knife tombs. If there is one, it can brag about its achievements to other colleagues for the rest of its life, fighting with the supreme sword for a whole day and a night before sacrificing heroically, which is simply the highlight of the knife's life. However, being able to cut off Weevil's full-strength sword covered in armament haki shows that Hawkeye's armament haki has taken a step further in this battle. It was the first time that Gear experienced the feeling of being fleeced, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He turned around and said to my hawk, who was still adjusting his breath. This battle ends here. You defeated Hawkeye. No, we didn't decide the winner. If Weibul had a weapon of the same level as mine, I would have been exhausted before this battle, so strictly speaking, I should have lost. My hawk replied coolly. Don't you swordsmen regard your swords as part of your body? Then it doesn't count as external force. If the weapons are not as good as yours, you still lose. That being said, it's not a fair fight after all. Gale was too lazy to argue with such a stubborn person. He always felt that he had lost this time. Now when he saw Hawkeye's poker face, he felt depressed. Well, in that case, let's call this a draw. Go to the boat to change your clothes and take care of your injuries. We'll have a party together tonight. My hawk said nothing more, nodded to indicate that he accepted the proposal, put away his knife, and walked towards the ship. Captain, Captain, how is Brother Weeble? At this time, Moria flew over with Ajin and Bia, and Fate and Senor were running behind. They had just heard Weeble's crying, and they were so nervous that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Now they finally confirmed that the problem was not serious and it was just a broken weapon. They breathed a sigh of relief. Senor took out a pack of Hua brand cigarettes. He needed a cigarette to calm down after being nervous for a long time. The cigarettes were given by the captain and they tasted great. He ordered one for Fit first and then lit one for himself. The two of them stood beside each other and puffed away, their faces full of relaxation and enjoyment. Don't cry, Weeble. As long as you're okay, Brother Weapon will help you get a better one. Really? Brother? Nonsense. When has my brother ever lied to you? It's just a weapon. Come and have some candy to cheer yourself up, and don't cry. Gale said as he threw a ball into Weeble's mouth. This evenly matched battle has ended, and the purpose of allowing Weevil to increase his combat experience through training has been achieved. There is no need to hide it any longer, and Gale directly began to act unethically. Watching Weevil swallow the top-level armament Hacky Ball in one gulp, Gale licked his lips with some envy. This is a top-level ability that countless people covet. Brother, this little candy won't fill me up. I've been fighting for a whole day and night and I've already missed 6 meals. I'm so hungry. Weeble counted on his fingers. Gale was speechless. Damn it. You don't know how lucky you are. Do you know how precious this candy is? And why not 3 meals a day? Forget it. Don't take it too seriously with a child. Although Weevil doesn't have conquerors yet, Gale still thinks that there is a high probability that his little brother will awaken conquerors in the future. After all, Whitebeard's conquerors is not weak either. With the help of the system, Weeble's strength will definitely break through to Admiral and above in another 1 or 2 years. A teenage Admiral? Roger almost cried when he heard it. They really cultivated a terrible monster. Ha 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 ha. Ger couldn't help laughing. Family, we're having a party tonight. Tell me what you want to eat. I'm sure you'll enjoy it today. OU. Meat. I want to eat lots of delicious meat. Yeah. Captain, I want to eat barbecue. When it comes to food, Weevil comes back to life instantly, and Bia also claps and cheers. They both vote for barbecue. Chef Fate rolled up his sleeves and looked ready to show off his skills. Hee, barbecue and beer, we can drink all night long. Very good suggestion. Moria wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled sinisterly, giving people the feeling that a devil was talking about how delicious human flesh is. Ajin was so scared that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Seeing that his family members were around him, Gale didn't waste any words and directly opened the system wall. Son, open the weapons page in the store. Byte. Please select the weapon type, shape, size, and level. The types of choices include knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, hatchets, hooks, whips, maces, hammers, daggers, sticks, lances, etc. If you count them carefully, there are more than just 18 kinds of weapons. There are also bows and arrows, hidden weapons, guns, artillery, and other long-range weapons, which made Gale dazzled. After choosing the sword, there are various types of swords: ring-handled sword, tang sword, butterfly sword, 9-ring broadsword, machete, saber, crescent sword. After selecting the type, shape, and size, the last step is the level: fast knife level, 100,000 Bailey's good sword level, 1 million Bailey's big sword level, 100 million Bailey's supreme sword, 1 billion Bailey's. Gale thought for a moment. Logically speaking, a large sharp sword would be enough, but he had just made a fortune from the Dover brothers not long ago. Gale felt that with the financial strength, there was no need to do without this little thing. As a demon who loves his younger brother, Gale immediately decided to arrange everything for his stinky younger brother in one step. Ding! Payment of 1 billion Bailey's successful. Obtain the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, level, Supreme Great Blade. Ah! What is this? The first time seeing Gale create something out of thin air, Ajin was so shocked that he was speechless. Buzz! A buzzing sound like a dragon's roar seemed to come from deep in everyone's mind, striking their souls directly. Then they saw a huge green dragon phantom circling in the air, and finally turned into a ray of light condensing in front of Gale. Wait until the light fades away. A 10-meter-long crescent-shaped sword appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The blade alone is more than 3 meters long, and is inlaid with a pattern of a dragon swallowing the moon. The dragon's mouth is located above the handle, facing the blade. An exquisite dragon is engraved on the side. The black dragon scales embossed on the handle are not only beautiful but also increase the friction of holding the knife. The sharp blade is glowing with a faint red light. Gear looked at the pop-up information introduction. The green dragon crescent blade, also known as the cold saw, is made of wrought iron and weighs 1,000 pounds. According to legend, this blade was forged by the world's best blacksmith on a full moon night. When it was almost finished, suddenly there was a storm, and green dragons were fighting in the sky and dripping blood. The blade was made with the dragon's blood, hence the name Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Attack increased by 100%, special attribute, damage to Azure Dragon increased by 200%. Gale looked at the Green Dragon Crescent Blade floating in front of him. It was like a fine work of art, and it still looked familiar in his memory. Its appearance was far better than Kong Yun's, but the special attributes of the last row were too targeted. I don't know if teacher guy still wants to commit suicide. I really want to help him. He. Can a weapon of this level be pulled out so easily? It's unbelievable no matter how many times I see it. Moria turned around and looked at the long sword hanging on his waist, and secretly made up his mind that in the next battle, he would find an opportunity to let the enemy cut off his sword. With weapons, the combat power is doubled compared to bare hands. Gale is very satisfied. I wonder how exaggerated the increase will be from the magic weapon? Bang! Gale was just about to reach out to touch it, but he didn't expect that as soon as the system interface was closed, the crescent-shaped sword instantly lost its levitation power, and the 1,000-pound sword fell directly to the ground. The huge noise scared everyone. Gale was glad that he retracted his feet quickly, otherwise he would have been smashed into a pancake. Looking at the machete that was only 10 meters long on the ground, Gale felt there was no need to take action himself. Hey, Wei Bull, this sword is for you. It is the supreme sword Qing Long. From now on, when you eat, sleep, and fight, you must keep the weapon covered with armament color, and try to turn it into a black sword as soon as possible. Okay brother, he. Wei Bull rushed up excitedly, grabbed the green dragon crescent blade on the ground, weighed it, felt the weight was just right, and began to swing it impatiently. Hoo. The energy lifted up the sand on the ground, turning it into tornadoes that whistled in all directions. Seeing this, Gale quickly shouted to stop. After being spanked a few times, Weeble finally calmed down, stood aside with his weapon in his hand, grinning foolishly, stroking the exquisite patterns carved on the blade over and over again, grinning from ear to ear. Just like a little kid who gets a new toy he likes, he can't wait to play with it, and even Wei Bull temporarily forgets about his hunger. Let's go back. After saying this, Gale ignored Weeble who was still laughing and led everyone back. Back on the boat, Gale started shopping again and bought a lot of food from the system store. How can barbecue be complete without beef? I don't know whether it's Corkson beef, Black beef, Angus beef, or Wagyu beef. I bought them all. The beef alone cost nearly 5 million. Looking at the various ingredients piled up in front of him, Chef Fate's eyes lit up and he excitedly rolled up his sleeves and prepared to start working. Bia and Ajin were also sensible and hurried over to help. Senor and Moria worked together to set up a huge grill for roasting a whole cow. Captain Ghoul once again became a hands-off boss and fell asleep while rocking in the rocking chair. Mihawk, who had returned to the boat earlier, had already treated his injuries. The wounds on his body looked so dense and scary, but they were actually minor injuries. For people with such physical conditions, they could recover by eating and sleeping. Mihawk looked in the mirror, his lips curled up, and he was very satisfied that there was no wound on his handsome face. He took a comfortable hot bath on Ger's boat and changed into a new set of clothes that were exactly the same as before. He didn't look like a man who had been fighting for a day and a night. This battle improved his strength that had been stagnant for a long time. Although Mihawk was a little tired at the moment, he still felt happy physically and mentally. However, when he walked out of the cabin and saw Weeble walking towards him happily with a brand new sword, Mihawk's mood was not so happy. Mihawk's hawk-like pupil shrank. He could clearly feel that Weeville's momentum was much stronger than before. Did this guy deliberately hold back his strength in the battle with me? If you want to hide your strength, why are you releasing your aura so openly now? Why do you use a common broadsword to fight me when you have better weapons? Do you look down on me? Am I, Mihawk, Unworthy? My hawk instantly had 100,000 questions in his mind, a hint of doubt appeared on his expressionless face, and then a surge of anger surged in his heart. Hey, Weibul! Hearing someone calling him, Weibul slowly turned his head. Chapter 35. Snort. When Weibul saw that the person calling him was the Hawkeye man who had broken his knife, he snorted like a child throwing a tantrum, then turned around and continued to wipe the Qinglong knife in his arms, not wanting to pay any attention to my hawk. Seeing his bad attitude, my hawk's forehead veins bulged. This is a duel between men. Why are you holding back? Am I not worthy of your full strength? My hawk demanded loudly, angrily. Weibul scratched his head, somewhat confused. He thought seriously for a while before answering, I didn't hold back. I used all my strength when I fought you. I really wanted to kill you. Are you going to continue humiliating me? Your aura is much stronger now than it was during the battle just now. My hawk firmly believed that his perception would not be wrong. Weibul was like a prehistoric beast, emitting a dangerous aura all the time, and not concealing his powerful aura at all. Therefore, my hawk could clearly feel the huge gap between the front and the back. It was not just a simple matter of being a little stronger, but a qualitative change. Weibul stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. The armament color instantly covered his fist, and it became shiny black. He looked at it carefully and found that his fist seemed to have become much stronger. After thinking for a while, Weibul suddenly hit his palm with his fist and suddenly realized something. Oh! It's candy! Candy! This answer confused my hawk. What does this have to do with candy? Yes, yes, yes! It's candy! My fists became stronger after I ate the candy my brother gave me. Hey! UBD! There should be a limit to how much you can joke around. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe the reason that eating candy can make you stronger. A strong swordsman needs to cultivate his mind and temper. Even my hawk, who always thought he had a calm mind, was now so angry that his heart was unstable. Weibul bit his thumb, looking puzzled, humph. Anyway, that's the way it is. I'm not lying, are you also like a 3-year-old child and don't believe me? My hawk found that it was not right to say whether he believed it or not, and he almost vomited blood. Okay. Even if you can become stronger by eating a candy, how do you explain this broadsword? Why do you use an ordinary broadsword when fighting me when you have weapons of this level? Weibul had no idea how to take other people's feelings into consideration. He grinned and said proudly, Hey, are you talking about my new weapon? It's called Azure Dragon. My brother just bought it for me on the island. Isn't it cool? Brother, you are such a fool. Bring Xiaoqing out as soon as possible or I will chop this Hawkeye man to death. Weibul's tone was full of boasting, and he muttered to himself after he finished speaking. Hello, hey, that's too loud. I heard all your whispers. Hawkeye's mouth twitched. There is no one living there, not even a big tree, and the island is so isolated that you can see the edge at a glance. Where can you buy weapons? And they are of the supreme sword level? I can understand if you say you picked it up. That's too much. Now that you have a new weapon, why don't we fight again? My hawk was so angry that he laughed. He drew out his black knife and prepared to start the second half. Weibul also stood up. Although he didn't understand what was wrong with the Hawkeye man, the murderous look of the other party was just what he wanted. It was a good opportunity to try out the new weapon. Pa, pa, pa. Hearing the high fives, the two of them turned their heads involuntarily to look. Hey! You two, come over and help when you're free, so we can have dinner sooner. Even if you want to fight, you have to fill your stomach first, right? Uncle Fate interrupted their conversation. Weibul and my hawk had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle, and their stomachs were rumbling. No one chose to disobey the chef at this time, and they all obeyed, put down their weapons and started to help prepare dinner. Captain! Time to eat! A girl's soft voice was heard, and Captain Gale, who was lying in the rocking chair, slowly opened his eyes and sniffed. The unique aroma of barbecue was already wafting from a distance. Let's go! Gear stood up and said to Baya with a smile. As soon as we got off the boat, we saw Uncle Fit leading everyone to set up a barbecue stall on a flat area on the shore, bringing a little bit of human touch to this desolate island. Under the scorching charcoal fire, the skewers of fat and lean barbecued meat turned golden in color, and the sizzling hot oil dripped along the marble-like texture of the beef. Fate carefully took out his treasured bottles and jars. These were the high-end seasoning bottles that Gale bought for him. He sprinkled the barbecue with seasonings called cumin and chili powder. Immediately, a more intense aroma came to his nose, making people salivate. The people who were waiting for the meal to start were already drooling, their eyes gradually becoming blurred in the enchanting aroma. Even Mihawk couldn't maintain his aloof look any longer, his Adam's apple slid up and down as he couldn't help swallowing. The captain arrived late and everyone looked at him with reproach. "I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you that you don't have to wait for me, ha ha ha. Come on, let's start the party." Cheers. Knowing that he could not offend the crowd, Ger raised his glass and announced that the meal was about to begin. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate, and the scene was very lively. Gale stipulated that the adults on the boat should drink alcohol and the children should drink beverages, and adults who could not drink should sit at the children's table. So Gere, Weibo, and Akinbaya sat together. 4 people gathered around a charcoal stove, grilling and eating. Gale was the oldest at the table and took the initiative to be responsible for grilling meat for the 3 children. Fortunately, Chef Fit has already marinated everything, so all we have to do is put it on the fire and roast it. There are green onion slices strung between the 2 pieces of meat. There are at least 2 pounds of meat on one string, which looks very appetizing. "Brother, please bake faster. There is not enough to eat." Weibo ate a big skewer of barbecue in just a few bites. While eating, he kept his eyes fixed on what was roasting on the stove. "Delicious. It's so delicious. Captain, you really know how to bake." Baya gave a thumbs up and praised him highly. Gale felt a little embarrassed by the flattery. The system's products tasted delicious no matter how they were cooked, and they were professionally processed by Chef Fate. He just roasted it and really didn't deserve such praise. Gale also picked up a string and started eating. "Not bad. Not bad. The beef is tender, juicy and fragrant. The garlic is fat but not greasy. It is super satisfying." As he spoke, Ger continued to grill the skewers at higher speed. Ajin also happily ate the meat in big mouthfuls, and didn't even notice that a canine tooth that was about to be replaced was chewed off. "It would have been great if we could have met Bhaskar and his friends earlier, then we wouldn't have been killed by the pirates, and maybe they would have had the chance to eat this super delicious barbecue." As Ajin thought about it, his nose felt sore and tears began to fall quietly. Several familiar faces appeared in his mind. They were his family members and friends who had suffered the same hardships as him. He turned around and looked at Gale, who was grilling meat seriously under the flickering firelight. It was this man's sudden appearance that easily changed his fate. Thinking about it now, it all seemed like a dream. "It's cooked and ready to eat, come on. You 3 are all growing, eat more." Gale shared the grilled skewers among the 3 people and picked up one to eat himself. After taking the barbecue, Ajin quickly turned his head to the side and secretly wiped away his tears. "Hey? Jin, why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. I'm just choked by the smoke." After being exposed by her close sister Baya without any intention, Ajin hurriedly spoke out to defend herself. Gere opened the system mall with doubt. Superior smokeless charcoal, TOP1 in sales list, absolutely smokeless and environmentally friendly. 10-year-old store with millions of positive reviews. Higher temperature. Burns longer. 1 box is better than 6 boxes. Gere silently clicked on the after-sales service and gave a bad review. It said it was smoke-free, but it made the child cry. He continued to put some meat on the grill, asked Bia to help watch the fire, and then Gale came and sat down next to Ajin. Looking at the sobbing little figure, Gale couldn't help but feel distressed. A child of around 10 years old, who should be innocent, cute, and naughty, has to endure so many things that should not be endured at this age. Is this their fault? No. This is the world's fault. Feeling a warm hand on his head, Ajin looked up and saw that it was the captain beside him. Determined to be a man, he felt a little ashamed and lowered his head in embarrassment. Gere patted Ajin on the head and comforted him, "You are still just a little kid, so cry if you want to. You don't have to hold it in." "Captain, I really didn't cry, I just. When children want to cry, they can often hold back their tears, but when adults show concern and ask about them, they can no longer hold back their tears." "Whoa. Whoa. Captain, everyone has been killed by the bad guys. They are all gone. They will never have the chance to eat so many delicious foods like me. Ajin grabbed Gear's clothes and cried loudly. Baya and Weibuer on the side also looked at Ajin worriedly. Gear sat quietly. The boy did not need too much comfort. He was allowed to cry for a while. It would be fine after he vented his feelings. After a long while, he spoke, Ajin, Weibuer and I are both orphans. Our mother passed away on the first day I was old enough to understand. The dead cannot be resurrected, and we the living must be stronger and braver to face life. You are not alone, we are all your family. After saying this, Gale rubbed Ajin's short hair which was a bit prickly. Weeble, who was standing by, was also staring at the gold chain on his hand in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Ajin finally stopped sobbing. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he blushed with embarrassment and whispered, I'm sorry, Boss Gear, for making you recall the sad past. I thought to myself, it doesn't matter, it's not something worth being sad about. Gale picked up the bottle and took a sip of orange juice, then said earnestly, Ajin, in fact, most of the time people are unable to prevent tragedies from happening because they are too weak. If you want to reject the so-called fate and don't want your life to be controlled by others, you need to become stronger. Those pirates are stronger than you, so they can bring you misfortune. We are stronger than that group of pirates, so they are fed to the fish. Your fate has been changed. Otherwise, the ending might be that we are all killed by the pirates. This world is cruel. Even if you want to live in peace, there will be many people who want to harm you. So if you want to live freely, protect your family, and save more poor people, you must first have enough power. Crack. Baya and her father were once captured by pirates and almost became slaves. She was deeply moved by Ajin's experience and Gale's words. She broke the bamboo stick in her hand in a fit of emotion. She decided that she had to become stronger so that she could defeat the bad guys and protect her family. This crisp sound also brought Ajin back to his senses. He said with a firm look in his eyes, Boss Ger, I understand. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Ha ha ha. Good. Now you're feeling a bit more manly. Ger patted Ajin's shoulder vigorously to show encouragement. I can do that, too. Captain. I want to become stronger and fight with you all. I can defeat the bad guys, too. Baya raised her hand to answer, and Ger did not hesitate to praise her. He immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised her with a smile, great. That's great. Our Baya women are as good as men, and they will definitely be famous and powerful in the future. After the psychological counseling class, Teacher Gear stood up, brushed off the dust on his butt, looked at the dark sea in the distance, the light of the bonfire reflected in his eyes, and said with great confidence, the future belongs to you. But now it's not your turn to hold up the sky. Just grow up peacefully under our wings. Even if the sky collapses, we will hold it up. Gale said as he walked to the side and patted Moria, Uncle Fate and Senor on the shoulders. Fit nodded. He felt that Ger had expressed the thoughts of an old father. He, the captain is right. With us here, there's no chance for you brats to go to the battlefield. Moria also straightened his back. He, who was always sharp-tongued, spoke carrying words in a sarcastic tone. No way. Lolyalu. Baya put her hands on her hips and made faces at Moria in protest. Ajin did not refute. It felt good to have someone care about him and protect him. He clenched his fists and made up his mind, I won't allow anyone to destroy this house. I will protect this house. I'm here, so you don't have to. Weibull, with a silly look on his face, also wanted to join in the fun, and then he continued to chew the barbecue with a smacking sound in his mouth. Moria was unhappy when she heard this. She said, I know you are good, but don't you see that you are showing off in front of the younger generation? Don't I have any dignity? Damn you, Weibull. I will soon surpass you. And then I will beat you to tears. Weevil didn't understand that Moria was teasing him for crying in the recent battle. Even if he understood, he wouldn't get angry and continued to eat the skewers. Haha, what a great atmosphere. Long on the side was filled with envy, and then looked at himself, still a lone commander who had not found an organization, and his tone of voice sounded a little sour. Mozan felt the same way. He also wanted to join such a team and go on adventures together. However, when he thought of his fiancée who was still waiting for him in his hometown, he shook his head vigorously and gave up the idea. My hawk raised the corners of his mouth slightly and turned to continue drinking with the two sailors. If nothing else, the food and drinks on this ship really suited his taste. Chapter 36. East Blue Ziluabia Village. You're finally back. Mozan stood at the bow, staring intently at the island appearing in front of him. On deck, Weibul was sweating profusely while doing one-finger push-ups with a pile of metal plates on his back. These were fitness equipment that Gear had purchased from the system mall at a high price. These dumbbell plates were made of special materials and weighed dozens of times the same volume of steel. Today, Baya was wearing the blue and white sportswear that Geer bought for her. Her long peacock blue hair was tied into a high ponytail. She looked lively and cute, just like a middle school student full of youthfulness. The little girl who completed today's exercise goal sat aside, wiping her sweat with a towel while helping Ajin count while doing sit-ups. 1991, 19981999. Captain Gel. The village of Ziluabu is just ahead. Xiao Bei, who was in charge of steering, shouted excitedly, "Oh, are we finally here? If it weren't for me I would have gone moldy." Sitting in the rocking chair, Gear lazily lifted the newspaper that was covering his face to block the sun. The sailing speed of this sailboat is really amazing. Even if there is no bad weather, it will take 10 days or half a month to travel this distance. No, we must get a better ship when we reach the Seven Water Capital. Ships that rely solely on sails for power should be eliminated. Gel sat up from the rocking chair, picked up the freshly squeezed watermelon juice on the table and took a sip, then turned around and looked at the four people who were playing mahjong enthusiastically and felt a little headache. Monkey.D. Dragon touched a card and thought seriously about how to play it while stroking his stubble. Hurry up, the mosquitoes are asleep. You are so young, but how can you play cards slower than a turtle? Hurry up and play a card. Just like the captain said, hesitation will lead to defeat. Uncle Fit, who was sitting in the next door, took a puff of cigarette and urged while puffing out smoke. Will hesitation lead to defeat? As expected of Mr. Gear, Long savored these words in his heart and couldn't help but take out his notebook to write them down, which made the other three people at the table's foreheads bulge with veins. Ever since Gear explained the rules of the game to Long and said that the essence of mahjong is actually to find order in chaos, and that it involves some principles such as probability and psychology, Long has become very interested in mahjong. Finding order in chaos. Isn't that what he was about to do? He had a vague feeling that this game contained a lot of truth, so he began to study it attentively. Unexpectedly, he really learned a lot from it and wrote down a lot of card-playing experience in his notes. It's my turn now. It's time to decide the winner. After waiting for a long time, it was finally his turn to draw the cards. My hawk first looked at the cards in his hand to confirm again that he was not mistaken and was already waiting for the cards. Then he reached out to touch the cards, feeling nervous but also a little expectant. My hawk also stayed on the gel ship for the time being. Long's reason was that he had been very inspired recently and needed to sort out his thoughts and plan his next move, while Hawkeye said that he had gone out to sea to find someone to fight because he had nothing to do. Now he had a rare opponent and was provided with food and accommodation, so he hoped to stay for a while and have more exchanges with Weevil. With Gel's help, Weevil's combat power and weapons have been greatly improved. My hawk is currently unable to beat him, which makes him even more eager to show off his skills, and he seeks to be bullied every day. Gel secretly sighed, they are really worthy of being the big men of the future, each one is thicker skinned than the other, and they can eat and drink for free and still make such reasonable excuses. However, Captain Gur, who was never willing to suffer a loss, agreed to Hawkeye's request on a prerequisite, that is, my hawk had to work like a dragon, and during his time on the ship, he had to practice with Moria, who wielded a sword, and teach the two children some basic swordsmanship. My hawk hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. In this way, there was another person who came to eat and drink for free on Gel's boat. Ah, it's really hard to be a captain. I have to be both a father and a mother. I worry about you guys every day. Captain Gel, who earned his money with tears and blood, started to complain unsatisfied. The future world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye My hawk teaches swordsmanship, the former Marine Admiral's most powerful candidate and current Revolutionary Army leader Monkey.D. Dragon teaches fists and feet, and in addition, he guides the development of devil fruit abilities with his own top-level understanding across the ages. Wow, with this configuration and treatment, isn't Woohoo going to take off? Back to the mahjong table. My hawk narrowed his eyes and imitated Gel to rub the cards seriously. After rubbing for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was. He could only turn it over and took a look. When he found that it was not the card he wanted, he threw it away. Check. He. Who? Mihawk's hand froze in midair, his face looked grim, and he was reluctant to put down the chicken in his hand. What? Are you going to regret it? No way. No way. The future world's greatest swordsman is cheating at a card game. Faced with Moria's merciless ridicule, Mihawk finally let go of his hand reluctantly. With the crisp sound of mahjong tiles falling on the table, the great swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk instantly slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. Hey, I can't beat you in a fight, but I'll beat you to death in mahjong. All the same color. Only one card. You really know how to play. I thought your eagle eyes could see through my cards, he. Moria slammed his bandaged hand on the table and showed his cards. His entire body was wrapped tightly in bandages, like a mummy, with only a pair of pointed horns on his head and facial features exposed. He looked terrifying. This was the result of his special training with Mihawk. The two had been at loggerheads recently, one arguing over the mahjong table, the other seeking revenge during sparring. He. Si. Finally getting the chance to vent, Moria laughed wildly. A smile from the heart is usually a fake one, so Moria laughed so proudly that the wound on his face moved, causing him to pout in pain. Lower the sails. Daedong's biceps bulged as he pulled the hemp rope hard to slowly fold up the sail. Xiaobei calmly turned the rudder. The two of them cooperated well and skillfully docked the boat steadily at the dock. Haha, brother Gale, thank you for sending us back. Please stay here for a while so that I can show my hospitality. Although he lost all his money on this business trip, Mo Sang's face was still filled with joy when he returned to his hometown. Daedong and Xiaobei beside him also invited him. Yes, Captain Gale, thank you for your care during this period. Please come to our village as a guest. Brother Mo Sang, and brothers Daedong and Xiaobei, we are all friends, so please stop being polite. Besides, you not only helped us drive the boat during this period, but also taught us how to operate the sails. I should thank you very much. After a few polite words, Gale continued, we have almost finished everything we did on this trip to East Blue and it's time to go back. I may not be able to stay for long, but I have been on the ship for a long time, so I am also going to rest here for a few days before setting sail back to Grand Line. Gale originally wanted to go to Windmill Village to see if he could get any rewards, but when he thought about it carefully, there was no red hair, no ace, no straw hat, and nothing in Windmill Village. It would be better to go back to Grand Line and kill pirates, especially those with devil fruit abilities. We did encounter quite a few pirates along the way, but they were all petty thieves and were all sunk into the sea by a few violent elements on the ship. The total profit was only more than 20 million Baileys. For Boss Gale, who spent money like water, it was just enough to buy a few meals. It was really boring. It's not that Gale expects to encounter powerful enemies. With the strength of the people on his ship, they can be a bully in the new world. It is really unlikely that he will encounter challenging pirates in East Blue. What Gale wants most now is talent and devil fruit, followed by people with special abilities who can be killed and money. By the way, Brother Mozan, is there a person named Usopp in your village? Do you know him? Mo Sang was also stunned when he heard this, and asked curiously, of course I know him. We are from the same village and grew up together. How can we not know each other? I just don't know how you, Brother Gear, know Usopp. Oh, I heard someone at the tavern in Logue Town say that there's a man named Usopp in West Rob Village who's the best Shins player in East Blue. I just happened to be here, so I wanted to see if there was a chance for me to see him. Gale made up a reason without blinking. Logue Town? That BD does like to run around. As for East Blue's first Shins player, maybe that guy made a mistake. Mozan said awkwardly, his tone euphemistically suggesting that Gear's expectations might be greatly disappointed. Haha, that guy is so popular. He must be bragging again. He was pretty good at playing with slingshots when he was a kid, but he dares to brag that he is the most popular person in East Blue. Captain Gale, you must have been fooled. Unlike the reserved businessman Mo, the rough man Daedong speaks bluntly. Can a dog son have a tiger father? Gale secretly clicked his tongue, guessing that when Usopp was young, he might be the same as Usopp, a weakling who only knew how to brag? That shouldn't be the case. In the original book, he looked quite calm and reliable. Gale, who was unwilling to give up, still spoke. Haha, it's okay. Now that I'm here, I'd like to ask you guys to introduce me to him if there's a chance. It doesn't matter even if the Shin's hand is just a fake rumor. Okay, since you said so, it's a piece of cake to introduce him to someone. I'll take care of it. I just don't know if that guy is in the village. Xiaobei added an explanation, Captain Ghoul, you don't know that Yasop is a well-known street scoundrel in our village. He goes out to sea every now and then. Sometimes he disappears for 10 days or half a month, and sometimes he disappears for a year or two. No one knows where he goes. Geer was very upset. Is this Yasop so unruly? No wonder he abandoned his wife and children and was kidnapped by the red-haired guy. Red-hair pirates often stayed in East Blue Windmill Village drinking and stayed there for a whole year. This guy never went home to visit his wife and children once. Even when his wife died of illness, she didn't see him for the last time. While eating and drinking, he never thought about how his young son would live alone. You are a strong contender for the #1 scumbag in Pirates King. Brother Yasop, your character is not good. Points will be deducted. Thinking of this, Gel's desire to recruit Yasop suddenly became less strong. However, if he could take this scumbag away at this time and save a poor girl, it would be a good thing. It's just a pity for God-tier Yasop. Others are strangled in the cradle, but Gol is even more cruel. He strangles you before you even have a fertilized egg. Brother, you don't have to worry too much. Just let fate take its course if you can meet someone. After hearing what Gel said, Mozan nodded in agreement. Several villagers stood on a distant hillside and watched Gel and his party approach the shore vigilantly. When they saw two particularly conspicuous giants among the group of people getting off the boat, everyone became even more panicked. The middle-aged man who was the leader of the villagers was giving instructions to a young man with an anxious look on his face. Judging from the current situation, it was most likely that he wanted him to run back to the village quickly to inform everyone to be prepared. Long and Hawkeye both wanted to stay on the boat to continue studying and practicing, so Gel left some instant noodles and pre-prepared meals for the two of them and took the others off the boat. Wow! It feels so good to be on solid ground. Gel stretched himself, breathed in the air with the fragrance of earth, and looked at the familiar ramp in front of him. Isn't this the place where Usopp ambushed 8,000 men? Hey! Uncle Larry! Uncle Larry! It's us! Mo Sang's shout gave several villagers who were ready to flee the scene the courage to stop and watch. When the two sides were closer, the young man with the best eyesight turned around and said happily to the leader, Village Chief Lai Li, it's brother Mo Sang, Dadong, Xiao Bei and the others. Upon hearing this, the village chief and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They still trusted Mozan's character, and the people he brought back should not be bad people. Thinking this in his mind, village chief Lai Li took a few villagers to greet them. It's inevitable for a group of people to exchange pleasantries when they meet. Along the way, Mozan also introduced Gel and his group to the village chief and others. Larry and Gel shook hands in a friendly manner, but his eyes still unconsciously looked at the two big guys, Weevil and Moria. Living in this quiet and peaceful little village in East Blue, he had never seen such tall and mighty people in his life. Is this, still human? The more the village chief looked, the more frightened he became, and there was a bit more respect in his eyes when he looked at Ger. Just now, when Mozan introduced him, he said that this young man was the captain of the ship, and the word captain meant that the young man in front of him was the leader, and he could command these two giants who looked very dangerous. Gel was unaware of the village chief's rich psychological activities. He was admiring the beautiful scenery of Ziluabia village with great interest along the way. This small village in East Blue feels like a combination of a medieval fishing village and a prairie farm. The breeze blows on your face, and the fragrance of green grass in the wind is refreshing. Cows and sheep can be seen among the low grass. Tile houses are scattered on the grassland. In the distance, there are a few chimneys with smoke rising. The scenery that comes into view is like a painting, quiet and comfortable. No wonder everyone wants to return to rural life. If you have half a day of leisure, you can lie quietly on the soft green grass, do nothing, think about nothing, and watch the clouds roll by. Who can not love this kind of top-level life? Chapter 37. Return to the village. Daedong and Xiaobei said goodbye to everyone and went home. This business trip was full of dangers and they almost couldn't come back. However, they were not alone and could not be free from worries. They both had wives and children at home who were looking forward to their safe return. After finally returning to the village safely, Daedong and Xiaobei couldn't wait to run back to their homes. Mozan led Gear and the others along the winding Lois road in the countryside, and they came to a brick house located on the edge of the village. Just see. There are mossy stone roads, green bricks, and red tiles. A fat snow-white cat is lazily lying on the windowsill basking in the sun. The yard is full of lush flowers and plants, and it is a peaceful and beautiful place. The house is not big, but it looks very beautiful, especially the various flowers blooming in the courtyard at the entrance. You can tell at a glance that the owner has put a lot of effort into cultivating them. Wow! These flowers are so beautiful. It is every girl's nature to like beautiful things. Seeing the colorful flowers in front of her, Baya shuttled around the garden like a happy little bee. Boom boom boom. Afu. Afu, are you home? It's me, Mozan. I'm back. Da-da-da. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps coming from inside the house. Squeak. The solid brown wooden door was opened from the inside, and before everyone's eyes appeared a literary young woman with blonde hair, fair skin, and a gentle and elegant demeanor. Oh, what a beautiful sister. Thank you for the compliment. You are very cute, little sister. The straightforward Baya spoke out what was in everyone's mind, and the blonde woman answered generously and appropriately. Senor had a strange expression on his face. He looked at Mo Sang's fat face seriously, then carefully looked at the beauty in front of him. He was obviously envious of Mo Sang for having such a beautiful girl. Funi had opened the door and was about to go up and hug Mozan excitedly when she saw him, but Bia's voice made her notice that there were a few strangers nearby, so she quickly stopped. Brother, you are so lucky. Ger laughed. Mo Sang also smiled and admitted frankly, haha, I also think that meeting a foe is my greatest luck. Funi's cheeks blushed slightly as her lover praised her in front of so many people. She tucked her bangs behind her ears a little embarrassedly and smiled, great, you're finally back. These are your friends, right? Come on, everyone, come inside and sit down. Afu, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Captain Ger and his crew. I am able to come back this time thanks to them. Mozan took Gear's hand and introduced him. Excuse me. Gale said something politely and then followed the host into the house. Because the door was too small, Weevil and Moria had to stay outside to eat snacks. The living room is relatively small, about 10 square meters, but it is very clean. The window, the dining table and the bookshelf full of books are all filled with flowers, making it look very warm. The hostess entered the kitchen and soon brought a pot of hot tea, filling everyone's cups. The air was filled with the fragrance of camellia and the subtle aroma of jasmine. While everyone was sitting down to drink tea, Mozan recounted his experience of going out to sea from beginning to end. Men had to report their itinerary to their leaders after returning from a trip. Funi sat beside him and listened quietly to his story, sometimes smiling happily, sometimes frowning, and kept refilling the tea in his cup. She played the role of a listener very well, and her look of great interest made Mozan speak more enthusiastically. When talking about the rebellion on the ship and how they almost couldn't return, Funi nervously held his hand. Feeling the warmth from her hand, Mozan felt warm in his heart, and gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. It's okay, don't worry. Look, I'm fine. It's just that the ship and the cargo were stolen. I have to start all over again. It's a bit troublesome. But don't worry, Afu. I will be able to make a comeback soon. Fy nodded. She always believed in Mozan's words. By the way, Afu, how are you feeling lately? This disease is still the same. I've gotten used to it over the years. It's okay. Funi shook her head slightly and said easily. The two have been childhood sweethearts. Mozan has taken care of her unconditionally since she was a child. Now he is looking for famous doctors everywhere to treat her illness. Fy is very moved. The two love each other and get engaged. Don't worry, I will find a famous doctor to cure your illness as soon as possible. Then I won't have to go out to sea so often and can stay and spend more time with you. No, I hope that when I am well again, I can go out to sea with you. I want to see the outside world. Okay. As long as I can be with you, I can go anywhere. Just don't be afraid of being dragged down by this medicine jar of mine. Don't you dare say that about yourself, Afu. Mozan. When their love reached its peak, the two stopped talking and just looked at each other lovingly. The dog food that was forced into their mouths filled the people nearby. Ajin turned his head awkwardly and looked out the window. He suddenly envied Weeble and Moria who stayed in the yard to share snacks. He wanted to escape but couldn't. Gale kept staring at Fanny, not because he had any improper thoughts about her fiancé, nor was he unable to walk at the sight of a beautiful woman. Gale just felt that the woman in front of him was very similar to Miss Kaya in the original novel in both appearance and temperament. Coupled with this weak and sickly feeling, they could not be said to be similar, they were exactly the same. Although Miss Kaya's parents never appeared in the original work, considering the time, place, and characteristics, Gale felt that the young couple in front of him were most likely her biological parents. Kaya's father was able to accumulate a huge amount of wealth that made many pirates jealous through normal business activities in the small place of East Blue. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Through this period of time together, it was found that the fat businessman Mozan's talents in both interpersonal relationships and business were excellent, even in Gear's discerning eyes. In Gale's future plans, in addition to strengthening strength, expanding influence, and establishing bases, another important part is to use the goods in the system mall to trade with various forces to gather a large amount of resources and wealth from all over the world, so business talents who can help him manage and realize all of this are also indispensable. Gale had invited Mozan before but was rejected every time. Not wanting to use force, Captain Gale could only turn his attention to a certain green-haired guy who should still be in Sabayati archipelago. Now that he knew the real reason why Mozan refused, Gale felt that he could not escape. Thousands of miles away, island number 47 in Sabayati. Hashu. A young man who was carrying goods at the dock and trying to make money suddenly sneezed. The responsible supervisor on the side saw someone in a daze and immediately yelled, "Hey! You green-haired kid over there! What are you daydreaming about? Stop dilly-dallying! Get the hell out of here if you can't do the job!" "Sorry." The young man agreed without even raising his head, turned his head to wipe his nose on his clothes at the shoulder, shrugged his nose and continued to bend down to carry the goods. "Stella must be thinking of me. Stella! Please wait a little longer. I will soon earn enough money to rescue you." Thinking this in his mind, he suddenly felt full of strength. Even the cargo on his back seemed to have become much lighter, and his steps naturally became much faster. "Stella! Your prayer worked. God must have felt pity for you and me and wanted us to be reunited soon." The man was excited. But before he could be happy, the man was kicked hard from behind by the supervisor and fell to the ground. "Bah! You son of a bch!" The supervisor spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on his trouser leg with a look of disgust and cursed, "FKU, you dropped 3 of the 5 bags you carried. Didn't you notice that your back was so much lighter? Laozi chased after you and called out to you for a long time, but you just kept running faster and faster. Are you deaf or are you deliberately playing a trick on Laozi?" The man got up from the ground. He fell on his head. The blood from his forehead was already flowing down his handsome face. The blood slowly gathered and finally dripped from his chin. He clenched his hands tightly, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. His whole aura was like a volcano about to erupt. At this time, many people had stopped what they were doing and were standing aside to watch. Without exception, they all looked at this dedicated supervisor with disgust. "What are you looking at? Go back to work." Seeing more and more workers gathering around, the sharp-faced supervisor was a little scared. If a riot really broke out, he didn't know what would happen to these untouchables, but he would definitely not have a good ending. The supervisor raised the whip in his hand and was about to continue whipping these people to make an example of them. But when he saw the man's eyes that were like a devouring tiger, his hands froze involuntarily and his body took a few steps back. The whip he raised high stopped in the air and did not fall down for a long time. After a long while, the supervisor came to his senses and shouted at the man in a timid tone, What's going on? You still want to fight back? You have to think it over carefully. If you dare to touch me, not only will you lose this job, but your hard work for more than 2 months will be in vain, and you won't get a penny of salary. And you! Get out of here! If you dare to watch again, you won't have to work tomorrow." Snap! 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 "Stay calm. Don't get irritated." The man slapped himself hard on the face several times, so hard that everyone around him felt the pain. He slowly loosened his clenched fists and casually wiped the blood off his face with his tattered sleeve. Then, with the help of several other laborers, he picked up the 5 sacks that had fallen to the ground, turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing the man walk away, the supervisor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He held on to the wall and walked alone to a nearby corner where no one was. His weak legs could no longer hold on and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Only then did he realize that his palms and back were already soaked with cold sweat, and he couldn't help feeling a little scared at the thought. This green-haired kid is so scary. I almost thought I was going to die. Forget it, we are all workers, there is no need for us to work so hard for the boss, so we should stay away from that guy in the future. Ahem. Gale ruthlessly interrupted the two people who were still flirting with each other. It was not because of jealousy. Women would only slow down his speed in drawing his gun. Brother Mozang, do you know what's wrong with Miss Funi? Maybe I can help. Mo Sang turned to look at Geer, who was obviously happy, and complained in his heart, are you polite? Why do I feel that you seem to be very happy? However, due to his understanding of Gear's character, Mozan knew that he had no ill intentions, so he spoke, Afo has been weak since she was young, and a minor illness like a cold or cough can turn into a serious illness for her. I went out to sea to do business so that I could find famous doctors in various places. However, I have seen many doctors and taken many medicines in the past few years, but this disease has not been cured at all. Gale thought about it and analyzed the symptoms. It was very likely that the patient had a special physique and a weak immune system. However, it was just a guess and he knew nothing about medicine. Brother Mozan and Miss Funi, why don't you come with us to the Grand Line? In fact, we have a companion waiting for us at the Twin Capes at the entrance of the Grand Line. Ignoring the doubts on the couple's faces, Gear pretended to drink a sip of tea and said slowly, oh, I forgot to mention that my partner is an excellent doctor. His medical skills are pretty good. Conservatively speaking, he should be in the top 3 in the world. I think he may be able to cure Miss Funi's illness. You call the top 3 in the world okay? Mozan and Funi were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Everyone in the room was surprised when they heard this. Ajin and Senor were surprised that there were other partners. Fate and Bia had seen Crocus before. The father and daughter were surprised that the old man who looked unreliable was actually the world's top doctor. Mozan and Funi had been struggling to find medical treatment and medicine, and they were both delighted after being surprised. Well, if all else fails, we can go to the Drum Kingdom, which is known as the world's best medical country, for medical treatment. There's an even more powerful old lady there who happens to be passing by. Well, there are always more solutions than problems, right? Gale was only interested in luring people onto the pirate ship first. In fact, he was not worried that FY's illness could not be cured. In the original timeline, the couple could at least live and love each other until their daughter was in her teens. In the end, it seemed that they died in an accident, or they might have been murdered by Beiji Klo. I can't remember clearly, but it doesn't seem to be due to illness, so the illness Gale mentioned should not be a serious one. If Crocus can't deal with it, there is still Kalha from the Drum Kingdom. If that doesn't work, getting a Zoan Devil Fruit to improve your physical fitness is also a good solution. I personally really hope that you can help me, brother. With your business talent, it's a waste for you to stay at East Blue. Come with us to see the wider world. Display your talent on a bigger stage. Of course, it's okay if you refuse me, brother. It's voluntary. Please consider it. Ger opened his arms and painted a big picture. Mozan and Funi looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. One of them wanted to treat his fiancée's illness, and the other didn't want to be a burden to the other for the rest of his life. At this moment, the two smiled at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Mozan actually had the idea of joining the group a long time ago. As an excellent businessman, how could he not see that Gale was a very high-quality growth stock worthy of investment, especially the things that Gale took out casually, each of which made Mozan smell a huge business opportunity. Following Captain Gale will undoubtedly allow you to reach new heights that you cannot reach now and appreciate the different scenery from a high place. Before, he couldn't let go of his fiancée at home, but now he found that he could have the best of both worlds. Mo Sang no longer hesitated, holding Funi's hand tightly, and stood up and said to Gear excitedly, don't worry about it. We have already made the decision. Thank you very much for your invitation. I'll leave Funi's illness in your care, Captain Gale. He is still called Captain Ghoul, but the meaning of this title is very different from before. Ha 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 ha. Gear was in a good mood and wanted to shout, I have brother Mo, like a fish in water, and great things are expected of me. Then he gave an impromptu performance showing his eagerness to recruit talents, but unfortunately his level was not good enough and he could only keep smiling foolishly and patting Mo Sang's shoulders like a fool. Great! Brother Mozang and sister Afu are going to travel with us too. The outgoing BIA immediately and enthusiastically pulled Fanny to her side and they quickly became friends. Chapter 38. 1 week later, early morning. The sky was full of red clouds, the fiery red sun was rising slowly from the sea level, and the sea was sparkling and dazzling. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In the village, an old rooster from an unknown family jumped onto the fence with a flutter of the wings and crowed at the top of its lungs. On the bumpy dirt road, Weeble and Moria walked at the front of the team, each holding several flower pots of different sizes. Daedong and Xiaobei also helped to carry some things and followed closely. The two learned that Boss Mo had run away with his girlfriend, so they came here specially to see him off today. Of course, Captain Gale welcomed this pair of kind, loyal, hard-working and capable sailor brothers to board the ship together. However, Daedong and Xiaobei both had elderly and children at home who needed to be taken care of, so they had to refuse Captain Gale's kindness. The ship is about to set sail today, and everyone is helping Mozan and Funi move. A long queue of people are walking towards the port with boxes of books in their hands. Mo Sang was carrying a large bag of luggage by himself, and he was already out of breath due to lack of exercise. Fanny followed behind him holding the snow-white cat. She also wanted to go up and help, but was rejected by the chauvinistic Mo Sang. Fy walked with a brisk pace. She had actually always wanted to go out to see the outside world. But since childhood she was weak and sickly and could not go anywhere. Like a canary living in a cage, Fy could only learn about the wonderful world outside the cage through news and books. So in addition to reading books and newspapers, her greatest pleasure was to listen to Mozan tell her about what he saw and heard along the way after he returned from his voyage. Xiaobei, you must be very happy too, right? Meow. Fy gently stroked the fat cat in her arms. Xiaobei stretched out his claws lazily and scratched his whiskers, barking in response. Finally, she had the chance to go out to see the outside world with her own eyes. Funi was excited for several days, looking forward to the day of departure day and night. After arriving on the boat and carefully placing the pots of flowers, Moria called out to Gol, who was concentrating on fishing, "Captain, it's all done. This is the last batch. Flowers, books and cats are all the possessions that the young couple has now. Okay, let's get ready to go." Gel stared intently at the buoy on the sea and answered without turning his head. Wait. Don't move." Hearing Ger's sudden order, Mozan picked up the box that he was about to put down, fearing that the noise would affect the captain. Senor looked around vigilantly for any suspicious targets. Fy also quickly covered Xiaobei's mouth. The cat didn't know what was going on and struggled uncomfortably in its owner's arms. Is there any danger approaching? Long and My Hawk, who were sitting and chatting nearby, saw that Gel suddenly became serious. They both stopped talking at the same time and used their full observation haki to sense the surroundings, but they really did not sense any danger. Long and My Hawk couldn't help but feel secretly surprised at Gel's attainment in observation haki. My Hawk held the hilt of the knife with his right hand, his expression serious. Oh! The legendary prediction of the future. Mr. Ger is indeed worthy of his name. Long also straightened his expression a little and said. In an instant, all the combat members on board were ready for battle. Lie. Gel made a gesture to keep quiet, turned his head and pointed at the shaking buoy on the sea, and whispered, "A fish has taken the bait." Everyone almost fainted. Hey! A hole! Can you please talk normally? Stop getting so jumpy all the time. Are you just playing a trick on us? If My Hawk hadn't been held tightly by Long, he really wanted to rush up and chop this guy. Funi and Mozan looked at each other, and through eye contact, they understood each other's meaning easily. This captain doesn't seem very reliable. Should we choose carefully? It's not too late to regret now, right? Mozan scratched his head awkwardly. Go! Gel shouted and pulled up the fishing rod with force, and a big fish nearly 5 meters long was caught, with the bonus of a big knife-level fishing rod, and the attribute of guaranteed hit if the fish bites the hook. The big fish left the water and struggled desperately on the deck. Hey! Captain, this fish looks so strange. It even has 2 big claws. Baya was surprised. No matter how big the size difference is, the cat is still very interested in the fish. Xiaobei jumped down from his owner's arms and ran forward curiously to check out the strange fish in front of him. His overweight body made his reaction much slower, and he was almost injured by the huge claws waving around by the strange fish. Fortunately, Ajin, who was standing by, was quick to pick him up in time. At this time, everyone could see clearly that what Gale had caught was a strange tuna with 2 huge claws. What is this? Could it be that? Fate hurried back to the house and fetched a book. He turned to a page and compared the illustration in the book with the strange fish. He said in disbelief, "Captain Gur, this fish is called bluefin tuna. It is a very rare fish and one of the top ingredients. It is said that the meat from each part of the tuna tastes different and delicious." This book describes a person who had the good fortune to have eaten the bluefin tuna as follows: every bite is as delicious as the essence of hundreds of lobsters, with the richness and sweetness of tuna. According to records, no one has caught a bluefin tuna for nearly 10 years. Legend has it that this fish only lives in extremely cold seas tens of thousands of meters deep. It grows slowly and takes 20 to 30 years to grow to an adult size of 2 to 3 meters and grow claws like lobsters. The bigger the fish, the tastier it is. This fish must be at least 50 or 60 years old. It is truly rare and there is no market for it. If it were to be auctioned, it would sell for at least hundreds of millions of Baileys. Except for Mozan, a businessman who was sensitive to numbers, the others on the boat only remembered to wipe the saliva that was about to flow down from the corners of their mouths after hearing it. It's really strange. How can I catch this kind of fish on the shore? Is there something wrong with the record in this book? Fate patted his head in confusion. Captain is amazing. He actually caught a legendary fish. Ajin flattered him seriously. Ha ha ha, it seems that the reason I can't catch fish is not because my skills are too bad, but because of my equipment. Gale said shamelessly, looking at the black and gold fishing rod of unknown material in his hand with an expression that said he had met him too late. Super carbon fiber fishing rod, big knife level regardless of the user's skill level, the hook will hit the target, and there is a certain probability of catching super rare fish. Can be used as a weapon. It's really a fishing rod worth 100 million berries. It turns out that fishing is also a game that can only be improved by Krypton gold. Gale thought to himself. Brush. Bite. A black bat-shaped dart suddenly flew out and stuck on the deck next to the big fish. The target was so big and the distance was so close, but he still missed. The strange thing was that no one laughed at Moria's skill, because everyone saw that the big fish that was struggling desperately just now stopped struggling the moment the dart landed. Except for the gills which were still moving, the whole fish lay on the deck motionless as if it was dead. Moria's black dart did not miss the target, but hit the shadow of the big fish accurately. He, this fish must have known that we are setting sail today, and it came all the way here to celebrate for us. We can't let it down, Captain. Moria, who showed off her cooking skills, suggested with a smile. It was all because Fate was so good at introducing the dish, everyone was eager to have a bite. Haha. Of course, we are not short of money, so we should save this kind of rare food for our own people. Ger said proudly. After 2 lives, he finally felt proud of fishing today. Then he turned to Fate and smiled, "Chef, I leave it to you." Uncle Fit was already grinning from ear to ear at the chance to cook this rare and top-notch ingredient, and he puffed out his chest to guarantee it. "Leave it to me, Captain. It's an honor to have the opportunity to handle this legendary ingredient. I will definitely not waste any part of it." Haha, something good happened so early in the morning. Looks like today is a good day. Guys, let's set sail. Yahoo! Captain Gale stood at the bow and raised his arms, and everyone responded loudly. The sea breeze blew up the sails and pushed the wooden boat towards the vast ocean. Although Gale's main purpose of coming to Zilabia village in addition to sending people was to poach Red Hair's girlfriend, Mozan also tried his best to find out, but unfortunately that guy had gone off to wander around somewhere again. After staying for a few days, he still didn't meet Yasop. But Gale didn't care too much and just took things as they came. He was already very satisfied to have Mozan join him. 1 month later, as the ship got closer to the entrance of the Grand Line, the number of pirates encountered by Gale and his crew increased. After all, Roger was executed in East Blue, and the Great Pirates era triggered by his words before his death also began to ferment in East Blue. Having been born in a peaceful country in his previous life, Gale instinctively hates the profession of pirates. 9.9 out of 10 pirates commit crimes such as arson, murder, looting and all kinds of evil. So, except for one pirates group that had just set out to sea and had not had time to do anything evil, who was physically persuaded to retreat by Gur, all the rest were logged off early. That group of people also witnessed the dangers of the sea in advance. They all knelt on the ground crying, announced the disbandment of the pirates, and promised to go home and farm honestly and never dare to do it again. Real pirates don't go out to sea to play house games. There are almost no rich second-generation people like the protagonists who travel and adventure in groups. The fastest way to accumulate wealth is not wealth creation but wealth transfer. Pirates are a group of evil people who transfer wealth through violence, and they all deserve to be killed. Ger said, FK the pirate's dream. As combat crew members, Weevil and Moria were very busy every day during this period. During this period, Ajin's strength has also improved rapidly. Now he can kill pirates with a bounty of about 10 million by himself. The bounty at this time is not inflated. Basically, the pirates with a bounty of over 10 million are those who have real skills. Gale was not surprised at all. Ajin himself was gifted, and now he had two famous teachers to teach him. The food on the ship was good, and he participated in practical training to annihilate pirates every day. Everything came naturally, and it was only a matter of time before he became stronger. However, Gale was very depressed that he didn't encounter a single person with special abilities among these dozens of pirates. Recently, a piece of news has been circulating among East Blue underground forces. A group of powerful monsters are slaughtering pirates in East Blue. Several large pirate groups with bounties of tens of millions have been wiped out. Their methods are extremely brutal and almost all the pirates they encounter are killed. Suddenly, the pirates of East Blue were in danger. According to reliable information, the enemy ship was a three-masted sailing ship without any signs or flags. The pirates and underground forces privately named the ship Shinigami. Gear also inadvertently made an important contribution to the East Blue pirates' reputation as the weakest. The only good news is that based on the time and place of the encounter between the murdered pirates' ship and the Shinigami, it can be preliminarily inferred that the other party should be preparing to leave East Blue and enter the Grand Line. Some of the East Blue pirates decided to temporarily avoid the sea near the entrance of the Grand Line, while others continued to head towards Mount Levis as originally planned. However, they all issued a death order to the guards: if you encounter a three-masted sailing ship without any flag, you must report it immediately and change direction as soon as possible to stay away from it. Of course there are also some stubborn ones. You dare to be pirates with just this little treasure? Having just looted the treasures on the pirate's ship, Gale was lying leisurely on the large sofa on the second-floor balcony with his hands on the back of his head. This position should be the exclusive throne of the pirate's captain. Gale stared at the pirate's flag flying on the mast in a daze. He saw a skull holding two knives painted on a piece of black cloth. Is this the flag that symbolizes the life and soul of the pirates? How ugly! The pirate ship was actively chasing them and firing cannons, so Ger had no choice but to bring Moria and Ajin to rob them. This behavior would be considered legitimate defense in any dynasty. Weevil was left on the boat by Gale. He was too young and didn't know how to play a fake game. Even if the opponent was not wiped out by one blow, they would completely lose the courage to fight, and Gale's purpose of training his soldiers could not be achieved. Therefore, whenever they encounter pirates now, it is Akin who takes the lead in attacking, with Moria supporting from the side. At Gale's suggestion, Moria's imagination was opened up, and the development of the fruit has made new progress. His Shadow Warrior has been developed to the point where he can exchange positions with multiple shadow marks, and has the same teleportation effect as Flying Thunder God within a short distance. After leaving his mark in Akin's shadow, he also sat next to Gale and started to fish. On the first floor deck, Ajin's opponent this time is the captain of the Twin Swords Pirates, Fedeli the Twin Swords. Fedeli is a dual-blade swordsman with a bounty of 14 million berries. He is 3 meters tall, burly, and has a ferocious face. A scar that runs through his left eye makes him even more ruthless. Fedeli felt very regretful at this moment. Dozens of his minions had already fallen. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he take the initiative to provoke this group of people? He was really stupid. Damn it! How despicable! To exhaust my energy, you actually sent a little kid to die. Come down and fight me if you dare. At worst, I can let you guys come together. Laozi is Fedeli with 2 swords. Ha ha ha! Fedeli looked up and shouted at Moria with disdain in his eyes. In fact, it was just a provocation, so that Moria would promise not to attack him out of anger, so that he would have a chance to fight alone. If the opponent really attacked with 2 people at the same time or left one on the side waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, he would have no chance of winning. Moria ignored him and just looked at him as if he were a dead man, with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Moria was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 present, and judging from his attack just now, he was also a capable person, very difficult to deal with. And the two young men, Geer and Ajin, should be the juniors brought out by the other party for training. When he thought that he, a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million, was being used as a whetstone, he clenched his swords tightly, and anger exploded in his eyes. Chapter 39. Fedeli's forehead was covered with sweat. He tried to deceive himself in his heart that he still had a chance as long as he fought alone. However, just by looking into Moria's eyes for a few seconds, he knew that he was probably in great danger today. Gale tapped the cigarette in his hand on the armrest of the sofa, fearing that this guy would give up struggling, and said with a smile, "Double sword Fedeli, right? I'll give you a chance. Kill this brat in front of you, and we'll let you leave alive. How about that? Haha, really? Can you keep your word?" Fedeli looked at Gale and asked, his expression neither sad nor happy. Nature. Even after getting Gale's affirmative answer, he still turned to look at the tall figure standing beside him. He, don't doubt it. This is our captain, his words are orders. I will naturally obey. Ha, it seems that Laozi has been completely looked down upon by you. This is really frustrating. After all, I have been at sea for more than 10 years. Do you think I am a fool? Fedeli's eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and he pointed at Ajin and roared with gritted teeth. How ridiculous! Laozi is a pirate. How could I be so naive to believe that you would be kind enough to let me go? You are just afraid that I will give up the fight and spoil your fun. Gale was a little surprised. He thought that Captain Fedeli would cling to any hope of survival like a drowning man seeing a life-saving straw. He didn't expect that Captain Fedeli would actually use his brains when going out to sea. Yes, you are a wise man. Ger clapped his hands in praise. But you actually thought I would lose to such a brat. What a joke. Laozi is a famous pirate in East Blue. Even if I die today, I will make you pay for your arrogance. No matter how many evil things he had done before, at this moment he gave up trying to survive and chose to fight to the death for the last bit of dignity. Gale respected him as a qualified warrior and stopped mocking him. Ajin didn't say a word the whole time. He held two picked-up daggers in his hands and got into position, like a praying mantis ready to hunt, with a cold and serious expression. This attitude of having him in control made Fedeli even more furious. A hole. Go to hell. Arrogant little brat. There was a big difference in height between the two men, so Fedeli could only bend his body and try to lower his center of gravity. He dived forward, dragging his two swords behind him, and rushed to Ajin with a few big strides. The two knives crossed and smashed down fiercely, ready to cut the little ghost in front of him in two like a pair of scissors. Bang! Ajin raised his dagger to block, and the two daggers and double swords collided violently and were deadlocked in front of the two men. Nanny! How is it possible? Feeling the force transmitted back from the weapon, Fedeli was very surprised. He never expected that the seemingly skinny kid in front of him could actually block his attack head-on. Without waiting for his reaction. The next second, Ajin turned his wrist, and the dagger flexibly unloaded the downward force of the two swords. Fedeli lost the leverage and staggered in surprise. Ajin seized the opportunity and leaned forward instantly. While swinging the dagger in his right hand upwards, he also changed the dagger in his left hand to a straight grip and stabbed it straight forward. So fast. The dagger was so close in front of him that he could clearly see the cold light flashing on the blade. Fedeli was horrified, but relying on his rich experience from hundreds of battles, he reacted immediately and leaned back quickly to successfully avoid the knife that was going straight for his throat. Brush! The sharp dagger slashed across and shaved off Fedeli's beloved goatee cleanly. Damn you BD! You! Puff! Fedeli hadn't finished speaking when the sharp pain in his lower abdomen made the second half of his sentence stuck in his throat. Fedeli swung his knife hard in front of him, forcing Ajin back and taking the opportunity to step back a few steps to create some distance, so that he could catch his breath for a while. Ah, it hurts so much, UBD. I'm going to chop off your head. Fedeli was indeed a man who could stand out from a group of desperate criminals and become the captain of pirates. The wound on the right side of his lower abdomen that kept gushing blood not only did not scare him, but instead aroused his bloodiness, making him become even crazier like a shark seeing blood. Oh? What is this? Seeing Fedeli suddenly bite a knife in his mouth, Gale thought that the three-sword style would be invented 10 years earlier, and he couldn't help but sit up straighter. But Fedeli freed his right hand, then pulled up his belt a dozen centimeters, to a position that just covered the wound, and then pulled the belt hard, thus stopping the bleeding from the wound simply and roughly. Haha, you're quite capable, little brat. I recognize your strength. Next, I'm going to kill you seriously. If you could really do that, you wouldn't be talking nonsense. Ajin showed disdain on his face and rushed towards the other party again. You really have no manners at all. That's why Lao Zi hates ignorant little brats the most. Fedeli rushed forward waving his two swords. In a blink of an eye, the two fought dozens of rounds. Aiken was as fast as lightning and had an agile figure. His fierce offensive like a storm forced Federli to passively defend for a while. What made him even more frustrated was that whenever he wanted to completely give up defense and choose to exchange injury for injury, Aiken would instantly distance himself from him and not give him any chance. Damn it! You can only hide here and there, as annoying as a fly. Come and face Lao Zi head on if you have the guts. Damn little devil! Fedeli had more and more wounds of varying sizes on his body. He was very annoyed and kept cursing. If the struggle continued like this, he would surely be exhausted to death. No. If this continues, Lao Zi will really fall into the gutter. The opponent was already injured, so it would be enough to slowly consume his strength. However, Ajin glanced at Gale who was watching the fight, and then shook his head. No, I can't let the captain wait too long. I have to deal with my opponent quickly. Ding ding dong. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had several rounds of attack and defense. The impatient Fedeli suddenly opened his mouth wide, revealing an obvious flaw. Ajin reacted quickly, rotating the dagger 180 degrees in his hand into a straight grip, squatting slightly and then kicking hard, his figure stabbing towards his heart as fast as a sharp arrow. It's over. Bang! The dagger stabbed accurately in Fedeli's left chest, but failed to penetrate the heart. Instead, it was blocked by some hard object hidden in his clothes. Oh no! When Ajin realized that something was wrong, he knew something was wrong. He immediately wanted to pull back, but he was still a step too late. Before he could retract his right hand, Fedeli grabbed his wrist. Ha 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 ha! I finally caught you! Damn stinky fly! Fedeli grinned and threw Ajin hard onto the deck with an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! The huge impact caused Ajin to spit out blood and his vision became blurred. Ha 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 ha! Go to hell! Fedeli pressed Ajin to the deck with one hand, raised the big knife with his right hand and chopped at his head. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ajin forced his right hand to dislocate, and quickly threw the dagger with his left hand. With a somersault, he caught the dagger in the air with his feet and stabbed it towards Fedeli's neck. It looked like the two of them were going to die together. Life and death are just a moment away. Puff! Warm blood splattered all over the ground. Fedeli covered his bleeding neck with both hands and slowly fell backwards. He wanted to say something, but only gurgling sounds came out of his pierced throat. His eyes were wide open, staring at Gale and Moria standing on the second floor, as if he was unwilling to close his eyes. He, how could we possibly let you hurt our younger generation? At the last moment just now, a big black hand stretched out from Ajin's shadow and blocked Fedeli's knife. Although it seemed that Fedeli would have died first even if Moria had not taken action, if the knife had really fallen, Ajin would have been disfigured. Ajin, who had just experienced a life and death situation, slowly stood up with his left hand. His face was pale. He gritted his teeth and forcibly twisted his dislocated right hand back into place. He walked to Gale with a daze and said, "I'm sorry, Captain. I was careless just now. I failed to resolve the battle quickly and was almost killed. I'm sorry for bringing shame to you." Gear shook his head, threw a clean towel to Ajin, and comforted him, "Well, don't worry about it. Just be careful next time. A battle that reveals problems is valuable as training, isn't it? Wipe your face first." "Yes, Captain." Ajin took the towel and wiped the bloodline off his face. "By the way, didn't that Long guy teach you the dragon claw hand?" Gale was curious, wondering if this guy Long was hiding something. He remembered that Sabo had a move that could catch a blade with his bare hands and a dragon claw hand that could crush other people's masks. He didn't know if it was taught by Long. Yes, Master Dragon Claw Hand does have a professor. "Oh, then why don't you use it to fight?" Hearing this, Ajin replied with embarrassment. "Ah, Captain, I haven't even learned armament haki yet. I can't use my hands to block the knife, right?" "Well, that seems to make sense. It turns out that the dragon claw hand also needs to be covered with armament haki. I thought it was some special move that could turn the hands into hard and powerful weapons for combat. It turns out it's just a good-looking pose. The principle is still the armament haki coverage. No wonder Sabo always wears gloves. Gale secretly complained in his heart. Okay, then the key from now on is to practice haki well. There's no need for fancy moves like this. Come on, take this medicine first. As Gale spoke, he took out a blue and white porcelain bottle, poured out a dark brown pill from it and handed it over. This is a pill that Gale had recently discovered in the medicine column of the system wall. It can speed up recovery from injuries. The detailed introduction of the medicine is a long string of incomprehensible words, just like the prescription written by an old Hyuxia doctor. So Gale simply named it Xiao Huan Dan. The effect is not very heaven-defying, it just shortens the recovery time to a certain extent. Gear has done experiments and found that an injury that would normally take 3 days to recover can be healed in 1 day after taking the small Huan Dan. The effect is average, but the price is cheap, only 500,000 belly per pill. The big Huan Dan, which is twice as effective, costs 10 million belly per pill. Mainly because he felt sorry for the child, if other adults were injured, Captain Gur would be reluctant to take them out. Ajin took the pill with confusion, not knowing what to do with it. Gear began to explain. Eating it can speed up recovery from injuries. Captain, I'm fine. This minor injury will heal in 2 days. There's no need to waste such precious pills. It's only tens of millions of Baileys per piece, how precious is that? You talk as if I, the captain, can't afford it. Just eat it if I tell you to, and if you keep talking nonsense I'll kick you. Ajin didn't dare to disobey and could only swallow the pill reluctantly. Hey, it's sweet. It tastes like strawberry, and it's quite delicious. Ajin was a little surprised that this black pill tasted surprisingly good, and after eating it, he felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, which was very comfortable. However, tens of millions of Baileys for this pill were a bit expensive. Ajin's face gradually regained some color and he was extremely touched. It was obviously because he was eager to perform in front of the captain that he made the mistake, but Captain Gale not only did not blame him but also gave him such precious medicine. The captain is such a strong and gentle man. Seeing that Jin immediately became more energetic after taking the pills, Moria said with some envy, Captain, you are biased. I was injured in the battle with that BD Doflamingo before, but I didn't get this treatment. Haha, blame me, blame me. I didn't think of it at the time. I will definitely do it next time. Besides, what harm can Doflamingo cause to you, Lao Mo? He. That's true. Looking at the corpse on the ground, it was a pity that it was not demon fruit power. Gale could only throw the pirate's captain's head into the space with a look of disgust and keep it to exchange for money. This is more than 10 million Baileys. Only those who manage the household know how expensive food and daily necessities are. That's why Gale was reluctant to throw more than 10 million directly into the sea to feed the fish. Having a system space is convenient. You can put things like this in it without worrying about them going bad or stinking or staining other items. Lao Mo, check if there are any fish that have escaped the net in the cabin. If not, sink the boat. We should go back. He, yes Captain. Moria agreed, and the shadow under his feet quickly expanded like a balloon, then split into countless pieces with a bang, and then each piece began to slowly transform into a black bat. Chi. Moria stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers, and the bats immediately flapped their wings and scrambled into the cabin. Gale frowned and asked, Lao Mo, you've done so many fancy things, is it because you haven't mastered the observation haki yet? No, it seems I'll have to give you some extra training when we get back. Moria looked embarrassed. He had boasted that he could master armament haki and observation haki in just 1 week. Now, 2 months have passed and he has only mastered the basics of armament haki. As for observation haki, it still needs to be developed. He hurriedly explained. No, there's really no need to practice more. Captain, I think it's better to combine work and rest and proceed step by step. You see, I've already mastered armament haki, and I've also touched the threshold of observation haki. I feel I can learn it soon. I just want to test the ability of the fruit I just developed. Well, just don't worry. I just wanted to tell you that when Long and Mihawk were playing cards with you today, they both secretly used their observation haki. Moria. What the hell are these bastards? I was wondering why their card skills suddenly became so much better. Turns out they were cheating to bully Laozi. The thief is hateful. Boss. Please train me hard. I suddenly feel that it is necessary to master observation haki as soon as possible in order to improve my strength and better protect my partners. Oh, you are very conscious. Just leave it to me. Ger laughed. Chapter 40. Seeing Captain Ghoul teasing Moria again, Ajin tried hard not to laugh. Moria closed his eyes and stopped talking, concentrating on controlling the swarm of bats, quickly searching every corner of the ship. After a while, Moria suddenly opened her triangular eyes and smiled, he, Boss Gel. There really is a fish that slipped through the net. Bang! Several bats worked together to carry a large wooden barrel and dropped it on the deck. Ger was amazed. He didn't expect that besides that idiot Luffy, there would be someone else who would choose to hide in a wine barrel. Even if they were not discovered by the enemy, how could they eat, drink, defecate and urinate while drifting on the sea in a narrow wine barrel? Gel's stomach churned when he thought of that scene. Ouch! The wooden barrel hit the deck and broke into several pieces in an instant. A middle-aged man with a wretched appearance and short stature screamed and fell to the ground. Moria took 2 steps forward and, with a grin, lifted the man, who was as thin as a monkey, lying on the ground in front of Ger. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life. I am just a handyman and have never done anything bad. The man prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed to Gel repeatedly. His forehead hit the wooden board with a bang, and it was obvious that he was not a man of integrity. What's your name? Look up. After hearing Gel's order, the man dared to raise his head, which was pressed against the ground, and gave Gel a smile which he thought was respectful, humble and polite. Your Excellency, my name is Cheji. But his wretched face, big yellow teeth, and 3 gold teeth and 2 rubies inlaid in his upper jaw sparkled in the sun and almost blinded Gear's eyes. It's really unsightly. Gel narrowed his eyes, looked at this obviously dishonest wretched man and smiled. Hey, I searched the entire pirate's ship, and all the valuables added up to less than 10 million Baileys. How can a errand boy like you wear gold and silver in such a poor pirates group? Even your teeth are inlaid with gold and diamonds? Do I look so gullible? The wretched man Cheji was intimidated by the invisible aura of Gear. For a moment, he just kowtowed and didn't know what to say. It seems like you still don't want to tell the truth. Forget it, let's not waste time, just chop it up and feed it to the fish, Lao Mo. Hehe, okay boss. Moria said as he drew out his long sword and slowly walked over. Seeing Moria's devilish face and the strong smell of blood on her body, Cheji's legs went limp and he fell directly to the ground, with a hot stream flowing out between his thighs. At the critical moment of life and death, his mind was unusually clear. Cheji did not look at Moria holding the knife, but turned his head to look at Gel. He knew that the one who could truly decide his life and death at this moment was the handsome young man in front of him. Sir, spare my life. Please don't kill me. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. I was born with a special ability that allows me to communicate with animals. Through them, I can understand the currents and weather changes in the surrounding waters. So, I'm actually an excellent navigator. Please don't kill me. I can work hard for you, my lord. A great man like you must conquer the Grand Line and become the king of pirates in the future. Ordinary navigators in that sea area can't do it. I have the confidence and strength to help you. Respected sir. After saying that, Cheji knelt down and crawled forward to hug Gear's thighs. Gear smelled a strong smell of urine and kicked him to the ground with a look of disgust. Cheji lowered his head, with a barely perceptible hint of brutality on his face, but when he looked up again, he still had that respectful and humble smile on his face. He got up from the ground, not feeling embarrassed at all for being kicked, but feeling angry in his heart. Damn it! Laozi has performed so hard, and his tears are almost dry. How come this person is not moved at all? I didn't expect that a young man would be so hard-hearted. Hold on. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. The most urgent thing is to gain the other party's appreciation and survive before seeking other things. When 2 groups of pirates meet, there is often a fight and a merger. Cheji said he has seen many such small scenes. Since he went to sea, he has changed several pirates' captains. The navigator is constant, but the captains come and go, but he is the only one who continues to live a better and better life. Because of his excellent sailing skills, he was appreciated by new bosses every time he changed jobs and enjoyed better treatment. Cheji was afraid of meeting unreasonable people who would chop you off before you could even finish your words. Now he had said everything he needed to say, and he was no longer nervous because he believed that as long as one made a living on the sea, no one could refuse a navigator like him who could predict ocean currents and weather. What should we do? Boss Gale, this guy seems to be a user with special abilities. Moria held the knife in the air for a long time without dropping it, because Gale had been telling them to pay attention to the demon fruit power, which was useful to him. Ger stroked his chin in thought. Listen to the voice of all things? Then he shook his head to deny it. If this despicable guy could also possess the ability to hear the sounds of all things, Roger's coffin would probably not be able to hold him down. Gale had a guess in his mind. Forget it. It doesn't matter what it is. If this kind of villain stays on the ship, it will be a disaster sooner or later. If he really has talent, he is talented but has no morals. He should be eliminated as soon as possible to avoid digging a hole for himself. After sorting out his thoughts, Gale stood up and waved his hand. Cut it off. Thanks. Just as Che-ji expressed his thanks, he suddenly doubted whether he had heard it wrongly. He widened his eyes and stared at Gear in disbelief. His originally respectful expression gradually turned into a ferocious one. You. Crack. Without giving him any more nonsense, Moria received the order and swung his sword directly, and the dog's head fell to the ground cleanly and neatly. The blade was still sharp, and the person was killed without any blood. It seemed that the sparring with Mihawk had made Moria's swordsmanship improve rapidly. Sure enough, a blue ball of light appeared above the corpse. Gale, who had not met a person with special abilities for a long time, walked forward happily. Ding! Unknown devil fruit detected, automatically analyzing, analysis completed, paramecia, whispering fruit. It is indeed this fruit that has always occupied the top 3 of the most useless fruit rankings. Please select extract or decompose extract. Ding! Extraction successful. Extraction ability, animal friend gain the ability to understand the voices of animals, excluding humans, but cannot read their thoughts, and the creature must be willing to communicate. Usage, oral. Ah, this. Gale suddenly felt a little sympathy for the next user of the whispering fruit. I wonder what will be left after the whisper fruit is extracted. Zoan's landlubber form? He stored all the meatballs and gold and silver jewelry into the system, then turned around to look at the inlaid gold teeth and gems. So disgusting. I really can't do it, so I think I'll just give up. Just waste it. After doing all this, Gale called out to the 2 of them, let's go, Lao Mo, Jin, let's go back and eat. 2 days later, Mount Louis near the entrance of East Blue Grand Line, Senior had already folded up the sails, and Mozan held the rudder tightly. Although they were both old sailors, he had never been to the Grand Line. He had only heard of such crazy things as ships rushing towards the top of the mountain along the current, but had never experienced it himself. Turn right a little bit, about 15 degrees. We're about to enter the ocean current. Hold on tight. Soon the ship was riding on the fast current and was speeding up. Wow, it's so fast. It's so cool. Sister Afu, come and have a look. Baya excitedly pulled Funi out of the cabin. Funi looked at the towering mountain and was so shocked that she was speechless. After a long while, she said, Ah! What a high mountain! Is our ship going up the mountain? It's amazing. I have to record this spectacular view. As she spoke, Fy took out a green camera and started taking pictures. This was the Polaroid camera that Ger gave her. It could produce pictures directly after taking them, which was magical. Fy liked this gift very much. With this camera, she could add various beautiful illustrations to her sailing diary. Crack, crack. First there were a few close ups of Levis Mountain, followed by various vain selfies of the 2 girls and daily photos of other people on the deck. In the photo, Weibul was still working on the iron as usual, while the others were busying about, fearing that the boat might get bumped into something. Captain Gol stood at the bow, looking at the towering mountains, leaving behind a proud and handsome back. Long and Mihawk lagged behind, surrounding Captain Gol on the left and right. No one would have thought that the accidental disclosure of this photo several years later would scare the 5 elders of the world government so much that they almost fell to the ground. Are you leaving? Gel didn't even turn his head, with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit and talking to himself, but in fact, his observation Haki had already noticed that Long and Mihawk had arrived at the bow together. Long pulled up his hood and answered first, Ah, yes, Mr. Gel, I plan to go to the sea first and look for like-minded companions. I have already written down Ajin's subsequent training on a piece of paper and handed it to him. This guy Long has officially accepted Ajin as his apprentice. Firstly, Ajin's qualifications and character are excellent. Secondly, in order to have more connections with Gale, teaching apprentices to practice must be done from beginning to end, so he mentioned it specifically. My hawk on the side also spoke up, "Thank you Captain Gale for your hospitality during this period. I am also here to say goodbye to you. I will continue to travel and fight with strong men to improve my strength. I will definitely challenge Weevil again if I have the chance." Although Weevil was not a swordsman, he was obviously noted in my hawk's notebook. He greeted Gale in advance so that they could continue to fight in the future. "Haha, no problem." Ger nodded and agreed with a smile. The two saw Gale groping around, then he took out a bottle of wine and 3 small wine glasses from somewhere, and continued while pouring the wine, "With your strength, there is no place in this sea that you cannot go. I won't tell you to pay attention to safety. The ones who should really pay attention to safety are the unlucky ones who are about to meet you." Long and my hawk both raised their lips upon hearing this, their smiles were filled with great confidence. "Come on, brothers. All good things must come to an end. Let's drink this glass of wine. I wish you all the best on this trip. Let's meet again at Grand Line in the future." Dry. The 3 of them raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Long and my hawk had already smelled that this wine was different when it was poured. Their eyes lit up after they took a sip. This wine had a unique aroma, was mellow and rich, and had a long aftertaste. Compared to this wine, the ones I drank before were like horse urine. Gale looked at the intoxicated expressions on the 2 men's faces and smiled secretly. The sauce-flavored technology has already conquered countless Hyuxia people, and now with the further enhancement of the system, even Gale himself was amazed. He never thought that this wine could be so delicious. Gale quickly put the wine away. It was not because he was stingy. This bottle of the most expensive Mao Tai liquor cost 1 million Baileys. Although it was not cheap, it was not so expensive that he could not afford it. He was mainly afraid that the 2 people would drink more and then be reluctant to leave. Seeing what Gale was doing, Long and Hawkeye smacked their lips, muttering in their hearts that Captain Gale was stingy. "I really want another glass. I have never seen such a good wine before." Both of them were rather aloof and concerned about their reputation. They looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to drink but were too embarrassed to ask, so they could only secretly smell the remaining aroma in the empty cup. Being stared at with scorching eyes by 2 grown men, Gale sighed, but still took out the wine out of kindness. After filling a glass for each of them, he handed the remaining half bottle of wine directly to Long to prevent him from being remembered. "A little drinking can soothe your mood, Long. You are going to do great things, so you can't be as greedy for pleasure as I am." Monkey D. Durag's expression turned serious when he heard this. "Thanks to Mr. Gol for the reminder." After saying that, he handed the bottle to my hawk's arms. As for the contents in the cup, he emptied it all. How could it be wasted as it was the essence of the grain? Long raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. "My hawk! What do you mean? You are noble and you are great, how can I be a person who only seeks pleasure?" Gear winked at Long, who immediately understood and said with a smile, "My hawk and I have been having a great time recently, and we decided to travel together temporarily so that we can look after each other on the road." Seeing that my hawk remained silent and did not deny it, Gear felt that the air was sour. No matter how excited he was, he never dared to think that he could successfully recruit Hawkeye. After all, this guy was a lone wolf. Now seeing that he was getting along with Long, Ger could only sigh that the personal charm of the monkey family was a bit flawed. Although my hawk has not explicitly stated that he will join the Revolutionary Army, as long as he is willing to go along, he has already committed half a step. Over time, he will definitely be successfully brainwashed by Dragon. My hawk is a simple martial arts fanatic. When he was young, in order to hone his swordsmanship, he treated pirates and marines equally and chopped them all. He became the world's #1 swordsman, but when he had no opponents, he felt bored and wanted to train an opponent to defeat him. This madman who has no stance and is not afraid to make enemies with anyone is really suitable to join the great cause of overthrowing the world government, rather than being a 7 warlords of the sea. What are the perks of Shishibukai? One is to cancel the bounty, and the world government marine will not cause you any trouble, so you can develop with peace of mind. The other is to have the legal right to plunder, but you need to pay taxes and obey the orders of the world government to a certain extent. Others all have their own purposes for becoming shishibukai. Some do it to protect their country and people, while others do it to secretly develop their power. Look at my hawk again, he is a loner, he neither develops his power nor plunders the common people, he has no power but only obligations. Even Gale, the shishibukai, feels bad for him. Long and my hawk said goodbye to everyone at the top of the mountain and got off the boat. The two of them drove away in Hawkeye's boat. The butterfly's wings are flapping a little too loudly this time. Never mind. The ones who should be worried are the world government and the Marines. When Gale came to his senses, the boat was already drifting away. Looking at the two people arm in arm on the boat, he felt a little heartbroken. My hawk, the future world's #1 swordsman, is one of the top fighters in the ocean. On the boat Long put his arm around my hawk's shoulders and said impatiently, "Come on, come on. My hawk, quickly take out that bottle of wine, and let's celebrate the new journey that is about to begin." Get lost. Didn't you just say you didn't want to? After being pushed away by my hawk, Long shamelessly pressed forward again, like a scoundrel, completely lacking the calmness that a big boss behind the scenes should have. Hey, 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 don't be so heartless my hawk. Just one glass will do. Just pour me a glass. Half a cup is fine. I just want to smell it. It's okay if I don't drink it, right? Roll. Damn it. You're going too far. You actually want to keep it all for yourself. Don't force me to snatch it away. Chapter 41. The friendship between Durag and my hawk was overturned at any time. Just as the two men were arguing and leaving over half a bottle of wine, Ger was celebrating with everyone on the ship for entering the Grand Line and starting a new adventure. There are 12 bottles in a box of Mazzi liquor. After Gale made sure that Long and Hawkeye had gone far away, he generously took out the remaining 11 bottles to share with the crew. If Dragon saw this scene, Gale would not know how to fool him. Crack! As soon as the bottle cap was opened, the rich aroma of wine rushed into the noses of everyone on the boat. It aroused the alcohol bug in the old drunkard. What a nice smell! Captain, what kind of wine is this? Uncle Fate was the first to hear the news. He couldn't help swallowing and asked curiously. Mozan and Senor, who also liked to drink a little wine, smelled the aroma of wine and came over at the same time, their mouths dry with greed. This is a famous wine from my hometown. Try it. Remember not to drink it too quickly. Gale didn't let them wait for long. He took out the wine and handed each of them a bottle. Cough cough cough. Fate opened the bottle cap and took a big gulp, then started coughing. It was obvious that he did not listen to Captain Geller's reminder. His face turned red, and it was not known whether it was because of the cough or the alcohol. Several people gathered together and couldn't wait to taste it. Elegance never goes out of style. Senor lived up to his gentlemanly attire and drank slowly. He poured the wine into the glass, picked up the glass, looked at it, smelled it, and then took a small sip, squinting his eyes to savor it carefully. It's rich and refreshing. It's really a rare good wine. Unlike Uncle Fit, who has no culture, he only gives a thumbs up and shouts after drinking, "Good wine. Really good wine. Good wine. This wine shouldn't be cheap, right, Captain?" Mozan took a sip and then asked. As a businessman, he was also involved in the wine business. He knew that this wine was of great value after just one sip. Gale also became interested and asked, "Brother Mozang, if this wine is to be sold, based on your experience, what do you think is a reasonable price for a bottle?" Mozang raised his hand and touched his chin, thinking for a while before saying, "Captain, you really stumped me with your question. This wine is undoubtedly the best wine I have ever tasted. It is much better than any other top-quality wine I have ever tasted. If it is our exclusive supply, as long as we control the quantity released into the market and take the high-end luxury route, I think a bottle of wine can be auctioned for hundreds of millions or even hundreds of millions of Baileys. After all, those nobles have plenty of money, and they like to spend money on things that others cannot afford to show their nobility. If you want to sell at a low profit margin and high volume, and set the price at 10 or 20 million per bottle of Bailey, with the quality of this wine, you can quickly roll it out and occupy the market share. Moreover, wine is a consumable product, as long as there is profit, you can make money continuously. So how much does a bottle of wine cost in Baileys, Captain?" Mozang couldn't help but ask curiously, his heart full of anticipation. Ger smiled and raised a finger and shook it. 10 million Baileys. Mozang was overjoyed. If the price was 10 million, then selling a bottle for 20 million would yield a 100% profit. You must know that when the profit reaches 10%, some people will be ready to make a move. When the profit reaches 50%, some people will dare to take risks. When the profit reaches 100%, some people will dare to trample on all the laws in the world. Wrong. Ger smiled and shook his head. Is it 100 million Baileys? Mo Sang calmed down a little. If the cost was 100 million, then only a small amount could be auctioned, and he could still make a lot of money. What? 100 million. Next to them, Fate and Seigneur, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, were so scared that they almost spit out the wine in their mouths. But when they thought that each sip would cost hundreds of thousands of Baileys, they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. Ger no longer pretends to be mysterious. Ha ha ha. It's 1 million Baileys, and there's no limit on the quantity. Nanny. Everyone shouted when they heard this. When profits exceed 300%, capital is not even afraid of going to the gallows. Only 1 million Baileys? Is this true? Mozan was deeply shocked. The profit was far more than 1000%. Haha, of course it's true. Everyone was used to the fact that the captain always came up with some good stuff from time to time, but no one had ever thought about this issue from a business perspective. Now that they found out that these things could easily make immeasurable wealth, everyone was shocked. The ship has entered the downhill section, the speed has increased again, and it is about to enter the Grand Line. Standing at the bow, you can experience the loneliness of standing on the top of the mountain and looking down at the boundless sea in front of you, which will inevitably give rise to great pride in your heart. Gale brought a large wooden barrel and called out to everyone, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." Upon hearing this, everyone on the boat stopped making noise and gathered around curiously. Gale stepped on the barrel and continued, "Family, we are about to enter the Grand Line. It is said that pirates have to go through an unwritten ritual before entering the Grand Line. Although we are not pirates, I think this ritual is very good. We can follow the local customs." "Hey, what's the ceremony?" Moria asked curiously. He had never been to the Grand Line, and had originally planned to form his own pirate group to explore the Grand Line after watching the execution of the Pirate King. However, he was abducted by Gol before he could go out to sea as a pirate. Naturally, Moria had no chance to learn about the rituals required to enter the Grand Line. "Well, Captain, just tell me, don't keep me in suspense," Baya urged, shaking Gel's coat. Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Gear smiled with satisfaction and said, "This ceremony is for all the members on the ship to stand in a circle, with one foot on the barrel like me, and speak out loudly about their dreams and ambitions in front of everyone's witness. Finally, they toast together to encourage each other, hoping that everyone can realize their dreams one day in the future. It seems quite interesting." After hearing this, everyone was eager to try it out. As is customary, the adults raised their glasses and the children's glasses were filled with juice. "Ahem, I'm the captain, so let me lead you all." Gel cleared his throat and stepped onto the barrel first, holding up his glass and shouting, "My goal is to be the freest person in the world. Go wherever I want. Live happily. Don't bully the weak, don't be afraid of the powerful, don't forget my original intention, and insist on doing what I think is right. Protect my partners and do my best to help them realize their dreams. Captain is so handsome. I want to come too." The wooden barrel that Gear prepared was a bit high. The stubborn Baya forced her feet onto the barrel even while splitting her fork, and shouted, "Now I just want to have delicious snacks every day. When I grow up, I want to be a strong person so that I can protect you when you are old." One by one, everyone stepped onto the wooden barrel and expressed their ideals. Moria become a legendary warrior that makes the entire ocean tremble. Fight, become a top chef and record all the food. Mozang, become a financial tycoon, hoping to help everyone with the power of money. Forfuni, travel around the world and record the beautiful scenery and life. Weiabul, listen to your brother and become the strongest in the world. Ajin, what about you? Finally, only Ajin had not taken the oath yet, and everyone turned their eyes to him. Ajin thought for a long time and said seriously, "The captain's will is my will. I will inherit it and defend it to the death." Bang! Gear punched Ajin on the head and cursed, "What do you mean by my will? Laozi is still alive and well, and you are thinking about inheriting my will. I think you are itching for trouble." "I'm sorry, Captain, that's not what I meant." Ajin covered his head in pain and defended himself aggrievedly. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Come on! Cheers to our dreams and this wonderful day! Cheers! Senor What about me? Have you all forgotten me? I haven't said anything yet. Forget it. I don't have any ambitions. I just want to live a simple life. Chapter 42. Grand Line Entrance Twin Gorges. Haha. You're finally back. At the bow, Gale looked around and didn't find the familiar figure, so he put his index finger and thumb to his mouth. Beep, a clear and long whistle sounded, and it was soon responded to. Woof woof. Hey? Something's coming. Ajin stood on tiptoe and lay on the side of the boat, looking in the direction where the sound came from. Baya blinked her big eyes and took the opportunity to show off, my friends are coming. Jin, don't get scared later. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I won't be scared. Ajin answered confidently. He has recently been undergoing practical training involving blood and fire, life and death. After this period of training, not only has Ajin's strength improved rapidly, but he has also become more mature, stable and reliable. In broad daylight, he absolutely did not believe that anything could scare him. Woof woof. Ada and Er. Over here. Over here. Baya stood at the front and waved his hands like a traffic policeman directing traffic. Ada and Aer rushed to the front of the boat as if they were competing. They were about to hit the hull. Suddenly, the two dogs slammed on the brakes. Then, two huge dog heads were seen sticking out of the boat and rubbing Gale's hands affectionately. Even if they had more courage, they would not dare to really hit the boat. Baya also ran up, hugged the cute dog's head and stroked it, while calling out to the little brother behind him, Ajin. Come here quickly, what are you still daydreaming about? Here I come. Ajin agreed and walked forward calmly, feeling proud in his heart, that's it. Baya still underestimates me. I am a man who has experienced life and death. How could I be scared by just two dog-headed sea beasts? Puff. Suddenly, a huge column of water shot up into the sky from the sea ahead and spread out at a height of 100 meters, looking like a huge fountain. On a sunny day, the mist in the air refracts the sunlight, forming a beautiful rainbow in the sky. What the hell? Ajin was startled by the sudden loud spray of water and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Wow! So beautiful, Fy hurried out of the cabin, took out her camera, and took a picture of the water column and the rainbow in the sky before it disappeared. Gale held onto Bia and held open his coat to block the falling water. He. Hold on tight. There's a big guy coming. Moria, who had already initially awakened observation haki, reminded everyone with a smile. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared right under the hull and was slowly getting bigger. What is this? Mozan hurriedly stretched out his right hand and hugged the pillar beside him, while his left hand tightly held Funi. Crash! The black shadow finally surfaced and the boat began to shake. Soon the entire boat completely left the water and was carried on the back of the monster below. This huge monster is the island whale, Laboon. Wow, what the hell is this? It's so huge. Ajin nervously took out his dagger and prepared for battle, but looking at the monster hundreds of meters below him, he didn't know where to start. Don't be afraid, Jin. This is Laboon. We are being lifted up. Wow, Laboon is so awesome. Baya screamed with excitement. Yamato and Er were also lifted out of the water. They clapped their front flippers happily. It was obvious that they had become familiar with Laboon after spending some time together and were no longer afraid of being eaten. The 2 fur seals slid down Laboon's back smoothly and dived into the water, having a lot of fun as if they were on a slide. The corner of Gear's mouth twitched. If the boat accidentally slipped like this, wouldn't it be smashed to pieces? He hurriedly shouted, Laboon! Laboon! Stop playing around and put us down! Yee! Laboon called out twice and then dived obediently, bringing the boat back to the surface of the sea. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. When Laboon resurfaced from the water, the people who had not seen Laboon yet could see clearly that the monster they had just interacted with was actually a giant whale. Everyone, this is Laboon, and he's our partner. Gale turned around and introduced the people on the boat. How is it, isn't it Teku? Yee! Laboon was praised by Ger and started making trouble again out of excitement. Everyone on the boat nodded in agreement. With that size, wouldn't it be cool to take it out for a stroll? You're finally back, little brat. What took you so long? Crocus climbed onto the boat at some point and stood at the bow, wringing the seawater out of his clothes while speaking. Hey! There are a lot of new faces. Are they all tricked into coming aboard by you? Haha, look at what you are saying, what do you mean by deceiving? Couldn't you be attracted by my personal charm? Ger said with a smile, then walked up and handed Crocus a bottle of wine. What? Are you going to cover my mouth with something? Crocus was not polite to Ger. He took the wine and opened the bottle and took a sip. Wow! What a great wine! It looks like you've made a fortune. I've never tasted such high-end wine. Gale did not answer, and said calmly, Roger left the execution stand with a smile on his face. Crocus didn't say anything when he heard this. He silently picked up the wine and took 2 more sips. After a long while, he smiled and said, Ha ha ha, what a pity. What's the point of being the pirate's king? Even Roger, the pirate's king, doesn't have the good fortune to drink such good wine. You don't know how much that guy likes to drink. His health is almost failing, and I told him to drink less but he just wouldn't listen. I was saving his life but it seemed like he was going to take it. Isn't that infuriating? The old man was reminiscing about the past, muttering to himself. He's already old and has no self-awareness at all, and he still needs me to keep an eye on him all the time. If he gets a taste of this wine before he dies, he'll definitely be out of control. That old BD will have to live at least a year or 2 less, ha 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 ha. After saying this, Crocus started laughing to himself, and Ger also laughed along. Just smiling, Crocus secretly turned his head and wiped his eyes. Thank you for the wine, Captain Gale. Well, we're one family, no need to be polite. If you want to drink, tell me. I'll give you as much as you want. Ger patted Crocus' shoulder and smiled. Crocus immediately turned from gloomy to cheerful after hearing this, and said cheerfully, That's what you said yourself, Captain Gale. Can you please give me another bottle first? Gale complained in his heart, You still have the mouth to talk about others? Can't you even hear the polite words? I think you, old BD, have no self-awareness at all. Chapter 43. After Gale and Crocus finished talking, Gale turned around and introduced to everyone on the ship, Everyone, this is our skilled ship's doctor, Uncle Crocus. Hello everyone, I'm Crocus, the lighthouse keeper at Gemini Cape. I'm 49 years old. My hobbies are sunbathing and reading newspapers. My blood type is, my zodiac sign is. Please take care of me in the future. Crocus gave another detailed self-introduction, and he was almost about to tell you what color underwear he was wearing today. Mozan looked at Crocus with excitement. He finally saw the miracle doctor that Captain Gale had mentioned. He was anxious, but out of politeness he did not go up immediately to let Crocus treat his lover. After everyone greeted each other, Gale spoke. Uncle Crocus, this beautiful lady on our ship has been weak and often sick since she was a child. Can you take a look at her and let us see if you are just a name for nothing? Crocus' mouth twitched and he wanted to beat Gear up. If you can't speak, you don't have to. Mozan looked at Ger with gratitude. The captain really did not forget what he promised them. Okay, you're not feeling well, right? Come here, little girl, let me take a look. Crocus opened a patinated leather box and saw various medical instruments neatly arranged in the box. These were all his food. Crocus took out a stethoscope from the box and began to examine Funi. Mozan was rubbing his hands nervously. He wanted to ask about the result but he restrained himself and didn't dare to disturb them. I am not afraid of Huxia medicine practitioners smiling, but I am afraid of them looking down on me. Seeing that Crocus didn't show any awkward expression, Gale started to joke, It's okay, Uncle Crocus. Don't stress yourself. Just do your best. If there's really no way to treat him, just tell us. We can still go to the Drum Kingdom. I heard that Dr. Melder is a skilled doctor. She will definitely find a way. Men are most afraid of you saying that they are not good enough, and old men are the same. Crocus immediately got angry when he heard it. How can such a minor illness stump me? Besides, I admit that the old woman's medical skills are good, but they are not necessarily better than mine. Crocus said loudly and emphasized. Okay, okay, you are the best doctor in the world. I was just joking with you. Don't take it so seriously. Gale boasted, and Mozan beside him asked anxiously, Mr. Ship's doctor, how is Funi doing? Don't worry, I'm just born with a weak body and insufficient chi and blood. It's not a big problem. The trouble with this disease is that it can't be cured with medicine. It requires long-term treatment and diet to slowly adjust. Crocus took off his stethoscope and spoke slowly. Thank you, Mr. Ship's doctor. Mozan and Funi bowed and thanked Crocus together. No need to be so polite. We are all partners in the same boat from now on. You don't have to be so polite to me. Just call me Crocus. Great. Great. The heavy stone in Mozan's heart was finally put down. With tears streaming down his face, he excitedly took Fanny's hand and spun around. Laboon seemed to be able to sense the emotions of everyone on the boat and started to spin happily as well. Crocus stood at the bow, frowning at Laboon, and said to Gale with some concern, Captain, you have also been in the Grand Line for a while. You should know that the sea area not only has a changeable and harsh climate, but also has various terrible natural disasters, huge sea beasts and sea kings, and even powerful enemies that are like natural disasters. Laboon is so huge that it can easily become a sitting duck when it encounters danger. I am really worried about taking it with me. Why don't we leave it here and bring it here to reunite with Laboon after we find Brook? What do you think? Roar before Gale could say anything, Laboon, who was able to communicate with humans emotionally, was already strongly protesting. When it heard that it was going to be left alone here again, it screamed to the sky, its voice filled with anger and sadness. Laboon kept slapping the sea surface with his tail, splashing sea water onto Crocus. Ger hurriedly stepped back a few steps to keep a safe distance from him, and Crocus instantly became a drowned rat. Laboon. Calm down. I'm doing this for your own good. Crocus shouted as he wiped the water off his glasses. In response, he was hit by another wave of sea water. Laboon. Chirp. Chirp. Laboon shook its head violently. No translation was needed to understand what it was saying. I won't listen. I won't listen. Crocus was helpless, wondering if he would have to use tranquilizers again. Ghoul jumped onto the spur of the bow and shouted at the throbbing whale, Laboon. I am the captain of this ship. You are also a member of the ship now, so you must listen to me. Perhaps because it has been sailing with the Rumba pirates since it was a child, Laboon has always considered itself a member of the Rumba pirates, so it seems to understand that as a crew member it needs to obey the captain's orders. Chirp. Chirp. Laboon unexpectedly became quiet and stopped venting, but there was a flood brewing in its two huge eyes, and it cried out twice in grievance. Am I going to be left behind again? Seeing that Laboon was willing to listen to Ger's orders, Crocus finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought of leaving it alone, he felt sad again. However, this was for Laboon's life safety, and he had to do this with hatred. On the boat, knowing that they couldn't take Laboon with them, seeing the pitiful appearance of the little whale, the sentimental people were already secretly wiping away tears. Funi took out a handkerchief and helped Bia wipe away her tears while comforting her. It's okay, don't cry, the captain will definitely help Laboon find his family and reunite them. As he spoke, his eyes became wet. Fate, Ajahn, and Senor, the three men, had to hold back their tears and snot when seeing this scene. The damn desire to win among men made none of them willing to cry first. At this moment, I heard Gale continue to speak, Laboon. Listen to me. Don't listen to that stinky old man, he has no say. I am your captain now. The captain said he would take you on a voyage and he will definitely do it. How can a whale be afraid of the sea? Let's go. What Laboon could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes, and two streams of water rushed into the sea like a floodgate opening. Gale smiled and raised his right hand. Laboon leaned forward sensibly and gently rested his head on Gale's palm. Fy took out her camera and captured this beautiful moment. Everyone was deeply moved, except for the old father Crocus, who almost vomited blood in anger. He never expected that Captain Ger, the sixth son, would alienate the relationship between him and Laboon. I'll play the good guy first, and then you'll play the bad guy, right? Well. Crocus heaved a long sigh of relief. At this point, he no longer held any objections. There was nothing to worry about. If he encountered danger in the future, he would just risk his life to protect Laboon. Chapter 44. Gale stroked the old scar on Laboon's head, feeling a little distressed. After whispering a few words, Laboon opened his mouth, but this time he didn't scream to the sky. He felt that this little guy had a very high IQ, unlike many people who were higher animals but could not understand human language at all. Gale smiled, then took out a candy and threw it into Laboon's big mouth. Next. It's time to witness a miracle. After waiting for a while and seeing that Laboon still hadn't changed, everyone looked at each other, wondering what the captain was up to. Gale looked embarrassed, and was unsure whether the ability balls would be effective against such a huge creature. Wouldn't it be useless? Bang! Suddenly a burst of white smoke exploded, scaring Gale and everyone else. This? What's going on? When the smoke and dust cleared, Laboon's huge figure disappeared right before everyone's eyes, just like a large magic show. Everyone on the ship except Gale was stunned. A look of delight appeared on Ger's face. Haha! It works! Crocus was the first to react. Like a parent whose child was lost, he looked panicked and asked anxiously, Captain! What's going on? Why is Laboon gone? Click! Gale jumped back onto the deck, pointed his left hand above his head, and smiled at everyone. Ha ha ha, don't panic, Uncle Crocus, don't worry, Laboon is here. Meow meow. Everyone then discovered that at some point, a black and grey tabby cat had appeared on Captain Gale's head. There were a few small scars on the cat's forehead, and if you looked closely, you would find that the location of each scar was exactly the same as the one on Laboon's head. The cat's pair of black eyes were full of spirituality. Hey? Where did this little kitty come from? Meow Baiyu ran forward with brisk steps, gently stroked the kitten's fluffy and soft fur, and asked in disbelief, what a cute little kitty. Captain, is this really Laboon? Ger lifted Laboon from his head and held him in his arms, smiling and nodding. How is this possible? Crocus felt his head buzzing and his whole body was in a state of shutdown. He stared at the little cat in front of him with wide eyes. Gale explained in all seriousness, I have a dream. No, wrong, start over. My devil fruit has an ability that allows it to. Fate was clear-headed and quickly interrupted, Captain. I think it's better not to tell us all about the specific abilities of your devil fruit. Seeing that everyone else on the boat nodded in agreement, Gere was a little puzzled. You are all family members I trust, so I feel I can tell you. Senior stroked his chin and said seriously, Captain, Uncle Fate didn't mean that any of us would betray you. Your abilities are definitely our most confidential information. Devil fruits have all kinds of abilities, and we can't rule out the possibility that an enemy will be able to directly search your memory or obtain information through other means. So, just in case, the fewer people who know about it, the better. He. I agree too. After all, boss, your ability is shocking. If it gets out, we might have to face the pursuit of the whole world. But it should be fun to think about it. Gale understood what they meant, and then waved his hand and said jokingly, haha, that's about right. So everyone remember to keep it a secret for me. Otherwise, not only will I be wanted and assassinated, I might even be captured and dissected for research. Nanny. Is it that dangerous? No, Captain, I don't want anything to happen to you. Please stop talking. I'm afraid I'll talk in my sleep accidentally in the future. Bia was so scared that she shook her head vigorously, as if she wanted to shake all the memories of today out of her head. Haha, alright, I won't scare you anymore. Since you guys said so, from now on I will just perform a series of moves without any explanation. Just think of it as a magic trick. Gale held Laboon in his hands and stroked it gently, saying indifferently. Now Laboon can change between whale and cat forms at will. From now on, he can stay on the boat and go on adventures with us. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Crocus was the most excited about this result. He no longer had to leave Laboon alone at the Twin Capes. The old man was already in tears. Great. I knew the captain would have a solution. As a loyal fan of Ger, Bia started to flatter the captain whenever she had the chance. Crocus calmed down a little, patted his chest and suggested, however, Captain, please do not tell me any secrets like this in the future. I am afraid that my heart will not be able to bear it at my age. Your ability may be more dangerous to the world government than any other pirates. Ger smiled modestly, it's not that exaggerated, you don't have to worry too much. I heard that the world government's scientific forces have been researching artificial devil fruits for a long time, and they have achieved considerable results. In addition, according to my secret intelligence, a person with special abilities appeared in the ocean more than 100 years ago. His devil fruit ability is to extract the devil fruit of other people after hunting them down. So people may not be impressed by my ability, so you don't have to scare yourself. Really? Of course it's true. When has my intelligence ever been wrong? Gale made up a half-truth, but the effect was very obvious. Everyone was obviously much more relieved. People are afraid of comparison. When they saw the two situations Bigger mentioned, everyone instantly felt that Bigger's ability was just so-so, and even a bit embarrassing. Meow. Meow. A famous expert found that petting cats can help people relieve tension. Everyone, relieved, gathered around and curiously observed the little cat in Gale's arms. Women are naturally unable to resist cute little animals. Baya and Funi have already started to take advantage of Laboon. Meow meow meow. The snow-white fat cat that Fy had brought on board suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Ziobai ran to his owner's feet with some jealousy, rubbing against them left and right, looking like a spoiled child. It's a pity that it is not destined to become the protagonist today. Laboon is obviously suppressed in terms of IQ. Woof woof. Cats and dogs do not share the same happiness. The two dogs, Ada and Air, at the bow of the boat cast envious glances at Laboon for becoming the group's favorite. Crocus took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, looking at the people surrounding a kitten on the boat with satisfaction, his eyes full of tenderness. Chapter 45. Uncle Crocus. Crocus was still in a daze. It took Gear several calls for him to react. He said awkwardly, "What's wrong, Captain?" Gale carried Laboon and fought his way out of the encirclement, coming to Crocus. Meow. Laboon jumped onto Crocus's shoulder and rubbed his wrinkled face. Laboon. It's really you, that's great, that's great. Meow, Crocus shouted excitedly, then picked up Laboon and held him in front of his eyes to look into those familiar black eyes. Ger took out another candy and handed it to Crocus, saying, "Uncle, please eat this candy." Crocus glanced at Ger and didn't ask what it was. He took the candy and threw it directly into his mouth. Well, it's sweet, and the taste is slightly different from ordinary candies. It melts in your mouth, and before you want to taste it again, the candy in your mouth is gone. Crocus was a little worried at first, fearing that Captain Gale would also turn himself into a cat so that they could be reunited. He frowned and felt his body for a while, but found that there was no change in his body, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Just as he was about to ask, Laboon in his arms meowed, and Crocus' eyes suddenly widened. What? Is that you talking? Laboon. Meow meow no. Laboon, I should be the one apologizing. I'm sorry. I was thinking about leaving you here alone. You must be lonely and scared. Woo. Meow, Crocus could no longer hold back his anger, and he and the cat hugged each other and burst into tears. Woo. What Gale gave Crocus to eat was the animal friend obtained from extracting the whisper fruit. After his mission accomplished, Captain Gale walked away with a smile, leaving the father and son, who were not biological but better than biological children and even crossed races, to have a good chat. After tying Ada and Aer back to the bow, the boat set off again. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise, and the second half is called New World. The magnetic field, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents here are all in chaos. It is difficult to even know where you are, let alone find islands in the vast ocean, so the only way to guide the course is by recording pointers and permanent pointers. Entering the first half of the Grand Line, there are a total of 7 different routes extending from the upside-down mountain. You can choose any one at the beginning, but once you choose it, you cannot change it. You can only go along the islands on this route one by one. The 7 routes will eventually converge at Sabayati Archipelago. Of course, Gale chose the route he was familiar with, because this route has the golden city of Chandora that he has been thinking about. First stop Whiskey Peak. It was a sunny day and the sailboat was sailing through the waves. If viewed from the sky, it looked like a sharp blade cutting through the azure blue silk. With 2 sea beasts pulling the boat, most of the labor force was instantly freed up, and everyone on the boat was able to relax and unwind. Some played, some exercised, some read, and everyone was doing what they liked. Swishing. There was a sound of friction between the pen tip and paper. Fy sat quietly aside, the pen in her hand dancing on the notebook, leaving lines of beautiful handwriting wherever the pen tip passed. Fy gently tucked a strand of golden bangs that blocked her vision behind her ear and continued to carefully record what she had seen and heard since going to sea. When she was writing the touching story of the whale Laboon, she couldn't help but stretch out her left hand to stroke the little cat who was sitting quietly on the table and watching her write. Meow, Laboon let out a comfortable cry. Xiaobai curled up obediently on his owner's lap. When he heard Laboon's call, he just moved his ears and continued to sleep. There was no other way. Acting cute and vying for favor consumed too many calories. He had worked hard to build up this body of fat, and it would be a waste to use it on jealousy. Therefore, Xiaobai had learned to let go at such a young age. High EQ, this cat has a plan. Low EQ, this good cat chooses to lie down and be a salted fish. Laboon watched Funi write and draw carefully. Although it didn't know what these strange black symbols that looked like small fish and shrimps meant, every page of Funi's diary was accompanied by beautiful photos she had taken. Laboon looked at himself in the photos, as well as the familiar Crocus, Captain Gur, and everyone on the ship with great interest. Fy wrote quietly, and a smile appeared on her face when she came to something interesting. Suddenly, a piece of white goose down-like thing gently fell on the notebook, successfully attracting her attention. Hey? What is this? Snow. Seeing that thing melted on the paper, leaving a little moisture, Funi and Laboon looked up at the sky together. The sun is still high in the sky, but more and more snowflakes are falling. Hey? It's really snowing. Laboon. Meow. There was no surprise in Laboon's cat eyes. It had been in the Grand Line for many years and had obviously seen this kind of situation many times. Fy quickly shook off the snowflakes on the notebook and closed it. Fortunately, these notebooks were specially bought for her by Captain Ghoul. It was said that the paper used in these notebooks was the highest grade 1000-year-old paper, which was not only waterproof, but also would not fade or be damaged by wind and sun. It was most suitable for recording important things, such as navigation logs, nautical charts, or treasure maps, etc. Ah! It's snowing. It's snowing. Can we have a snowball fight now? Baya's excited voice was heard, and then a crazy girl was seen running around on the deck. Ajin put down the dumbbells, reached out his hand to catch a snowflake, curiously put it to his mouth and licked it. He was a little disappointed to find that it had no taste. It was the first time he had seen snow in his life. It suddenly snowed heavily on a hot day. Everyone put down what they were doing and stood on the deck in shock, staring at the snowflakes flying in the sky. Ha ha ha, don't be so surprised. Didn't I tell you before? The weather in the Grand Line is so changeable. It may be sunny one second and thundering, stormy and rainy the next. You will get used to it in the future. Crocus lifted the newspaper covering his head, stood up from the rocking chair and said with a smile that this lazy chair of gel had been occupied by old man Crocus for a long time. He said that such a comfortable thing should be used to respect the elderly and the young and let him enjoy it first. Gel had no choice but to spend a huge amount of money, 10,000 Baileys, to buy 10 more and put them in a row on the deck. Crack! As soon as Crocus finished speaking, there was a flash of lightning, and then dark clouds appeared from nowhere and quickly covered the sun completely. The sky suddenly became dark, and then a strong wind blew up, the waves became turbulent, and raindrops as big as eggs began to bombard like aerial bombs. Everyone began to race against time to clean up things on the deck. Gel was speechless, thinking that Crocus seemed to have a blessed mouth. Fortunately, the only remaining function of the sails on Gel's boat is to provide shade. With Ada and air pulling the boat, the sails do not need to be raised during sailing. Therefore, when the weather suddenly changes, no one has to brave the storm and hurriedly fold the sails. When everyone returned to the cabin, Chef Fate brought out a few dishes for trial, and everyone rushed to be a judge. Compared to the pitch black outside with violent storms and heavy rain, the brightly lit hall with steaming hot delicious food seemed particularly cozy. Chapter 46. The storm will always pass, and the darkness will eventually be broken by dawn. Gel looked at the mess on the deck and thought to himself that he must build a powerful ship when he arrived at the Seven Water City, otherwise he would have to kneel down before the strong winds and waves and the big fish would come. He, we're finally here, the first stop of the Grand Line. Moria put down the telescope and said, with excitement in his tone. From afar, Ger saw an inconspicuous small town on the island, and behind the town were several mountains that looked like cacti. Jerko still clearly remembers those neatly arranged things on the hill in the original book that looked like cactus thorns. If you look closer, you will find that they are actually densely packed tombstones. Although there are not as many tombstones on the hill now as there were more than 20 years later, they have already taken shape. Thinking about the information about this island, I felt that there was nothing to note. This should not be the outpost of the Barlotta studio yet. There might still be many pirate hunters entrenched here. After all, this island is the first stop on this route. There must be many old silver coins waiting at the gate of the novice village waiting for the newbies to deliver food. But what does this have to do with me? My group is not pirates, and there is no bounty. Boys, prepare to land on the island. Captain Gale waved his hand. Whiskey Town, a bar in the center of town. It was prime time for bars to open, but strangely, the doors and windows of this bar were closed, with a sign saying temporarily closed hanging on the door. Squeak. Ding ding dong. A man dressed as a waiter hurriedly pushed open the bar's old wooden door, and the copper bell hanging on the door, which was used to remind customers entering the store, made a crisp sound. In the dim bar, more than a dozen pairs of ferocious eyes suddenly looked at the person who came, just like a group of wild beasts' pupils in the darkness emitting faint green light. In addition to the smell of alcohol and women's perfume, there was also a strong smell of blood in the air. The light in the room was dim, but he could still clearly see several bloody bodies lying on the ground. He recognized these people. They were a group of new pirates who had landed on the island yesterday. I heard they were quite famous in West Blue, and the bounty for their captain was as high as 10 million Baileys. The waiter was being stared at by a group of wolves. Even though he was an accomplice, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. He swallowed and didn't dare to say a word for a long time. Gump, what's up? A hoarse voice came, and the waiter named A. Gump came to his senses and remembered that he had something urgent to say. He hurriedly reported to the skinny old man who was asking the question, Mayor. Mayor. Another ship is preparing to land on the island. Hearing this, the old man did not hesitate and immediately ordered the dozen or so strong men around him, cut off the heads of the two bounties, transport the bodies to the back hill and bury them. Everyone else, clean up here quickly and remember to get rid of the smell. Also, tell the women and the elderly to get ready and go with the main force to welcome our new friends. As the mayor's order was given, everyone started to act, all with happy looks on their faces. With the recent surge in business volume, they had become accustomed to this kind of busyness, and they had to thank that executed pirates king named Jijija. The combined bounty on the captain and the deputy captain of this group of pirates is 16 million berries. Adding the treasure on their ship, at least 20 million berries can be earned from this transaction. Everyone will be able to get a lot of money by then. Forrest Gump was somewhat envious of these combat members. Although he was also a native of this town, he was still just a peripheral member because he had no strength and no courage. He was usually only responsible for cooperating with performances and running errands. Therefore, he did not get any money, but he could get some food relief. If GER were here, he would have shouted, extras, and extras are also human beings. The mayor slowly walked up to Forrest Gump. The light was better near the door, so he could see that the mayor was a little old man in his 50s, about 1.6 meters tall, thin, with a creepy scar on his forehead, squinting his eyes and a kind smile on his face. The mayor reached out and pulled out a white handkerchief from Forrest Gump's chest pocket, wiped his hands, and then stuffed the blood-stained handkerchief back into his pocket, thinking that this kid was so tactless that he wanted me to do it myself. Looking at A. Gump's pale face, the mayor said earnestly, Forrest Gump, if you want to survive here, you must adapt to blood and killing, and fall in love with them. When I was young, I was even more timid than you. I would faint at the sight of blood and lose my appetite for several days. But one day a group of vicious pirates robbed our town. No, at that time, our town was just a small village. A young man who was handling the body nearby continued, all your loved ones died tragically in front of your eyes. In order to overcome your fear of blood, you cut a hole on your forehead and let the blood flow into your eyes. Then your entire field of vision turned red and you could no longer distinguish blood. Then you angrily rushed towards the pirates with a knife. At that moment, you seemed to be assisted by God and killed all the pirates in one breath. You didn't even notice that your clothes were soaked with blood. You had just turned 15 that year. The thing you regret most in your life is that you didn't overcome your fear earlier and save your loved ones. The young man finished speaking in one breath without any pause, and it was obvious that he could recite it by heart. Ha ha ha, Mayor, please stop talking. We have heard you tell this story no less than 100 times since we were little. Our ears are calloused. That's right, Mayor. We admit that your story is very good, but every time there is a newcomer who is afraid of bloodshed, you tell it again. We are getting tired of hearing it too much. You bastards, how many times have I told you, this is real. Not a story. Okay, Mayor, please don't be angry. It's true, but Forrest Gump is just a wimp, It's all in vain no matter how much you say to him. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. I'm sorry, Mayor, Forrest Gump lowered his head in shame, thinking that it was because of his weakness that the mayor was ridiculed. While everyone was talking, a 3-meter-tall man who was obviously stronger than the others picked up the axe in his hand and chopped off the 2 valuable heads neatly. He deliberately threw one of the heads at Forrest Gump's feet. Ah! Seeing the pirates' heads with their eyes open and hideous faces, the timid Forrest Gump screamed in fear and fell to the ground without even being able to stand steadily. Ha 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 ha! The laughter of everyone in the room became more unbridled. In our line of work, there are still people as timid as you. Forrest, why don't you take off your pants and let us see if you have that thing? Maybe we made a mistake and you are actually a chick. Ha ha ha. People around started to make a fuss, and all one could hear was merciless laughter. The mayor stood quietly by and did not immediately stop these people from teasing him. He thought that when he couldn't bear it anymore, he might have the courage to stand up and resist. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, the mayor frowned and shouted loudly, seeing that Forrest Gump was still lying on the ground with his head bowed and allowed to be bullied. Stop making trouble. Get back to work. Only then did everyone stop laughing at and teasing Forrest Gump. The mayor sighed with some disappointment. Having lived for most of his life, he knew this best. In this world, the weak are like ants, and they will be toyed with wherever they go. Chapter 47. Black Bull. Hearing the mayor calling his name, the strongest man couldn't help but shrink his neck, turned his head and replied, "Ah, Mayor, what did you call me for?" The mayor looked serious and asked, "Do you know that the group of vampires in charge of exchanging bounties in Marine always find various reasons to deduct the money that should be paid to us?" "Of course I know, Mayor. I really want to chop those bastards Marine off. The head of Gufeza last time was obviously real. I chopped it off with my own hands, but they insisted that they couldn't recognize it and refused to exchange 6 million Baileys for us." At this point, IOU got excited and started to criticize Marine. The mayor had an unnatural expression on his face, and he was complaining in his heart, "You really can't blame anyone that time. It was all because you were too cruel. You smashed the pirate's head beyond recognition. I didn't even have the courage to argue with him at the time. I know you're still throwing things around like that. If I see you not handling the heads you want to exchange for the bounty with care again, I'll have you beaten to a pulp," the mayor said unhappily. "Tisk, I get it, Mayor," IOU said perfunctorily with some disdain and found an opportunity to call a few brothers to leave. After a big fight, he should go out for a drink to relax and enjoy himself. He was not willing to stay and listen to a stinky old man's nagging. One of the 7 routes of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak is the first stop for all the pirates who choose this route. Therefore, pirates continue to visit the island. The town often faces harassment and attacks from pirates. Over time, the local people have developed a tough character. Survival of the fittest, those who are not tough have been eliminated. The island is short of resources. The Whiskey Peak is bare without even a tree or grass, so it is impossible to grow food or cash crops. Therefore, hunting pirates in exchange for bounties has become the main source of income for this town. Almost everyone in the town became a bounty hunter, from old ladies in their 70s and 80s to children as young as 5 or 6 years old. In order to make a living, they also played their respective roles in one pirate's hunting operation after another. Those who cannot fight will be responsible for receiving and confusing the pirates, making them let down their guard. In the end, they often fall unconscious after drinking beer mixed with technology and ruthlessness, and are killed in their sleep by the members responsible for fighting. Except for some extremely powerful supernova pirates, like those who have just left the 4 seas and whose bounty has exceeded 20 million Baileys, they will choose to treat them well and not provoke them actively. This move has caused dissatisfaction among the younger generation. In their opinion, whether it is 20 million or 200 million, they should all be taken. Fortunately, the prestige established by the village chief over the past few decades is still there, which suppresses their arrogance. As for the rest of the ordinary pirates, they have basically become their prey, and the unrealistic pirate dream is buried forever on this island. As they were about to reach the shore, Gale clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, we have to stay on this island for 2 or 3 days. We can only leave for the next stop after the recording pointer has recorded the magnetic field of the next island. The recording pointer setting is very good, which allows pirates to sign in and punch in at each island honestly and refuse to cheat or take shortcuts. However, there will be a permanent pointer later. Okay, just ignore what I said. We will divide into groups first and assign tasks. After we arrive on the island, we will move freely according to the groups and gather at the port in 2 days. Great! I can smell the scent of adventure. Captain, let's team up with Jin. Baya raised her hand and shouted. Jin also nodded to indicate that it was okay. He had always thought that they were the only 2 people of the same age on the ship. You can all go and have fun without worry. There won't be any problems as I'll stay on board. Crocus said without looking up from his book, which he was concentrating on. He had already run the entire Grand Line, and it was no longer a novelty. Besides, he had more important things to do, that is to study medicine. Yes, Captain Gale was considerate of his subordinates again and arranged a large pile of books for the ship's Dr. Crocus. Crocus was forced to open the door of cognition by Gale, with books such as Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, Acupuncture and Moxibustion Classic, Pulse Classic, Compendium of Materia Medica and Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases all arranged in his possession. He did not expect that at his age he would have to return to his apprenticeship days and begin to work hard and study the miraculous quintessence of Hyuxia medicine, which just proved the saying that one never stops learning. After coming to this world, Gear has always attached great importance to cultural output and is determined to promote Hyuxia culture. This old man can no longer escape the fact that he has to observe, smell, ask and feel the patient before treating him in the future, and when treating a disease, he has to learn from ant wrong to PK patients with a needle. Laboon, come with me for a walk. You can't stay at home like this old man at such a young age. Meow. Laboon said as he jumped onto Ger's shoulder. Ger looked in the mirror and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The black suit jacket was draped over his back like Marine's cloak of justice, with a little cat standing on his shoulder. Captain Gol touched Laboon's head and said with a smile, Rob Lucci and Bai Ge are not as good looking as the 2 of us. Meow Crocus and Weevil are responsible for staying behind, one studying medicine and the other continuing to practice physical skills. There is no need to open 2 big accounts when just leaving the novice village. Crocus was the doctor that Roger sought to board the ship because he fell ill with a terminal illness. He was not a full-time combat member, so his strength had always been seriously underestimated, and he also suffered from appearing on the ship too early. Besides, isn't the ship's doctor a humble person who gets the lowest bounty but fights the most brutal fights every day? Crocus also had a bad temper. Back then, he often fought with Roger on Roger's ship because Roger did not listen to his advice and drank too much. And they were able to experience so many battles together on Roger Pirate's ship, such as the Battle of Edward. If they were not strong enough, would they be able to live to the point of successful retirement with all their limbs intact? What, you said Red-Nosed Buggy has all his limbs intact? He has the splitting fruit and is not afraid of being cut, and he also has Conqueror's luck to protect him. Can ordinary people compare to this? In the original novel, Crocus was already over 70 years old when he appeared, but he was still in good health and could easily kill a small sea king with one blow. His true strength can be seen from Madara. Final grouping results. Ajin and Baya are in a group, responsible for eating and playing. Ada and Air are in a group and have free time. Mozan and Funi are in a group. Since both of them have little fighting ability, Moria is asked to follow them to prevent accidents. The 3 of them are also responsible for eating and playing. Senor and Fate are a team. Originally, they were responsible for supplies, but since Gel has the system mall, their tasks can only be to play and eat. By the way, they can also buy some things with unique local characteristics that cannot be bought through the system. Gel took out a large pile of cash and said proudly, 5 million Baileys per person, eat and play as much as you want, buy whatever you like, no need to help me save money, our main goal is to be willful and boost the local economy. For those who can't spend all the money, the budget will be halved next time. Wow! I love you so much, Captain. The captain is so cool. Bia hugged Gear's thigh and started flattering him. Chapter 48. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. Warm welcome. As Gel's ship approached the port of the town, he heard waves of thunderous cheers coming from the shore. Wow, there are so many people. Are they welcoming us? The people of Grand Line are so enthusiastic. Baya said in surprise while standing on a small stool. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a large group of townspeople gathered near the port. As soon as they landed, Gel and his group received a warm welcome. Hundreds of people lined the streets to welcome them. Old people and children waved small colorful flags in their hands, and young and lovely girls held wreaths in their hands to give to everyone. Although Gale knew that these people had no good intentions, he had to admit that they put it in a pretty good manner. Not to mention those pirates who are hated wherever they go. They have never been treated like this in their daily lives, so they must be walking in a state of pride, acting like the bosses in an instant. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Pirates usually don't feel comfortable robbing others unless they are extremely cruel. Gale couldn't help but nodded affirmatively, especially when he walked to the back of the team and saw a dozen mature and beautiful women waving their flowery handkerchiefs. The women were wearing cheongsams, which outlined their curvy and hot bodies. The slits went all the way to the thighs, which aroused endless reverie. Their every move was full of charm, and every frown was full of amorous feelings. Gale knew at a glance that these were fallen sisters waiting to be rescued. Oh my, this handsome boy is handsome and rich. Do you want to have a deeper conversation with me? A beautiful blonde girl in a bright red cheongsam took Gale's arm and teased him with a beautiful smile. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Gale felt disdainful. That's it. Are you using this to test your cotters? Which cotter cannot withstand such a test? Hey Captain, how are you injured? Your nose is bleeding. Baya asked anxiously. Ger wiped the blood from his nose in embarrassment. Go away, what do you know, little kid? Captain, he's fine. He might have eaten too many lychees recently and got a sore throat. Hey, sisters, I am a precious young master. You are so impatient that you have made me embarrassed. Everyone, please move freely. I still have something to talk to some sisters. Gale was about to have a chat with the beauties when an old man came over and stopped them and said, Hello everyone, I am the mayor here, welcome to you. Oh, hello, mayor. There's no need to make such a fuss. We can just stroll around by ourselves. Come on, please make way. Gale dismissed it, saying that with beauties surrounding him, he had no time to listen to the nonsense of an old man. I didn't see the flag on your ship, so I'd like to ask, where are these pirates from? The mayor continued to ask. Seeing that this group of people brought their families and 2 children with them, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. If it weren't for the tall, mighty, and ferocious-looking Moria to support the situation, the mayor might not even bother to doubt. Grandpa, we are not pirates. Don't worry, we are not bad people. Bea replied politely. Yes, as you can see we are adventurers, not pirates. Ger laughed. What? Not pirates? When the mayor and the nearby residents heard that Gale and his men were not pirates, the enthusiasm on their faces disappeared instantly. Even the 2 women who were supporting Gale on both sides ruthlessly shook off Captain Gale's hands and walked aside unhappily. He. Old man, we are not pirates who burn, kill, and rob, but you guys don't seem very happy about it. Yes, you are not welcome here. The old mayor narrowed his eyes and said with disdain, This island doesn't welcome anyone other than pirates. For your safety, I suggest you stay on the ship and don't run around. It only takes 1 day for the pointer to record the magnetic field of the next island. You'd better leave tomorrow. After the old mayor finished speaking, he walked to the side and spoke to the group of cheerleaders without caring about the reactions of Gale and his group. Go away. Go back and do what you need to do. Ah. Damn it, all this work was in vain. Mayor, we should pay you for this. We have been so enthusiastic in welcoming you. We have been singing and dancing for more than an hour. Yeah, I've been shouting for over an hour. I just shouted as loud as I could and my throat became hoarse. We agreed to give you 1,000 Baileys for each job you do. If there's no salary, you should at least give me some hard work fee, right? Mayor. The residents began to complain. The mayor's face turned red. It was not the pirates who came this time. There was no business to do and they could not pay him. These bastards, don't they even notice who is the one who is worrying about their survival issues all day long? They even dare to make trouble in front of me. It seems that I have been too nice to them and they have forgotten who to listen to. Seeing that the mayor's face was becoming increasingly ugly, everyone shut up and were about to leave. Etc. Everyone stopped when they heard that. The old mayor turned around and saw that it was Gale who called out. His eyes turned cold and he asked with some dissatisfaction. Young man, what do you want to do? I advise you not to disobey the old man. The old man's words were rude, but Ger could still feel his kindness. But can you be so arrogant to me just because you are kind? Lao Zi didn't come out to travel and spend money just to be bullied. Gale immediately took out a large stack of Baileys and threw them at the old mayor's face, saying, "Here are 2 million Baileys. If we divide them equally, each person can get at least 10,000. Let them continue playing music and dancing until the sun goes down. Is that okay?" The mayor was hit in the face by the money, and his gloomy face became happy instead. He regained his original enthusiasm and smiled, "No problem at all. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and continue playing music and dancing for the adults. Today's welcoming ceremony must continue until dark. 3,000 for children and 6,000 for adults." "No problem. Mayor. Welcome, welcome, warm welcome." More than 100 people started shouting again. They were all happy that they could earn a lot of money today, but at the same time they secretly complained in their hearts that the mayor was so cruel that he took more than half of the money. Everyone heard that the stupid and rich young man had clearly given 2 million Baileys. Seeing this scene, the PRSTUs who had abandoned Captain Gale before started to bother him again. Unfortunately, this time they were all sent away by Gale with 10,000 Baileys each. Captain Gale said righteously, "What I hate most is that women approach me not because of my handsome appearance but because of my money." The women were speechless that they had let him pretend. Although they felt sad about missing out on a big client, they were able to earn 10,000 Baileys for nothing without doing anything, so they all went back happily. The mayor was still a little confused. In the past, most of the people who visited their barren island were pirates, and occasionally a few unscrupulous businessmen would come here to make money by boat after knowing that they were short of supplies. Knowing that the residents of this island have no choice, these merchants sell things that are not only very expensive but also of poor quality. So later, under the leadership of the mayor, they drove away these unscrupulous businessmen, and their own people were responsible for purchasing supplies from nearby islands. After that, there were very few businessmen coming, and they had only seen a god of wealth like Gale who came here purely for tourism and consumption. Chapter 49. This was the first time that everyone encountered such a situation and they didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. "Hey, may I ask what help you may need? We are a small place with few people and few resources. If you need anything, please let me know in advance so that I can make arrangements." The old mayor asked with a smile, as if he was flattering you. "As long as you had money you would be my dad." Seeing that the old man became a different person immediately after receiving the money, Gale sighed that money really makes the world go round, and that every word of the ancients contained truth. "No need for service, we can just wander around. We won't stay long, we should be leaving tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so we won't delay your work." After saying this, Gale smiled meaningfully. Seeing that the old mayor was still squinting his eyes and looked calm, as if he was hard of hearing and didn't hear clearly, Gale suddenly asked, "By the way, there is something I would like to ask the mayor. It's not really asking for advice. If you have any questions, please tell me. I will tell you everything I know." The mayor put his hands together, rubbed his palms, and came forward to listen attentively. "You don't have to be so polite, old mayor. My name is Ger, you can just call me by my name. I think there should be quite a few bounty hunters in your town, right? You seem to be so welcoming to pirates." The smile on the old man's face froze and his heart skipped a beat. Several people in the crowd around him also looked a little unnatural. This young man is not as easy to fool as he seems. I didn't expect that he is also an old hand who pretends to be ignorant. The old mayor controlled his facial expressions, and slightly opened his narrowed eyes. His eyes were sharp as if he had a sword in his eyes, and he unconsciously exuded a hint of murderous intent. He said in a calm tone, "I wonder what you mean by that, Captain Gale." Seeing the old man's alertness, Gale was a little surprised that this old man who seemed to have one foot in the coffin was surprisingly strong. He was at least a swordsman-level warrior. Gale still smiled on the surface, "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. Although we are not bounty hunters, as you know, when sailing on the sea, there are always some blind pirates who insist on delivering themselves to the door, so we occasionally play the role of bounty hunters. I just want to ask where you usually exchange the bounty. I also need to exchange those useless pirate heads for cute Baileys." "No other meaning." The mayor nodded when he heard this. This explanation was reasonable. "I see. This isn't that difficult. There is a marine station on the other side of this island. You can see it just by climbing over the Whiskey Peak behind. You can exchange the bodies of pirates with bounties there." Gale guessed, it seems like you guys often lure and kill pirates to exchange for bounties. In order to make it easier to exchange bounties, the Marines have opened an exchange point here. I don't know which pirate group Captain Gale killed that needs to be exchanged for a bounty. If the amount does not exceed 20 million Baileys, as long as the pirate's head is intact and can be clearly identified, we can directly help you accept it at 60% off the original bounty, so you don't have to bother making a trip in person. The old miserly mayor rubbed his palms habitually as he spoke. Seeing Gear's expression of "Do you think I am a fool?" he patiently explained, "Captain Ghoul, you don't know that the Marines will often find various reasons to deduct as much as possible from the bounty. They also want to get a share of the bounty. Generally, 60 to 70% of the bounty is considered good. If you don't want to, they will say that they can't identify you or ask you to wait for a year to confirm that the pirates have not appeared on the sea again. We are also forced to spend money to get rid of the disaster. 20 to 30% of the bounty is used to deal with these parasites, so taking a 40% discount is really just a small reward for your hard work." Gear exclaimed, "Wow, this has developed into a mature industrial chain. 90% new items are recycled at 60% off the original price? After all the layers of eating, drinking, and taking bribes, it is really not easy to get 60% off. This is a very reasonable price. However, the 20 million available funds you have are still too small to buy my goods. Thank you for the information, Mayor. I won't need it for now. I just happened to have seen how Marine redeemed the bounty, and I want to go and see it for myself. If possible, please help me arrange a guide to take me there tomorrow. Of course, I won't let him make this trip in vain. I'll give him 200,000 Baileys of hard-earned money." Gale found a reason to reject the mayor's proposal, and then took out another 200,000 Baileys to hire a guide. "Ha ha ha, no problem. No problem. Captain Gale, you are so polite. It's just a small matter. As long as you don't mind the trouble, it's fine." The old mayor was quick to take the 200,000 Baileys from Gale's hand, then turned around and shouted to the crowd. "Forrest Gump! Forrest! Come here for a moment." Soon, a young man who was about the same height as Gale and a bit thin came running over in a hurry. He looked at Gale and his group with a timid look. The mayor was not at all shy about the fact that his financial sponsor, Gale, was watching nearby. He skillfully counted out 10 Baileys from the stack of $1,000 bills and put the rest into his pocket. He handed the money to the young man named A. Gump and said, "You will be Captain Gale's guide for the next few days. Take Captain Gale to the Marine base to redeem the bounty tomorrow." The other residents who were still shouting welcome showed envy in their eyes, wondering why this good job didn't fall on them. The mayor is so biased that he gave such a good thing to that loser Forrest Gump. Hush! Keep your voice down. Haven't you heard that Forrest Gump is actually the younger brother of the cousin of the mayor's aunt's son? He's a relative, so of course we have to take care of him. Go away. Where did you hear this news? It's too outrageous. Who would help such an unrelated person? What I heard was that Forrest Gump was actually the son of the elder brother of the mayor's first love. I heard that his whole family died tragically at the hands of the pirates. His father died to protect the young mayor, leaving only 2-year-old Forrest Gump and his grandmother. Later, his grandmother died of illness early, and Forrest Gump became an orphan. If the mayor hadn't been taking care of him, he would have starved to death long ago. Get lost, your story is even more outrageous than mine. Everyone knows that our mayor has been single for nearly 60 years. When he was young, many girls chased him but none of them worked out. Rumor has it that the mayor is not that good in that aspect. So he has no interest in women, so how can he have a first love? Besides, the mayor is a monster by nature. There are at least dozens of pirates who have died at his knife. He doesn't need anyone to protect him. Everyone began to discuss in low voices. Here, Forrest Gump took the money and said to the mayor with gratitude, "Thank you, Mayor." The old mayor rolled his eyes at him, thinking that this BD really had no vision at all. The mayor was not polite either. He jumped up and punched the monkey on the top of his head, scolding him, "Why thank me? You should thank Captain Gale. Do a good job. If you can't satisfy Captain Gale, I will immediately arrange for a replacement." Only then did Forrest Gump turn around and thank her repeatedly. The matter here was settled, and the group went their separate ways and were free to move about as they pleased after arriving in the town. Chapter 50. On this planet, the ocean accounts for the vast majority of the area, and islands are scattered all over the place. The islands are separated by the sea, and transportation is inconvenient, resulting in less communication. Coupled with many factors such as the completely different climates and environments, over time, each island has evolved to have its own cultural characteristics, including beliefs, customs, clothing, architectural styles, eating habits, etc., so each island has many unique landscapes to appreciate. Forrest Gump took Ger for a walk around the town all afternoon until dark, and Laboon had fallen asleep on Ger's shoulder. It wasn't late at night yet, but the streets of the town were already deserted and looked a little deserted. Except for a small tavern that still had its lights on, most of the other shops were closed. Gale was also preparing to go back to the hotel to rest. Gump, that's all for today. I'm going back to the hotel. You should also go back and get some rest. Just take me to the marine base tomorrow morning. Yes, Lord Ger. Forrest Gump said respectfully. He was on tenterhooks the whole day, afraid that he might displease his boss in some way. He had finally gotten this job and he couldn't mess it up. Fortunately, Lord Gale was very approachable and not very difficult to serve. Hearing that he had finally completed today's task, Forrest Gump felt relieved, and his expression, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed a little. Gale suddenly thought of something, took out another stack of Baileys and said, "Oh, there's one more thing. Take these Baileys and help me find a carriage tomorrow. I want one with a compartment in the back. I need to load my things." "Okay, Captain Gale." Forrest Gump didn't ask any more questions. He thought it was nothing strange for a rich young man like Ger to take a taxi for a long journey. He took the money and counted it, a total of 100,000 Baileys. "Lord Gale, I can drive myself, so I just need to rent a carriage. 20,000 Baileys are enough, so I won't need that much." After saying that, Forrest Gump returned the remaining 80,000 Baileys to Ger. Gale was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were honest people on this island. It was really rare. Then he smiled and said, "The remaining Baileys are for you. Consider it your tip for today." Unexpectedly, Forrest Gump not only did not show a happy expression, but his face was full of panic. He waved his hands and said, "No, no. How can this be possible? I have already received due compensation from the mayor for helping you lead the way. How can I take money from you privately? No, no, absolutely not." Seeing that he refused to accept it no matter what he said, Ger stopped forcing him and bought a roast chicken and 2 cans of beer from the system mall and handed them to him. "Then, take it back for a midnight snack." When Forrest Gump saw Ger making food appear like a magic trick, he rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was dazzled. "I followed him all the way today, but I didn't see Lord Ger buying these things?" And with this mouth-watering aroma, he was 100% sure that this delicacy was definitely not sold in the town. Just as Forrest Gump was about to refuse, he heard Ger say in an unhappy tone, "Just take it if I tell you to. If you dare to say no again, I'll ask the mayor to replace him with someone more obedient tomorrow." I don't dare." "Ah. Thank you, Lord Gale." In the end, Forrest Gump had no choice but to succumb to Gil's tyranny. He obediently stretched out his hands to take the bag from Gil's hand, said thank you several times in a row, and then turned and left. Looking at the thin figure disappearing around the corner of the street, Gale smiled and turned to walk into the hotel. He was a little tired after a day of shopping and wondered if there were any special services. Forrest Gump trotted along with the roast chicken wrapped in butter paper, and couldn't help stopping to smell it several times on the way. What a nice smell! This roast chicken smells so good. He has never eaten anything so delicious in his life. Walking to an empty corner, Forrest Gump took out the butter paper and slowly unwrapped it. A stronger aroma of roasted meat immediately entered his nostrils. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths with an expression of enjoyment on his face. However, even though his saliva was already flowing, he resisted the urge to eat it right away. Forrest Gump took out a piece of newspaper, carefully tore off the chicken head, chicken feet and chicken butt, wrapped them in the newspaper and stuffed them into his arms, then wrapped the roast chicken again, then picked up the bag and walked quickly towards the mayor's residence. "I said no. Do you still listen to me, the mayor?" As Forrest Gump walked to the door and was about to knock, he heard the mayor's angry roar from inside the house. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air. "No, Mayor, why not? This group of people is much easier to deal with than those vicious pirates. Besides, they are all operating separately. There is no risk at all. This is simply a free gift. They are not pirates." There is no bounty on them, so why would you kill them? Mayor, do you know how much money that group of people spent on buying things all over town today? Forrest Gump was very familiar with this voice, it was the voice of that BD he knew. He quickly withdrew his hand and secretly hid aside to listen. At this time, inside the house, the mayor sat in the main seat, with more than 20 burly men sitting in rows on both sides. The one sitting in the front row on the right was the big guy called He Knew. At this moment, he stood up excitedly, put one foot on the stool, and slapped the table with spit flying. Everyone! I've had someone secretly investigate. In just half a day, they have spent at least 10 million Baileys. Even those two 10-year-old kids have casually bought things worth millions of Baileys. Tisk, 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 how rich must one be to afford something like this? Yet, I'm so jealous. Suddenly, many people in the field were talking in whispers. The old mayor had a cold face, tapped his index finger lightly on the table, and asked in a low voice, So what? He Knew stamped his feet anxiously, not understanding why the usually shrewd mayor was so slow to react today. He became even more agitated and shouted loudly, What do you mean by so what? Mayor! Are you getting senile? This is clearly a fat sheep that has been delivered to your doorstep. He Knew! Watch your words. Don't force me to kill you now. The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat on the left, with a scar running through his entire face, stood up, slammed the scabbard on the table and shouted loudly. What's wrong with me? What did I say wrong? Taima, you are not the mayor, what qualifications do you have to lecture me? Don't think I'm really afraid of you. He Knew was still a little scared facing Taima, a ruthless and taciturn swordsman, but in order not to lose face in front of everyone, he gritted his teeth and fought back. The old mayor pressed his hand and signaled Shima to sit down first. Mayor, I also think what Brother Black Bull said makes sense. Didn't their captain say he wanted to exchange for the bounty? They also killed someone. Even if they weren't pirates, they were definitely not good people. If we don't take action, we will miss a good opportunity in vain. Right. We are also trying to survive. Even if we kill 1 or 2 people by mistake, that is understandable. We can't wait until they cut us with knives before we fight back, right? Don't you agree? That's right. Several people who supported He Knew started to chatter and stir up trouble, and some people with weak wills present also began to waver, thinking that this was indeed what happened and there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. The mayor's face was gloomy and he looked at everyone quietly. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.